Hi. Hey. Do you think Rezi is subliminally priming us for stream with his music choices? Yes, technically, right? Technically, that's exactly actually how that works. Yeah. Covering the thundering and totally exonerating Destiny court victory or you're sweeping. Yeah. First tee. I have like I feel relatively in-depth insight. And are you going to read the entire deposition or just the highlights? I don't even know if we're going to get to the deposition today. Okay. Like, I'm going to say, like, getting the deposition is like 4 bars. So, we have a lot. Acriel, thank you for the resub with the prime, and same thing for Tyler.
That's the deal.
That's a good deal.
That's a good deal. That's the deal.
It's a good deal.
That's a good
Rez,
deal.
thank God I found you. You know that guy Moon? He's been a snarker this whole time, bro. Right in our community, bro. Star already banned him in hers. I'm just glad I got here in time.
Oh, Acriel. Ooh, who's gonna? I can't tell the guy. I can't tell him. It's gonna break his heart, man. It's gonna break his heart. Thank you for the resub, though, buddy. Oh, I watched just about every second of Rezi coverage of the DG verse for the last couple of weeks. Yes. So, yeah. Where do we leave off? So Tuesday, we quit early, and that wasn't a good idea. Okay? Because there's a bunch of shit that got filed. Still haven't gone over that on stream, right? That's what we're starting with. Then we're gonna do the Darius after Destiny leaves the courtroom, and we're gonna click around the stream a little bit so you guys can kind of see that, you know, when this was all happening, Darius was in and out of the courtroom, which, first off, by the way, like, if we're going, like, gonna get real here, the fact that they could go in and out of the courtroom is crazy to me. This is like they're, bro, you'll see what I mean, okay? You'll see what I mean. I think it's, like, crazy, the turnout, for a procedural thing that established a evidentiary hearing. But yeah, we need to start there. Say from the top. And then there's a 500-page deposition. And I gotta be fucking real with you. I think we can do this well and make it funny if I were to get enough people to join. But yeah, we're probably going to read the whole thing. Can you get a wheel spin? Yeah, you're going to be there. But yeah, so we are going to do the whole fucking thing, but that's going to be the end of the stream tonight. Okay? And yes, the entire time I will be playing our weird audio noir playlist, right? I go inside Rezi's brain right now for the next 4 hours. It's just me hoping the bar gets filled like 3 times. Okay, man, that's it. That's literally it. Because, like, I think that'll get us like halfway through the 500 pages. But again, we have like a bunch of shit to do before that. Oh fuck! Is it? It really is a legal narration stream later on. Yes, late night, late night. Yes, absolutely. That is 100% true. Thank you for the one kick, Nate. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So that is going to be tonight, probably. Probably want to like rail it out. There's like a bunch of other shit going on that I think is interesting. The Gremlo shit is like extremely fascinating. Mostly because I'm just gonna sit here and pretend that it's literally just because Rhizome complained about losing his heckin' his heckin' emotes and shit, that like Gremlo made a fucking enemy out of Mike from PA. So that's it. So like black and white noir type of vibe. Yeah, kind of, man. Yeah, you'll see. You'll all see. That shit's kind of funny because I think it's like totally reasonable to say like Mike is a fuck ass, and like I don't even want to call him a wrecker. I want to call him like an F slur. I think he's like actually terrible. I think actually the thing I hate about Mike from PA. Hey Kim. The Resimoth needs a desk. Well, I don't know. It might be different than that. I think I would need like a full on like he's like sitting back in a chair, holding a file with one hand, cigarette in his mouth, while it like slowly burns like background, like a lo-fi girl type background, right? No one likes Mike. Yeah, well, it's called Michael from Guangdong. I don't even want to say that. He's just a fucking like dickhead. Like, I think he is a dickhead. I think there is like fundamental fucking differences, you know, like between that and like Gremlin's a fucking bitch. Like, he's such a bitch. He's such a bitch. Oh, that's it. That's all it is, man. He's a fucking bitch, right? Gremlo can't hang. Okay, Gremlo cannot fucking hang. All right. And the problem is, because Gremlo can't hang, like, what can you really do? Like, what is a Gremlo? He's a fucking poll creator on Twitch. Calling him Twitch poll is like, sort of okay, but more like, he kind of disavows the Twitch poll days. Never got on the Destiny side of it, right? Gremlo has 5-2 energy, true. Some glup shitto that isn't Resi. Gremlo does pretty okay. Gremlo does pretty okay. They call him like the soy kid notkin. You know, so like figure that one out, man. Hey Bear, I love you. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, so we have like a lot of a stream today. And then like I have all the Gremlo shit. We did the triptych stuff. That was cool. Darius and Caramel has been nothing. I haven't seen anything come out of that interesting. Still haven't watched the Dan Saltman video. Right. That's like sitting in the back there. Sorry, I'm going over my notes. I'm like looking, sorry, every once in a while I look at my notes and I'm just, yeah, why was I typing? What was all that about? what was all? Why did I even type any of that out? Right? Like some of it, it's like it makes sense, but like it was just like, huh. Anyways, your streams are like that too. Die. So, anyways, we are going to be having a, I guess, document reading stream. With a little bit of the stuff with Darius and Destiny in the middle. And then we're gonna have more document shit. Yeah, I think we just rail out, just have a boring Thursday. You tell me to die? No? No, I was thinking of Princess Diana, okay? She's my queen, man. She's my queen. So yeah, that's where I think we're at. That's where I think we're at. So, you know, for some of you, this may be a recap. For some of you, this may be one of the, this is going to be a reading stream. Okay. Nice save. I talk about Princess Diana every day. All right. Whenever I want to impugn God's name, I instead impugn Princess Diana's name because I know that she would listen to me. God's not listening. Princess Diana is. And that's why women are up, generally speaking. So, yeah. Cool. Let's get started. So it's Sephirotic, which is Aaron.
It's a good deal.
Melty Bears. Thank you for the prime. Thank you. Sephirotic, Aaron, and then who else? Who is YouTube? Oh. Okay. Aaron, Sephirotic, oh. Let's spin the wheel. Aaron wins, nothing. Sephirotic wins, nothing. And wins, nothing. Show the wheel. There. Aaron, Sephirotic, oh. Aaron, mod spin. Sephirotic, Cho Ruiz, oh, nothing. Alright, mods, get in here. Let's get in here, mods. Okay. Who's a mod? Who wants a spin? Okay. So we have 2-bit, Tyler, Bear, Shane. You're a YouTube mod? Alright, well, get on YouTube, buddy. That's how this works. Okay. In the meantime, while we wait for that, Cho Ruiz.
Anyone heard from... What's that? Cho Ruiz? What does that mean?
Okay. Octobong. Big Bad. Rezi, don't forget you. I already got you in. You were the first one in, asshole. I'm about to take 2-bit off the spin. I think you mod me in YouTube and kick to keep me from winning spins. I've done that to multiple people. Anyways. Alright, so 2-bit's already in there. So let's spin the mod wheel. You don't get it on different platforms, idiot. Who is Sane? Wait, Shane. This is Shane. This is Shane. This is for Shane. Alright, Shane wins. Here we go, Shane. And you get a character change token, which are defunct right now, so you're gonna get another spin. You're gonna get another spin. does make you burp. Congratulations, Shane. Pregnant man emoji. Wow. All right, cool. Let's go. I love that the moth bounces at every slap. I just, like, we put it up one day, and I didn't even know. I just didn't even fucking know, man. All right? I didn't fucking know. All right. There is a lot. You do it for way too long, it just sounds like you're beating your meat. I know. It's like great. All right. You know, I think that's like part of the charm of it. I think that makes it better. In fact, actually, it's kind of crazy, but Agril is out of line, but he's correct. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. It's just gross. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Okay. All right. So originally, what the stream was just going to be is like the first 5 of the legal documents. And then, like, yeah, we get this extra fucking entire deposition dropped right on us. It's awesome. It's so cool. So, we are going to be taking this from the top. All right. We're going to be taking this from the top. It is going to be a long day. Okay, a long day. So, the first thing that we gotta do, okay? The first thing that we gotta do is give you guys the timeline of everything we're going over today, okay? So, the first thing is this. Today, the first thing we're covering is from our last time that we covered this stuff. We covered plaintiff's filings, right? Plaintiff here being Jane Doe, aka Pixie. Specifically, this one with a very specific. This one with a very specific line that is extremely interesting right here. This is from Pixie's lawyer, Joan Peters, messaging to Destiny's lawyer, saying, hey, I think that you guys withheld evidence from us. And specifically, that evidence is that on November 29th, 2024, shortly after the solo leaks occurred on Kiwi Farms, which showed that Destiny was sending around videos of his sexual partners recorded with and without their consent, but sent in many cases, it appears to be without consent. Defendant exchanged messages with an individual named Blank. Blank wrote, is Pixie okay? Have you spoken to her? I'm assuming she'd okayed you sharing videos of her like that. Defendant, Destiny, responded, oh no, LOL, I seriously doubt it. We took some vids, but didn't discuss it. I doubt she's okay with it. Which, if we go into the defendant, Destiny's, arguments, if we go back to like way far back, one of the critical arguments is that this was done with something called implied consent. This would indicate that Destiny didn't even believe that in his own time of reading this. So that's where we left off. All right. So all of what we're about to read is in response to that. Okay. And this was all filed on August 18th, 2 days ago. And we're going to start here with the declaration of Stephen Kenneth Bonnell. All right. Just so we're clear, immediately he files something with the court, even though there was like a motion to seal that says a part of the name specifically names who this person was, and we can immediately say, oh yeah, remember how we said it was Leilana? It was Leilana. J-Stock has a theory that he did this as a way to direct his audience. I don't think that's the case. I think he did this as a specific dig to attack someone that has joined themselves to the case. And yeah, we started to suspect about like the time frames of stuff because the Leilana person made a lot of sense. And it does seem that they came into a block and message deletion era with Destiny around the time of the beginning of the Snark Wars. Right? So yeah. Anyways. Declaration of Stephen Kenneth Bennell II in support of evidentiary objections to Witness C's declaration. I'm the defendant in the above captioned action. I'm over 18 years of age and competent to provide testimony under oath. I submit this declaration in support of my objections to plaintiff's supplemental declarations filed on August 17th, 2026. The individual plaintiff refers to as Witness C is my former girlfriend. I knew her online as Wiggle Whip, blank and blank. I'll refer to her herein as Witness C. On November 29th, 2024, approximately 27 private sexually explicit videos involving me and various other people were published on Kiwi Farms without my knowledge or consent. I was extremely stressed, upset, and confused that night. At that time, plaintiff herself shared the video with at least one other person, and shortly after the leak, plaintiff and I worked together to attempt to remove the video from the internet. No one had threatened me with litigation or informed me that plaintiff intended to sue me. I did not receive a preservation demand from plaintiff's counsel until months later on January 22nd, 2025. Plaintiff served her first request for production on May 5th of 2025. Request for production number 13 sought each and every publicly or privately posted comment or statement or media content that I made about plaintiff or relating to the allegations or my affirmative defenses since January 1st, 2025 to date. The communications with Witness C, upon which plaintiff now relies, are dated November 29th, 2024. After plaintiff's counsel recently raised the issue of my communications with Witness C, I searched Discord for her account using the names and usernames I knew her to use, including Wiggle Lip, blank, and blank. I could not locate or access her account or any message history with her. Based on what Discord displayed, it appeared that her account had either been deleted or is no longer visible to me because she had blocked me. I did not intentionally withhold communications with Witness C from my document production, as they are not my possession, custody, or control. When plaintiff's counsel recently raised those communications, I searched for them, as described above, and was unable to locate them. True and correct screenshots reflecting my online searches are attached here too as Exhibit A. And I have that here. Yep. All right, cool. And we'll bring this up. So there is a second issue, right? Where it's relevant to the proceedings, right? Is what is being spoken here. But the thing is, what's relevant is that Destiny had created the archive, right? Give me 1 second. I think this is like relevant, right? 1 sec. Where is it? There is this alleged archive that was sent from Destiny to Leilana. I think that's her name. I might call her Lena, right? Was it... Give me one sec. Sorry. There was this one thing that was like said. I'm like looking for exactly where that is, right? Which is the unproduced Discord messages, right? Okay. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So, Jesus Pena, who is like Pixie's digital forensics person. And basically, he went ahead and started looking at some of the images that were being posted, one of which was the image displayed on Wickstream during Destiny's debate with Aiden Underground, in which Destiny produced a message that had not been produced previously in the case to the Pixie legal team, which would be in violation or in objection of, you know, the request for documentation that Pixie's team made, right? And it's entirely possible that they might not have even necessarily had the ability to get that access, but that's something that they could fight over, is to get access to these things, right? Can you have more energy? We are going to be methodical today, just so we're clear. It's going to be a very methodical, take a long time to get somewhere day, right? But what also ends up getting, like noted is that on February 14th of 2025, defendant archived his Discord communications with Witness C and sent her a copy of that archive and then deleted those communications. So if we tie that with this message that's now cropping up from Leilana, who has joined herself on Pixie's side in this, if we add that in, he did technically send it after the time where there was the document preservation request. And like, I don't know if this gets, I haven't like read through these documents yet, so I don't know if this gets into it, but that was something that like kind of struck me, because I did watch a bit of, like the JStock shit, where you just kind of like read through it immediately afterwards. I've read through this stuff a bit, but like I'm just giving like my kind of like, that seems a little odd. Again, I'm not a lawyer, just saying this seems different, but you know. I cannot locate or access her account or any message history with her. And yeah, this is him showing how he like searched up people's names and stuff. I also think it's really funny that Black Yamato is like right there. And like it's just saying like, yeah, I searched her name on my Discord stuff. And I don't know exactly how the search is, but my guess, it's not like a very thorough search. And yeah, he is kind of, I feel, misrepresenting how Discord does this shit. Obviously, he should still be able to retrieve those messages, right? When Plaintiff's Counsel recently raised those communications, I searched them as described above and was unable to locate them. True and correct screenshots reflecting my online searches are attached here too as Exhibit A. Plaintiff's Counsel also recently asserted that I sent a Facebook message in an account purportedly associated with an individual referred to in this litigation as Rose. In response, I've searched for that purported correspondence and was unable to locate it. I have no Facebook communications with Rose in my possession, custody, or control. I declare under penalty of perjury the foregoing is true and correct. Execute on August 18th, 2026. Subpoena Discord? Yeah, probably. And he lied about sending a Facebook message to win a debate with Aiden. Yeah, that's the other like funny thing, is that that's what he's claiming, is that he lied to win a debate with Aiden, and that cost him, I assume, a few $1,000s. Because they had to write up this whole thing, right? If the judge agrees with Plaintiff's Counsel that Destiny Counsel didn't hand over evidence, I think it's bad for Destiny. So, yeah, we don't have any information on that at all. And that's kind of what this whole thing today, again, We're going and doing this boring because it's going to take a while to get through. And the payoff is, like, non-existent. Other than, like, Destiny saying that Food Shops isn't his friend. That's pretty fucking cool. Oh, okay. All right. And then, as well, the day before the case on Wednesday, so Tuesday. All right. Destiny also responded with this. Declaration of Joel A. Cycle in support of defendant Stephen K. Bunnell II's evidentiary objections to Witness C's declaration. I, Joel, declare I am an attorney admitted to practice pro hoc vice. I have knowledge of the matters contained in herein. If called in to testify, I could offer competent testimony thereto. I submit this declaration in support of defendant's objection to plaintiff's supplementary declarations filed on August 17, 2026. Beginning on August 6, 2026, plaintiff's counsel, Joan Peters, emailed me and all counsel for Bunnell regarding Bunnell's purported communications with Witness C on Discord. Ms. Peters asserted she was in possession of communication between Bunnell and Witness C dated November 29, 2024. Ms. Peters then accused Bunnell of evidence spoliation due to Bunnell's purported failure to produce the Witness C correspondence. In response, beginning on August 6, 2026, counsel for Bunnell repeatedly demanded the plaintiff produce the purported communication that Ms. Peters acknowledged to have in her possession. Counsel for Bunnell also advised Ms. Peters that Bunnell did not receive a preservation demand until January 22, 2025, nearly 2 months after Bunnell's correspondence with Witness C. Plaintiff did not produce the correspondence with Witness C until August 17th, 2 days before the scheduled hearing. While Ms. Peters claims to have attached all of our correspondence to her supplemental declaration, she conveniently omitted key correspondence from her declaration. Specifically, Ms. Peters failed to attach her August 17th, 2026 correspondence concerning plaintiff's production of Witness C's Discord communications and Bunnell's objections hereto. Attached hereto as evidence Exhibit A is a true and correct copy of the complete email correspondence between Ms. Peters and counsel for Bunnell. Upon receipt of the Witness C correspondence, counsel for Bunnell immediately objected to its use. Among other things, counsel for Bunnell objected to the purported evidence on the grounds that the evidence was untimely, that Witness C had never previously been disclosed pursuant to Rule 26, and that Bunnell had been deprived the opportunity to investigate or test the purported evidence. In response, Ms. Peters merely stated that Witness C just recently came forward. It's so fucking cool, man. Just so you guys understand, Witness C came forward recently because of the fucking Snark Wars shit. Right? Like, we're all, like, this is the one thing you need to be made aware of. That, yeah, we're in hell. We're in, like, hell. So he's, like, triple fucked? Kinda. Objection, Snark. That's literally... That's what happened, right? Leilana and Destiny, Leilana, whatever, I don't fucking care. All right? Everyone should be reacting to Pisco reading this. Is Pisco reading this? No, he's not reading this. Pisco's smarter than that. Okay? He's smarter than that. So, they had this, we went over this, like, months ago. Destiny and Leilana had these messages back and forth where they were like yelling at one another, okay, on Twitter. And I'm pretty sure it just, everything lines up that because of the threats made against Snark, yeah, like his court case got extended. All right, Pisco is yet to cultivate the prerequisite Snark aura. No, he's just never going to do this. This is way below him. Okay. This is like way below him. I'm addicted to this content. All right. I love it. I feel fantastic. All right. I feel fan-friggin-tastic. Okay. All right. Anyways. What is this one? Okay, yeah, this is my side. I just need to have extra side windows so I can work on this right. So, regardless, attached here too as Exhibit A is a true and correct copy of the complete email correspondence between Miss Peters and counsel for Bunnell. Upon receipt of the witness C correspondence, counsel for Bunnell immediately objected to its use. It was untimely. They just recently came forward. On August 17th, 2026, plaintiff filed the supplemental declarations of Miss Peters, Jesus F. Pena, and witness C. As of the execution of this declaration, plaintiff has not produced to Bunnell the complete archive of communications that witness C attests she maintains. Instead, plaintiff has produced only the cherry-picked November 29th, 2024 exchange upon which plaintiff's supplemental declarations rely. In paragraph 9 of her supplemental declarations, Ms. Peters states for counsel for Bunnell did not respond to her questions concerning Bunnell's Facebook and Discord accounts. Ms. Peters is mistaken. Counsel for Bunnell advised Ms. Peters that Bunnell produced all non-privileged responsive documents and had no additional responsive documents in his possession, custody, or control. Attached here too, as Exhibit B, is a true and correct copy of Plaintiff Jane Doe's first request for production of documents served to defendant on May 5th, 2025. Request for production number 8 broadly requests all the documentary evidence you possess or know of which has or may have any relationship to any facts, claims, or defenses by any party in this case, even though you may not present it during the trial. Request for production number 13 more specifically requests each and every publicly or privately posted comment or statement or media content you have made about plaintiff that's in any way related to the allegations of the complaint or your affirmative defenses since January 1st, 2025 to date. Witness C communications upon which plaintiff now relies are dated November 29th, 2024. So, they don't really have a meaningful response to the Wick shit, right? That just doesn't exist. Okay? It just doesn't really fucking exist. And what we have here, I just saved everything. This is the thing. This is the email chain that was like sent between Joan and Andrew Brettler. But it also included one more message from this, right? Which is Andrew Brettler saying, plaintiff made the admission on the record. We're still waiting for your documents. So we've seen this, and this is literally just Brettler being a bit of an asshole. Joan, wrong. And then Exhibit B is the full, like, documents of that they're, like, specifically requesting. Right? And the thing is, there is, like, further specific instruction. If you at any time had possession, custody, or control of a document called for under this request, and if such a document has been lost, destroyed, purged, or not presently in your possession, custody, or control, you shall describe the document, the date of its loss, destruction, purge, or separation from possession, custody, or control, and the circumstances surrounding its loss, destruction, purge, or separation from possession, custody, or control. So, just so, like, we're, you know, pretty much, like, yeah, if we're going through all of this specifically, they highlighted this, which, yeah, this is like the specific one. This is the specific claim that, you know, they were actually going ahead and fighting against. And then, like, all the rest of it's like, yeah, a lot of this shit has not, you know, ever been produced. And they also said, like, they've missed it to begin with. So, it seems important to follow the rules to not make spoliation. So, yeah, I think broadly, on everything here, they might be right about the spoliation thing. I actually, like, with this, regards to this, I don't think so with the first case of the spoliation stuff, right? Which is the stuff where Destiny sent that shit to Wick. Where are you at if this goes to trial now? Still where I'm at. I still think Pixie probably loses. Right? I still think she ultimately loses, right? I think I'm still kind of there. I do think there is like arguments against it, but I also want to be clear. Okay. There was the paperless minute entry for proceedings held before Judge Jacqueline Beckera motion hearing for plaintiff's motion for sanctions under FRCP 32 for defense spoliation of evidence, right? And again, you will also note here, they filed more shit today. So this is them just saying they're having a hearing for the motions thing. And I believe they're setting up in 2 weeks to go through it further. But I guess I'm getting ahead of the goose here. Okay? All right. Anyways. So, yeah. That is everything that happened on Tuesday night, right before the trial. Right? Overall, like, there possibly are arguments within this that will just work, but for what it's worth, knowing what we know now, I don't want to spend a ton of time going through this because we are going to be getting a lot more information coming forward. All right. He keeps pissing off the judge. So, this is where I'm just going to say, I don't know. Like, again, I want to be, like, I gotta be, like, super fucking real here. When I say I don't know, what I specifically mean is we don't have any information that I find reliable. Okay? We don't have any information that I find reliable with regard to this case. So, yesterday, Darius drove to fucking Florida, gets to the courthouse, and he's gonna he wore the mouse suit into the courthouse.
Not even joking.
All right.
You guys know the meme, Success Baby?
So, here you go.
Oh.
You know about the consequences? Yeah, being forced to have the jury be instructed to assume whatever else is produced
Dude, I saw
is
Mr.
real.
Mooten. Mr. Mooten. Okay, you guys know that, like, I saw Mr. Mooten. He there was like I don't even know what was happening because I came in late. Do you guys know the baby that's like Success Baby? He did one of those numbers, success babies. So I'm assuming it's going in a good direction. like not even joking.
So basically, if you don't know, right, Darius like gets there, goes into the courtroom. Well, oh yeah, he discovers chickens in Miami for some reason. Sorry, look at this shit. This shit's
It's
so
a good
cool.
omen of new life.
True.
Yeah, this
Being
is
born
neat.
again and starting over. Wow, that's beautiful. Genuinely.
Yeah, so like I just think it's like cool they just have like fucking chickens. I just need to show you guys that. Anyways, sorry. I digress. Okay, I digress. This is just watched all this yesterday. Okay. So, what ends up happening is Darius goes into the courtroom. He comes back out about 5 minutes later, or like 10 minutes later, I should say. All right, you can see it here.
There's
There's a EDM rave on Saturday, Sunday. I'm gonna try and go to if you want to go. If you'd like to go, it's gonna be Subtronics. Do you know them?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be yeah, they're awesome. Yeah, they're gonna be here during that, so I'm excited to see them. And stream if you're going in. Bro, get chickens, peacocks, and ducks everywhere. Look at skinny ass under.
In Orlando, there's just wild peacocks. That's where I went to school. You just see like rich people just the peacocks. Just
Oh,
in the
that's
backyard,
that's
just
bougie.
fly out.
That's bougie as hell. Is that Mr. Butler?
Benji's behind us.
Who's that? Okay, no, that's the one. This way? Oh, wait, I do know that person. Wait, I'm streaming. I'm about to turn it off. was like, why do I know that guy?
So he disappears in the courtroom for about 10 minutes. And then when he comes out is like when he does the mutant success
Don't boot
baby
me. Please
thing.
don't boot me. Please don't boot me. Please don't fucking boot me. Please don't boot me. Please don't boot me. Please don't boot me.
Oh yeah, because he forgot to pay for the parking for his car. So he's like freaking out, and then he's like, I have to pay a lot for parking. Then he comes back, explains success baby. Basically, if you are hag coded, right? You are using memes from like 2013 because you are stunted in your growth. Right? This is what Mutin apparently did. Darius is old. All right, let's just be real.
Oh, looker. Look at man.
So Darius walks up, and he's gonna go back in.
Boss baby, it's success. Dude, you guys don't know fucking success baby. You're retarded.
Right? Disappears for like 45 minutes, and then he comes out around here.
I think that's the Jane girl. Why is her name the name you give like someone for spoiling?
There we go.
The spoilation meme because they keep on asking for spoilation, but it sounds like the judge is not going to do that. She's really mad at the ladies. I think that's the Jane girl. Why is her name the name you give like someone when you don't know their name? We didn't hear you. What?
Like, why is her name secret? Asks Darius. Okay. I think anything Destiny, Darius, any of these people say, I sit here, okay? I sit here and I say to myself, why? Why is this happening? Like, this is the only real information that we have. You know? And that's the thing. You're not getting these leaks from Pixie's side.
The judge was mad as a...
Yeah, according to them, this is the 100th time Pixie team's gotten reamed by the judge. Yeah, I remember the one that you were able to call into, like, a Zoom meeting and shit. I called into that, right? I called in to that, and I totally fucking real with you. Brettler got yelled at a bunch too, because Brettler is kind of apparently an asshole. Okay. So, yeah, like, I think the judge is just being, if I'm going to be honest, she just seems like very businesslike and realizes that there is a bit of a spectacle here, but it's not just like this one-sided thing. That's what the way I got the vibe when I listened to that one call that you were able to call in on. I also do think that she was pretty aggressive to Pixie's team as well, so.
Motherfucker. He's not allowed to... Am I allowed to say? Am I allowed to say anything? Move your truck? I do need to move my truck in like 10 minutes, in an hour. But please say that again. Yeah, she doesn't agree that anything was spoilated at all. Like, she doesn't believe anything was spoilated, like, at all. Like, she's, like, asking them, she's giving them, like, a day or two to, like, produce, like, some reasons for if stuff was spoilated.
So, she doesn't believe it happened, but she's giving them a day or two to submit evidence of what the spoliation is. It seems that she didn't believe the evidence that they had, and they need to fix the arguments a little bit. It's not really a crazy thing. It makes perfect fucking sense, but...
And they said, like, yeah, if you could do that, then, like, you guys would probably have a trial at some point. And then, like, you would have to, like, prove this to a trial, but I'm not seeing any spoilation here. But they keep saying, like, dude, the lady said something along the lines that was like, I don't have the best memory. My brain isn't 100%, like, accurate, but I'm pretty sure we contacted them about the Dan Saltman screenshots.
I have no idea what Darius is trying to talk about right now. I have literally no idea what that is. I believe it might be messages between Dan Saltman and Pixie, where Dan told Pixie to sue Destiny, right? I think that's possibly what that is, but this one made zero sense to me when I listened to it.
So apparently,
chickens are still there, by the way.
now other people might have, like maybe because Mr. Mooten and them, everyone's smarter than me, so maybe someone else will know more. But it looks like, so understanding what's going on is they have 24 hours to submit some stuff. Then they're going to take a whole bunch of stuff off seal, and they need to give them docket numbers. What does that mean? Because they said they both can choose to unseal a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, they need to give them docket numbers because they're going to need to file things into the docket. Oh, yeah, Destiny talks about it on a stream with Moon. Yes, I have that as well. Okay, I have that as well. We're going to do both.
They just have to give them the docket numbers to unseal everything.
Who is winning? I don't care enough to follow it. In my eyes, it's still probably it's gonna be Destiny, like, wins the court case. Loses millions of dollars, wins the court case. So, you know.
What does that mean?
Drama Frogs are winning?
She said she's tired of having a
we are.
bunch of dockets over and over again, and she says things keep getting submitted. Like, I just got things submitted yesterday, and like, I think the stuff where she was actually, I realized they were talking about my stream, because they were talking about how he on my stream said that he sent a message to Rose or whatever. They're saying that that's what he did.
Yeah, because on your stream he said he sent a message to Rose on Facebook because he got triggered out by Aiden. And honestly, you know what's like fucking like wild to me, man? Like, Aiden is like pivotal at this point. And it's just, that doesn't feel good because it's Aiden, but you know. Hey Rose. You know.
But then he said, I don't have that. Like, I didn't do it. I think, so it sounds like he was trolling when he said it on my stream to just own FMJ in an argument, and then he didn't have the log of it, or something else is happening. Which I don't, listen, the law decides that, not me.
Yeah. Darius came in deny. It seems like Destiny's just lying about shit.
A docket is an official court record. Twigs is looking for you.
Is it because Aiden's Jewish? I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh, it's perfect she's here. Because then I can go back inside.
Alright, so Darius comes out, and now
Did you guys give Twigs a location?
we're going to skip
Did you talk about
ahead
a court date? They said
because he
it
goes
wouldn't
back
even be
in
this year
to
if
find
it
his
was- if it was a
friends.
trial. It wouldn't even be,
I
if it
shit
goes
you
to-
not, he goes back into the courtroom to find his friends. Which is, like, awesome. Just awesome, man. Like, it really adds to the gravitas of this court date that Darius can just go in and out and just, like, talk shit and whatever in between, like, this going on. He's trying to subpoena the messages Destiny keeps referencing during Spurg fights, and he's saying he's given them everything. Yeah, I know. That is what the first case of spoliation is. Because on Wick stream, when Destiny was arguing with Aiden, you get the original one, right? So,
I didn't have anything to wear. I was like, I have to have pants on. I only have one pair of pants in my car. Like,
You obviously look great. Especially today, you look like
thank you. Oh yeah, I stole from the. Oh god, I already forgot. I am Twigs.
so this is Twigs. All right. I know nothing about this person.
I ran around the other car.
And I don't
like,
really,
times.
I gotta be clear, I don't know
The
why,
other one-
but I feel if they go do shit, this is going to get worse.
It's Darius.
This is Mooks. Mooks went into the courtroom, was in the courtroom, and took notes apparently.
That was actually a pretty good shot. Wait, get the.
So I'm hoping there's a Mooks note stream. Okay.
Alright, you stand over there.
yes, dude.
Yeah. Oh, it's such a good shot. All right, businesswoman moves.
I took so many notes. Here's my schizophrenic rambling.
I love that.
So these are like.
Like, can we just, like, there's something I do want to make note of, like, during this, right? Is, like, here. Like, right here.
So we didn't have a notebook, and you're not allowed to take your phone in. So we had.
Fuck off. God damn it. Cake player is, like, a little bit of ass.
Out on it. If I could do what I wanted to do. What are you doing?
Did I go too far? I think I went too far. I think I went too far.
Your film now.
So we didn't have a notebook, and you're not allowed to take your phone in. So we had to take notes.
Pants in my car.
I'm gonna die. I saw that Darius and Twig's going to sushi tonight with Destiny. Yeah, I'm not that interested.
God, I already forgot. Hi, I'm Twig. Nice to meet you.
It doesn't play into, like, what I want to do tonight, so.
I ran around the other courthouse like 4 times. So
I'm gonna die. I'm so mad.
No, it's the other one. There's like 7.
I'm so mad. Alright, I'm here to A-log.
It's Gary's stream.
Okay. I am here to A-log.
That was actually a pretty good shot. Wait, get the buildings in the background.
Alright.
Alright, you stand over there.
Yes, dude.
Yeah. Oh, it's such a good shot. Alright.
I'm not, you're just letting you know.
Woman moves.
I took so many notes. Here's my schizophrenic rambling.
So, obviously, we can't read this, right? Obviously, we can't read this. No matter what you do, I wish you the best of fucking luck. But, I do think it's interesting that in between all the notes, okay, in between all of the notes, it does appear that Mooks has drawn an eye, and what possibly could be a loli figure of some kind. I assume I am making these assumptions based on that. But yeah, so there's like notes. I'm assuming at some point Mooks will go over this. I want that. I want so badly to know what her notes are. Just because I need to know. I just, like, actually fucking need to know. So, this goes on for a little bit, and then eventually Darius meets up with Destiny. Alright, there's no way to zoom in on it. No, it's not good enough quality, man. It's a live stream.
A white face. See if we can find it. You can. We'll just wait.
Well, apparently she's getting fed and like taken care of by like a butler over there. But she's still. But I don't.
A butler?
Okay, so Steven.
Hello.
Welcome. This is the first response on GSN News on your case.
GSN News?
Yes.
How did you feel it went? Were you in there?
Yes, I was there.
Oh, yeah?
I saw.
Late.
I was late, but I saw enough.
That's okay. You guys were quiet. You were all well behaved. I appreciate
Yes,
that.
I'm never bad. I'm never bad. I'm digging the hair, Mood. Mood, how do you feel it went? Actually, let's start with you.
I feel like it went well. It sounds like maybe early September it could get ruled on the MSJ.
Well, I thought that you were saying something like you have to do something by Monday, and then if you don't do it by Monday, then if they can prove spoliation, then you have to go to trial or something. You have to go to like a jury trial. Am I like fucking retarded?
But it's more whether or not it's just getting the MSJ ruling by early September. Early September for MSJ ruling. Maybe next 2 weeks for evidentiary hearing around the spoliation.
Mm-hmm.
She also says she doesn't think it's looking like spoliation. She directs.
Yeah, so MSJ for September, and it's like in 2 weeks, they have this like spoliation hearing. The MSJ would be the motion for summary judgment. So to completely expunge the case, aka what Destiny was saying he was going to do for God knows how long. All right, pretty much like, the 2 more weeks, right? So in 2 more weeks, all right, they are going to have the spoliation hearing. I don't believe the MSJ hearing. Could be wrong. I don't believe it's the MSJ hearing. I think it's the spoliation hearing. And then after that, maybe you get that. But if it goes to court, that would be in September, right? Now, or that would be in, you'll see. So I have issues, and I guess, like, I'm a little confused. And there's, like, one thing I really don't understand, but we'll let this play through.
Yeah, I know. She said like a bunch of times.
They were super unprepared on everything, and they couldn't make any. They couldn't make legal arguments or other factual arguments. So she's basically giving them the opportunity to giving them a redo. Yes.
yeah.
That's what this is we're going to do a redo because they weren't prepared for anything today. They were shuffling their notes. They had no fucking idea what they were arguing.
They spent an hour like going through notes.
Yeah.
And the courtroom was silent.
Yeah, even with the thing with where they were trying to recall what they were saying to Dan or whatever about the.
Oh,
she's like, and she's like, I can't remember.
So
I'm like, bruh, like.
Especially because they're, and I know she doesn't care because it's not, I'm not the plaintiff or whatever, like, they're going through technically, they're just giving discovery violations really on their side.
Yeah.
Because, like, we were never made available any of the stuff that they supposedly have.
And they're like, I'm like, they're like not 100% sure, but how could you even like go up to a judge and say like, my brain doesn't work sometimes, so I don't know if I'm correct or right here, and that's like okay.
That's bullshit because one, if you're a lawyer, you memorize your calls usually on a notepad, and
that's
these fuckers are emailing each other back and forth constantly about shit that they talk about on their meetings.
Yeah, and all their stuff on you is about communication that you had with other people.
Yeah.
So it's like you would think that would be like.
Yeah, it's fucking retarded.
Yeah, that sucks. Well, it's
so
still going on. I thought.
Can we just say, as we're looking through all of this, there is nothing to be gained from any bit of what they're talking about, other than like the thing Mooten said that in 2 weeks they'll have a spoliation hearing. And then after that, maybe a motion for summary judgment in September. Now, I may be a little bit confused here because I recall, all right, this phone call that had occurred back in like, I think March, and there was supposed to be the trial date on August 10th. And then that got pushed back because of the spoliation thing. So I'm a little fucked up because I don't understand how the motion for summary judgment, right, even works. Notice how they're a lot less hyped now than they will be later in their cope stream? I mean, I guess. Probably haven't thought about it very much. Like, if you watch out the rest of this, like, Darius is like, yeah, we're gonna go eat with them, but we're not allowed to stream the dinner, right? So,
like,
that is a thing.
The next hearing, I think, that'll be the good memes.
Yeah, well, that's gonna be not another do-over. Like, it was so cringe that there were times where, because they kept going back and forth between the two of them, and then at one point, Judge Becerra was like, you need to figure out who's going to do the presentation.
Yeah. There's he kept doing a tag team. Yeah.
She's like, which one of you are like really the counsel?
Yeah, because he didn't know anything, and then she would have to repeat even the dates. April 30th, he couldn't like bring that up. He couldn't figure out which day it was.
It's like, it all seems very deeply unserious on their side. Like, they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know the dates on anything. Their exhibits are
I noticed.
They have no.
I know she was repeatedly asking for proof, and they were just talking about like almost like it was like a debate.
So even this, like, they don't know what they're asking for. Yeah, they might not remember specific dates. I feel like that's like it is like often a confer with counsel thing to begin with. It does sound bad, but again, I don't really trust these guys to begin with, having listened in to that one hearing that was had to begin with, dude.
Like, it was a Twitch.
It was a Twitch stream.
We were like, did you go to John's house last night? And they're like, I was in my car and I drove to so many places all throughout last week. And she has to say, like, listen to the words I'm saying.
Yeah.
And listen, I need you to answer my question. Yeah, I felt like a high school mock trial.
Yeah.
The teacher is like, I'm teaching you.
I see why you're a little bit more pissed off now, because to spend like that much of your money and also your time with that, and it's so stupid.
Keep in mind, these are like Hail Mary adversarial readings that they're trying to get at the very end here. Because I think they don't think they're going to survive the MSJ, so they're trying to kick the can down the road.
The fact that they brought up something from a stream from like a month ago, and they're trying to use that now, I'm like, that's why it's like, oh, that's reason to believe that they need they need this specific thing.
She was literally like, I don't know why.
You know, like, the thing is, though, was there not, like, a whole thing to try to say, hey, don't, like, protect, don't do things to harass plaintiff, was, like, one of the first rulings. And he just, like, completely, immediately started doing that shit. Side note, total side note, this is apparently Mooks's. I'm assuming this is Mooks's husband. No one's told me this. I'm just making the assumption because I've heard that her husband is a kind of wispy femboy type. And that's what this guy seems like to me. Have you even asked about the messages you don't know if you have? Yeah. Anyways.
You're telling me this. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you
They haven't filed anything. Yeah, you don't just go to the. It's not like small claims court where you have like a rent dispute. And you do it then and there. Like, yeah, we have this. And again, I'm also glad she's stressed. I hope she knows what the blood.
Yeah, which is why there is now an evidentiary hearing for the spoliation stuff.
Is that the docket is so fucking busy.
Yeah.
It is such an insanely crowded docket. There's so much.
Always complaining about how many things have been filed within this docket, when again, it is. I don't even know if it's a lot. All of it makes sense. Not to mention, like, for every actual thing, there's 5 of Destiny's lawyer team and Pixie's lawyer team not agreeing and requesting the judge to do something.
Random fucking shit filed.
What does it mean if you said you have to go through an unsealed?
now, then it leads other people to do stupid shit like that.
Yeah. She said it's
What-
ridiculous.
You have to
that the docket
fight
is
it
this
out.
big.
Yeah. What does it mean if you are unsealing?
Okay, so in highly sensitive cases and highly sensitive material, let's say if somebody wants to make available, this is a private person, and there's a video or an image of something crazy like that, they might not want to. When you file something in a court, everything has to be filed as part of the public record because our court cases are public matters of public record. Now, for not exceptional, but for a somewhat exceptional relief, you can say you can file this document so that the public can't see it and only I can see it. You can redact certain parts. The problem is that because Pixie's an unserious fucking internet brain spoiled white girl, in her mind she was like, I don't want my name tied to anything. And then she's telling all the witnesses, oh, if you want, you can silence all these things and your name can be private the entire time. That's not how fucking federal court works. So the judge today was like, I don't know why you're trying to seal fucking everything.
Yeah.
It's not just like a secret fucking email argument or like a Reddit mod argument. Like, if we're going to do a public court case, everything has to be part of the public record.
Yeah.
But they try to seal every fucking thing they file. And they tell every affidavit filer, every person that comes forward, oh, we'll keep all your stuff private, don't worry. While they're trying to file affidavits in a public court case.
Does that mean when they ask you guys to unseal it, does that mean that it's can be brought? What's the does this make it so people publicly can't see this? Why does the judge care?
Well, the judge probably cares now because there's so many requests to seal everything.
Oh, okay.
Generally speaking, my guess is, in a good faith court case,
The judge cares because you also have to prove why you want that stuff sealed in the first place. Which is why a big part of the early trial was getting it so that Pixie didn't put her name on the record. Not that Destiny hasn't just said her name in public since all this shit started, right? This is the temperament of a guy who had a good day in court. Yeah, good day in court is you're just chilling entirely, right? Let's be fucking real. You know, you don't have much to say, just yeah, we got this one, guys.
when you file something,
But it's no, we have to explain it as far down as we can, right?
It's not going to be opposed by the other team.
Oh,
there's probably a really good reason to file it under seal.
Now, for what it's worth, he could have had a good day, but it's that good day still means that he has a bunch more days that he has to do now, right?
Okay.
Right? But if you're just trying to seal fucking everything, well, of course we're going to oppose everything.
Yeah.
Also because what they're doing, another thing they're trying to do is they're trying to use their filing under seals. They're not really.
We are going to oppose everything just so that way we can, right? No. That in and of itself is why the docket is the way it is. If you're being purposefully antagonistic to every single thing, yeah, you're doubling the docket size right there. And then there's a response from that as well on the docket.
They don't give a fuck about that. They're trying to gag me so that if I mention something accidentally on stream
Yeah,
or whatever,
yeah.
then they
They're
can try
they
to
have
sanctions.
this.
Yeah.
Mention something accidentally on stream. Accidentally. If I just blurt out somebody's name, home address, and what their dad does for a living, right? Accidental, dude. Shut the fuck up. Zero responsibility.
Yeah.
So because they didn't get their gag order, the judge shot that down completely. So you can't gag a civil trial. They try to file every single thing under seal. So if I accidentally say a name or say something, they're like, oh, well now you violated this protection order. You need to sanction them. That's what they're trying to do.
Gotcha. Yeah, I know you mentioned the protective order thing. What are protective orders so you don't? She was saying it so you don't.
That might actually be why he's like angry. Nobody really brings this up that much, I feel.
Don't talk about stuff on
Well,
stream
now, so,
or post
because
it on
in
stream.
a party case, it is assumed by default that the plaintiff can file under a pseudonym. But that's because usually the plaintiffs in these cases are, let's say you're a woman, and let's say you post your revenge point of view online. Well, you don't want your name tied to a court case about your revenge point that you don't want, because why would you ever bring forth a case if you're a woman? The issue in this case, though, is that
she's already made
public
it
figure.
public.
She's just trying to protect her name.
She's a public figure. A minor public figure. Destiny sounds like food shops. Other way around, man. Other way around.
Which isn't what this is supposed to be for. So it's all just fucking retarded.
In the last second filings of new witnesses, even though everything's closed.
I'm glad they got reamed for that. I knew they would get reamed for that.
Yeah,
oh my
god,
she was really mad. She spent like the first like 15 minutes of this case was her like the last minute filings are crazy and they have to stop. I don't know how you expect me to read these. Yeah.
Well, that's like, and this is like something we don't really know about. But yeah, that seems absolutely like something the judge could say. It is crazy, the last minute filings. Understand Destiny did respond last minute as well for something that was not necessarily something that had to be gone over in this hearing. Could have been separate, but...
I know she's missed. He was even saying like there's 250 docket entries for a civil case.
Yeah, you were talking about that. Yeah, it seemed like it was overwhelming. So it's probably not going to trial. She said it wasn't going to be. If it went to trial, it would be next year.
It would be next year.
Probably January or February. Yeah. She said
it sounded like February.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it sounded like February. I think it sounds like they're going to trial. Okay. Like.
And that's assuming that they don't file any other magical things.
Have they shown up once?
Who?
Yeah, Pixie or...
She took one time to a preliminary injunction. Otherwise,
She might have to show up for the next one.
Living, no, she won't. They don't bring fucking. They won't have anything. They don't give a fuck. They don't have anybody to testify. It's just about kicking.
They don't need to show up. It's not necessary for you to show up for motion hearings. That's why you get lawyers.
Do you have to show up?
She hand waved her studying for the finals or whatever because it's obviously
Because obviously a joke.
Yeah.
I don't have to, but like
But
I give a shit.
yeah,
I want to
like,
convey
it's
that
a
I
good
give a
faith,
shit.
yeah.
And I
I want to convey that I give a shit.
want to demonstrate that I look like, because I'm prepared to testify at any point in time. I'll give testimony for anything they ask.
Yeah, the next evidentiary hearing in maybe 2 weeks is going to be, that's the keynote one.
2 more weeks, guys. 2 more weeks. 2 more weeks. I didn't even realize that was a meme. When I made the fucking, like, you know, I've been shooting pretty fucking straight on fucking tweets lately, man. I didn't even know that 2 more weeks was, like, the meme when I made this. But, like, people keep saying, like, 2 more weeks and shit in the fucking comments of that, and I've literally only recently learned that, right? It's super cool. But yeah, this one did fucking numbers, man.
Okay, well.
How much do you think he's paid that as lawyer so far? Like 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, somewhere like that. Yeah, 2 more weeks, yeah. Because like it's gonna get dismissed in 2 weeks, I guess, was always the thing.
There you go. Well, it sounds like it went well, but it seems like it's kind of annoying for you because you still have to deal with it. So that's.
I mean, like, yeah, it goes
It's
well,
not-
but it's like it's not.
Yeah, but that's how it's always going. It's always going well,
Yeah,
but it's never
and like
ending.
I'm like winning, but like not really because the other side has nothing at stake,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it's just dragging it all out for me.
Yeah, and it's just paying, and you're just sending it more and longer. So that's unfortunate, but. Well, I guess now let's all go drink and like just go talk about stuff and get some food, huh?
Yeah.
Or get some food.
4 o'clock drink session. Let's go.
Yes, let's do it. Fuck it.
You have my ID, don't you?
Oh, I do. Yeah, actually. Leave that right here.
Can we talk about how fucking awesome this shit is? That they're just like, yeah, let's go get fucked up. And it's like 4 in the afternoon. And Darius is like, let's go get fucked up, Steve. You can molest a new girl tonight.
Have you shown them your map?
Legitimately dressed like a teenager at a funeral. Who, Mooks? She looks nice. Mooks looks fine. Okay. Mooten also looks fine. I have no complaints there. He looks thinner than he does on stream, but...
Don't give it to me now.
Oh, yeah, think I read the chat. Actually, I think
Snarkers in shambles, rip bozo is what they're spamming.
What is the pose? It's something along those lines. So I was just here. We're gonna probably lunch after this.
So yeah,
Thank you, Bert.
Yeah, but I want
I love. Are you digging in the buzz head?
ooh, what was that?
again?
We're gonna probably lunch after this.
Yeah, sure, yeah. We're probably will.
Thank you, Bert.
Yeah, but I want
I love. Are you digging in? So I was just here. We're gonna probably lunch after this.
We're probably gonna bump up bumming.
Yeah, sure, yeah. We're probably will.
Thank you, Bert.
Yeah, but I want
I love. Are you digging in the buzz head?
Interesting.
Say again?
Are you digging the buzz head?
Wait, are you streaming us going to lunch?
I don't have to. No.
What?
I don't have to.
Were you planning on it?
No. I was planning on ending after this.
Okay. Well, when you're done, we can decide where we're going to go eat.
Okay. Well, let me know. You got my number? You got my number? Okay. Just let me know.
So yeah, Destiny doesn't want to stream lunch, or whatever. All right, so they do lunch, and then Destiny brings in his best buddy Mooten. Oh, by the way, there are ads on fucking Kick now. And I don't know what to do about this. I think this is crazy to me. I don't know what to say about this. This is insane. There are ads on Kick now. Okay? And yeah, I'm going to kind of let this one play because, wow, insane greed. Oh my god, shut up, man. They make billions. Dude, I don't fucking care. Whatever, man. Okay? It's like, whatever. Alright? So, Destiny comes on stream with Mooten. Okay. How much time does it skip forward? 30 seconds and then back is 10, I think.
Funny. You're unmuted, by the way.
Good. Is it working?
What do you
I'm
mean?
not seeing my level move.
It's there.
Test, test. Oh, okay, it is.
Oh yeah, do you want to do some testing?
Well, I mean, your sound is usually fucked up.
No,
so
it's not. We only have one. Oh, you're not even in the fucking frame.
I'd have to move over.
Well, that's what you do.
Am I in the frame now? Oh.
You can see yourself. Have you ever streamed before?
No. I don't do that. Why do you have Pepe top right?
Oh, that's what you use for the thing.
Well, it's over. We won.
Why are you shilling for Kick? What if I'm just saying like I don't care if they have ads? That's what I mean. I don't care if Kick has ads. And honestly, I think it's like kind of lame to complain about.
Was this the first court thing you've ever attended before?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy it? Was it fun?
I enjoyed it. It was interesting, and now I'm curious if in the future, if every attorney is going to be as like wholly unprepared as Doe's counsel. It was embarrassing, and I got secondhand embarrassment from it. I wish you all could have seen it. It was worth going to. This was worth a flight.
So I think it started off with
I'll get my notes out too.
like 15 minutes of her reaming the fuck out of them for like the last minute filings. Thank God. I keep getting mindfucked because I see so many internet retard lawyers.
Okay. I can't believe you engage in unethical consumption under capital. All right. Keep cozying up to the billion-dollar company's bootlicker. Okay, buddy. Well, here's the thing. You want me to not? Fill the bar.
There's like talking.
Then I'll be meaner to them, maybe. Probably not, because I just don't give a shit about ads on a platform.
About like, oh, this is good, blah, blah, blah. But like I expected, they got. Oh, you got quotes. Okay.
Yeah, there's a guy in there who had a computer and was taking notes, so based. Judge Becerra said, I do not know what is going on with all of you, but filing day before or morning of, not in day before or 20 minutes before, it's impossible to adequately prepare for things to be filed day before, and it's boggling my mind. We do not litigate by email. Arguments back and forth on email, not in the record, not litigate by email. This is no way to litigate before here. Next hearing, if day before...
Yeah. So, if an email is sent, and then Destiny's team responds to it, saying, no, I have no idea, we're going to make counter accusations, and then you stammer for a couple of days, when they could have filed it a week ago, okay.
Or I'll strike it. No emergency here. We cannot hold hearings like this. That's the. It's not 1-to-1, but that's the gist.
There's probably 15 minutes of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
Yeah, Destiny stress eating a family-sized bag of M&Ms. Brother. Yeah, like, the energy of this is horrifically bad. Right? It's not, it feels bad, fundamentally, that he's just eating tons of shit.
They don't seem to understand what spoliation is. One of the big problems, and I don't know if they'll ever bring up, like, I just don't know if we'll ever make these arguments or whatever. But one of the big problems is I legitimately believe that I don't think that the actual law firm that's hosting this cares about this case. I think Joan is like the one who's personally motivated.
So, they don't know what spoliation is. Yet, we have a spoliation evidentiary hearing. They filed under spoliation, referenced the law multiple fucking times in their filings. No idea what the fuck it is, though. It just extended your court case by like 2-3 fucking months, right? By like 2-3 months, the spoliation shit extended your court case for literally nothing.
But I think she's getting everything from like AI and like Kiwi Farms. Like that's where all of her arguments are coming from. So the argument for spoliation means that you've asked for evidence from me. Not only have I not produced it, but you have good reason to believe that I've destroyed the evidence.
Okay. So, like, they're arguing, he's made this argument before, that Kiwi Farms' arguments are being made, right? He has constantly held this line about the spoliation thing, is that it's a Kiwi Farms argument. Not that a lawyer and law firm who they obviously are gonna care about a court case they're in because a loss would look bad on their law firm, right? Quite literally, they must care. All of this is just generally insane. It's why I hate Destiny content. But I'm okay doing some trial content, okay? I'm okay doing some trial content. He can't admit he destroyed evidence or didn't handle it properly. Yep.
That's what that means.
Like, you have destroyed it in bad faith.
Yeah, not like there was something from 2023 that maybe you should have, but you don't. Not that like there's something that we wish you would have given us, but you didn't.
No, it's like you knew.
Yeah,
you
and
had to keep this
you were
and
on
you
notice, yeah.
destroyed it.
And listening to them, it's one of the things, I guess, like in a way it's funny because I'm so successful in life or whatever, but like if I was like more fucked in life, I would be so irritated at how much of a fucking joke the opposing counsel treats this lawsuit. Like there were this almost could have been like an ex parte hearing.
Yeah.
Like we almost didn't even need to show up for this.
Brettler said less than 100.
Yeah. No, you didn't need to show up. You earlier said you didn't need to show up for this. Just your lawyers need to show up.
Yeah, it was because like the judge was just running down their arguments, and it was like fucking. They had no clue what they were doing. Like there were things where they would say like on some of these motions for spoliation, or on some of the things you're arguing about for spoliation, she was like I'm surprised it wasn't just a phone call with the judge. Well, the problem, Kafka, is I don't know. First of all, she was a lot more familiar with the case than I assumed, which was nice.
Yeah, she was very familiar. I have a little bit extra here, maybe to get to Kafka's stuff. She said, I assume you all prepared to make arguments and have evidence. Hope you have witnesses and arguments. Otherwise, it's going to be like pretty easy. And then she goes and talks about.
Oh, before we started anything, she's like, "There's evidence. I hope you guys have good evidence with you today." Yeah, and looking over at opposing counsel, nobody's there ever because they never have fucking anybody because none of the people involved in the case over there fucking care about it at all.
As far as witnesses, we asked that this is only arguments. Involves intentional destruction of the category of the court. Yeah, I don't know.
So everything having to do with they were trying to run down these arguments. So like, well, one of the big issues is that did Pixie show up? Pixie's never attending any of these.
But
she doesn't give a fuck. They don't care.
Did show up.
Joan did show up
She
for
was
once, which is
there.
crazy. But I think it's because Carlos or whoever they're whoever is whatever had no clue what the
Boy, lads, Metalloid Sword here. Is it true?
We can get to that later.
Yeah, the problem is that like the tech arguments are just like completely lost on these people. Fuck.
I'm sure you saved the video of Rose. You screenshotted a doxer. Yep.
If you complain about the mic, I'm just leaving. Okay, I don't have time to set up 2 mics or whatever. I don't give a fuck. Okay.
This is awesome, dude. This is so cool.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
This is... This certainly feels like they're trying to get ahead of it. That, like, there is actually going to be worse shit coming out.
Turn your fucking volume up or catch the YouTube video and suck a dick. Sure. the fuck. What was I just saying?
Carlos or whoever was.
That deposition is so bad for him. Yeah, that's why we're gonna get to it, man.
Wholly unprepared.
The things that they're trying to.
And you know, like, you know what fucking pisses me off? Is people complaining I'm doing a morale segment when I feed legal documents into Grok and then I ask it to read it line by line for me. And then people are like, you're doing a morale segment. You're doing a morale segment. So now I just have to read it myself. I guess that's fair, but whatever.
Claim that I'm not providing them, and I'm happy because like the judge is like, hold on. You
They
talk for a
claimed
second.
6 things that you weren't providing them, and they claimed that 6 things were spoliation.
Go.
I don't know if I have it.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Yeah. Okay. So I think the issue that you ran into was like they'll say things like there were like 22 files that were provided to yeah, and like he deleted all the.
Was that board thing? Basically, if you donate, it spins and it makes the whirring sound, and then it puts your message up on the board. Yeah, the board's so cool. Yeah.
Files. So that's like spoliation.
Browse a dropout, and you're like a functioning ogre. Okay.
And it's like, first of all, we've never said that at all. Number one. Number two, like you're comparing the like link of a file, saying that like you don't have like the actual underlying file, which I'm not even sure they asked for. But even if they did ask for it, I don't know if I would ever turn that over. But it was just like every single time, and I've said this before. Now for this hearing, it's another one. Every time I go to these hearings, it's a huge.
Why don't you have a cool board? Because I don't.
Fucking reality check on all the crazy retarded shit on the crazy retarded shit that people are saying that like the judges is totally not at all on board with. Like when they're saying, it's like, oh well, we think there were 22 explicit videos that he sent to this person, he didn't provide them. The judge is like, why would he provide you? Why would he send all of that? That's crazy. Why would you?
Why?
Like, especially in this court case. Why? Yeah, and it's like, thank you. Yeah, it's so fucking stupid.
And they were like, well, it could be dough or whatever. And it's like, well, you need to show me proof
yeah.
that it is.
And then also, yeah, because everybody online and like.
When was the last time you made a meaningful update to your streaming setup? Like a few months ago when we got the new webcam. Now we have a new moth. I got a controller. I got new lighting. I got a new fan that's quieter. Like, yeah. What? Like, I don't know, man. What's up, Kyle?
Like I said, this is why I think that everybody is having like a misunderstanding of like what spoliation is.
Yeah, I can like threaten you at like fucking record speed. Right? When are you gonna upgrade the streamer? Good question.
You can't claim like I think that you sent this thing to a person, and it's like, okay, well I didn't, and like I need you to prove every single communication you've ever had with that person ever, and it's like, okay, I don't even know why. I don't think I even have this. It's like, okay, well that means that we're gonna get an adversary rating because you spoliated all the evidence, you deleted it, and we know that since you deleted it, you had it. And she had to correct them so many times. She had to correct them so many times, saying that just because like you guys have a disagreement on a thing doesn't mean you automatically win, and they couldn't understand that.
It felt like we were watching Suits, but like the Suits guys went to do like a mock trial with a bunch of like high schoolers, and they were actually explaining how to do law. That's genuinely what it felt like.
This is like this is a wild reading for the judge saying, yeah, go ahead, submit your evidence, we can look at this another day. It kind of sounds like the judge was ready to talk about the first thing, which is the Wick solo thing, right? And then they added in this other part because it's like, yeah, they, did get records from this person, okay, Leilana, shortly before all of this like occurred. And then they just had to kind of push the hearing date back to do it again, right?
Like it was so bad.
True. Okay, any other big things?
Why are you mad at that?
There's just fucking retarded. I'd rather go do. I got other shit I can do tonight. Any other huge things you remember from this?
Yeah, so none of the outbounds were produced is what they claimed about the 22 outbound files. The second was there were 2 media files, apparently on April 24th and May 5th from 2023 that
they were trying to claim. They're having disagreements over like one of the spreadsheets we gave them that like we forgot to put 2 links on the spreadsheet that were in like another thing we provided, and they're like, this is evidence that like you've deleted it all.
Yeah.
It's all of the arguments were strained as fuck. Yes. And I think it was funny because I think the judge was even saying or something. She was like, that's a stretch. Like that's a big stretch.
She was not happy. And then the funniest one of the 6 was the Dan one. Mr. Saltman.
It's a stretch But it's like, that doesn't mean the judge said that that's not true. Okay.
They wanted every single message that Destiny and Dan have ever sent each other in its entirety. But they never subpoenaed Dan. They never asked Dan for deposition. And the judge brought all this up, and they were like, well, no, we didn't ask for it. And then she was like, okay, so I'm striking that. That's just not even one that we're going to even, like, entertain.
Yeah. Yeah. So, the most annoying thing is that they said that they're going to, is they basically get a do-over on the hearing because they fucked it up so bad. Which,
whole do-over.
I don't understand why.
Yeah, dude. Now they're going to complain about the do-over hearing. Not that it's like a do-over, just that there was recent things that cropped up that seem to support their shit, so they're doing another hearing.
They keep getting chances, but the guess that I have, my guess is that I think she's going to rule favorably on the MSJ. That's my feeling. I think she wants to be like ultra sure, like you guys don't have anything on this, because the claims that they're making on this are really big claims that I'm in like some crazy evidence deletion world. But then when they go to make the arguments to the judge, she's like, none of this is, like, even if some of this was true, this doesn't even count as spoliation. Like, you didn't file a motion to compel on anything. What do I mean by do-over? She gave them until end of day tomorrow to submit their evidence. Because one thing that you guys aren't going to see in the transcript, which is unfortunate, is how much awkward fucking pausing there was, and the looks that Becerra would give when this guy is like stumbling through. Because
her looks were.
Because they don't know, they don't have any of their arguments in line. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. She would ask, like, what was the date of this? And then he's like shuffling shit. He's got to run back. Joanne was getting up to speak so many times. At some point, the judge was like, excuse me, we're not going to do the tag teaming thing. If you want to come up and do this, you can. But I don't know if you want to tell Carlos that he doesn't know what he's talking about. I think she said, if you want to tell him he doesn't know what he's talking about, then come up here and tell him that and then make him sit down. But we're not going to do this back and
then Joanne sat the fuck down.
Yeah, it was.
Which was stupid because she was the only one who knew anything of like the sort. This guy had no idea what the fuck was going on. And you won't see it in the transcript. But as Steve is saying, there's like 10 minutes of fucking awkward silence between when they're like shuffling through their papers to get to the next fucking line. It was crazy, and she had to be out of there by 3:30.
Yeah.
So I felt like they were stalling for time a little bit. But what was the other crazy thing? We had to have like a 30-minute conversation on what the actual date was that you were given notice that you were being sued.
Oh, well, they threw that out. She was like, this, because they were trying to make the argument that, well, the second that his leaks happened, he should have been on notice. And the judge was like,
first of all, do you have any case law?
No. It was funny. She was like, do you have any case, or can you cite any case law for that? I think. And they were like, we don't have any in this circuit. And she was like, any from out of this circuit? And he's like, no. No. So, and she's like, you understand this is obviously ridiculous. As soon as you do something wrong, you're supposed to know that you have to.
So this one I'm not sure about. This might be true. Right? I actually don't know if there is like something that says that as soon as he had these leaks happen, he should have known. Again, I would refer more to him deleting all these messages, sending it in an archive file to Leilana, and then Leilana possibly producing those after the date when he was told to, like, hold everything, right?
Retain every single thing from that point. Like, this isn't how any law works ever. It was so fucking stupid how the arguments these people were making. Oh, my God.
Just giga retarded. But yeah, now...
Will there be a transfer for this? There should be. For the last minute illegal sealing stuff, I don't know if they're going to seal anymore, because that was another thing that Becerra brought up. She's like, I want you to list everything, because she's like, I don't know why there's so much stuff being sealed here. And she reiterated a point that I've given a lot, which is that sealing is like a kind of exceptional thing for court stuff, but Pixie and all the fucking people that are involved on the other side of this, who have nothing to do in their life, I guess, except for trying to fucking snark me, are like, oh, I just want to file my affidavit. I want to
The lawsuit is snarking now. That's awesome, man. That's so cool. That's so great.
I want to keep my name off it. I want to be private. I just want to fill out my fucking statement, and I just want to be private. And I'm sorry, that's not how this works. And yeah, she shouted up through the affidavit game. Because it's like, if you have evidence, submit the evidence. If you want to bring a witness for one fucking time in your life to one of these hearings, bring a witness. But this whole like, I'm just going to fill out affidavit, I want my name to be private. I'm in Canada, and I just don't want to, I didn't want to, like, excuse me, put your fucking name to it, and own up to it, and involve yourself in the process. This half-ass bullshit, like 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and I want to seal my name on everything, is bullshit. So she was like, you guys need to mark every single thing that's sealed, and everything that you don't want to be sealed, and then I'm just going to make a giant fucking ruling on all of it, yeah. Was Doe there remotely? No, she's probably out fucking partying or smoking weed or doing whatever fucking...
It doesn't seem like she cares.
What's the, no, I don't think any of them care. What's the time?
I'm pretty sure she really, really, really cares. I feel like she really, 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 really cares, man.
Like, she really wants to have the MSJ done before October. If she doesn't roll on the MSJ before October, then my trial would be like in January or February.
It sounded like February. Yeah. It was going to be... that.
If the MSJ... Wait... So, it's 2 more weeks for the evidentiary hearing for the spoliation shit. And then it's going to be another 2 weeks until the MSJ, right? Dude. Okay. All right. So we're at like 3. We're at 3 more at least. 3 more, 2 more weeks.
It's going to be far out there.
But it sounds like, based on how
That's
seriously
awesome.
she's treating the spoliation thing and how like much she's giving them one more chance to do it, my guess is that the MSJ is probably in favor for me, unless they've got some crazy thing that they're going to submit by end of day tomorrow. Oh my god.
The judge is acting super, like, favorable towards the plaintiff. Therefore, I'm definitely going to win the MSJ.
What? Let me see if there's anything else that was crazy.
This is epic content, man.
I didn't realize you could just pay a lawyer to fuck too. I don't know who she's paying them. It might just be because they're family friends, so who knows? Just rich people things. Oh my god. Listening to them try to explain where they were like, so you're saying that he deleted. Oh my god. No, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm less triggered by shit. When they were saying the 6th thing is like, Dan Saltman. Yeah, we want all of his messages. And she's like, okay, first of all, how do you know that he deleted anything? And they're like, well, we asked for the messages and we know that they have them because somebody posted a screenshot online of Dan talking about Pixie lying about something. And she's like, I don't, okay. And they're like, well, they're business partners. And she's like, okay. And he's like, and then he goes, well, we think it's highly implausible that he didn't delete a bunch of stuff with his business. And she's like, you think it's implausible that they wouldn't talk about this court case in writing, and then you want me to give you...
Not mentioning that the business partner literally owns a business about deleting old messages. I feel like we're missing some serious context here. I feel like we're missing some real context at this very moment.
When adversarial reading on that, when you try to subpoena him
dude,
in motion,
this is
compel
so
him to do
cool.
anything, and you want me to remember, hold on, just a clear thing, okay? When they're asking for an adversarial reading, they're not saying we want him to get in trouble because he deleted evidence, or we want him to get in trouble and fine him or whatever. They're saying we want the jury to assume the worst, and we're going to tell the jury that they can. So it's not like well, I don't have this and she doesn't have it, so we're going to argue credibility. It would be like the jury is allowed to assume that you said the worst thing or whatever you could basically in these messages, and that's why you deleted them. That's what they're asking for. It's like you didn't even ask for messages. It was just like crazy. Oh my god.
Yeah. So she says, do you have any evidence that they have written communication between the two about like Doe? And then he responds, other than implausibility. No. And then she's
implausibility! First section!
She was like, you think it's implausible? There's no written communication. He was like, very, due to their relationship and that Redact is owned by Saltman. She was like, none of that means Saltman has written communication. Saltman sent defendant a screenshot of P and his communication and they never produced it. I asked you a question. Did you send a subpoena or seek his deposition? No. Then I'm taking this off the list. As best you have is a screenshot sent to Destiny, which arguably should have been produced, but third party not deposed and no evidence.
Yeah, like, so, but the Saltman thing I feel like was like a really small thing to begin with. And they threw that out, but they didn't throw out all the rest of this, right? Maybe you should file an amicus brief about the nature of Dan's Saltman's business, Resi. Maybe.
So fucking retarded. And like half of this stuff was like lost by them, like literally on their own. Like it's not even like us making arguments yet. It's literally just them fucking not understanding the law or their motion or fucking anything else. It was so stupid.
Pretty wacky. Brettler looked good. I liked his suit. I'm not a fan of the Apple Watch, I will say.
Listen, those are business cats. They're trying to do work. Oh, the when they were trying to make they didn't bring up any of the expert witness arguments at all.
They
which
brought
is
up Pena a little bit.
Barely. No, because Becerra was, but they didn't bring any of his arguments up.
No.
Yeah, because that's supposed to be for the next evidentiary hearing. Which you already said because, like, they reamed them out about early filings and shit. And there what is now some filings on that. It's probably the next hearing is when you're going to hear anything about that to begin with, but...
Because I don't think that they understand them. Because they were having a big, difficult time.
I don't know if Becerra's going to be able to understand them, which is an issue, because the judge should be able to...
Well, the judge, no. If the judge can't understand it, it's going to get tossed. Yeah, I thought because she's not stupid. Because she seemed to, because like she corrected them when they were like, we think he's deleted these things. Like, why? Well, because he sent the file name without the file. She's like, these aren't the same thing. Did you ask for the file? Why would you even turn these over? Right? So she's not stupid. But I think on their side, they are stupid. You can tell from Jones' deposition because they're saying things. Oh my God, Becerra's like, he said like in the deposition that he deleted evidence, and she's like, yeah, he said that in the deposition. It's like, first of all, why wouldn't you cite that in a fucking filing if I literally admitted that? So that's a lie. Number one. And then I like how, when they were pushing.
Oh, so that's why they filed the 500-page deposition today. That's awesome. Okay.
The Dan thing. She's like, you asked them to turn over all the messages with Dan, and Joan's like, yes. And she's like, is that written anywhere? And she's like, well, no, it was on a meet and
we were on a
confer.
call.
And she's like, and you asked him on the call, and she was like, yes. And she's like, you're 100% sure that you asked him? And she's like,
Pause.
and she's like, I'm pretty sure that I would have.
But she also said, I have a bad memory.
I was like, yeah, I can't remember 100%. I was like, oh my God, dude. God, I hate these motherfuckers so much.
Like, yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, so you guys they had a call that they didn't take minutes for. That's kind of bad on Joan's part. If that's like, again, if that reads that way, I could see it. I can understand it. But also to say that, like, yeah, this person went up there and said that they don't have good memory definitely is meant to degrade that person. But this is like a really specific, hey, when you guys talked about all this other shit, are you going to remember like every last minute of it without taking minutes, of course? And yeah, that's also kind of, I think, a failure on Joan's part. I don't know why they're not recording these calls.
Yeah, that transcript's gonna be good. I couldn't believe that she admitted, she was like, well, I have a bad memory. It's like, okay, so what you're telling me is you have no idea. You have no fucking clue. Because either you're 100% or you're not, sure.
And they memorandalize everything. Like, memorandize? You write notes about calls you have, and they email back and forth about their calls anyway, so.
Yeah, but that's like a specific thing.
Let's go to ceiling. You are making me bananas. This is another quote from her.
Let's see, what do we got? Oh, another argument they tried to use was like, well, after the leaks happened, he hired a lawyer in New York, so he should have been on notice then that somebody could have sued him.
This was like, crazy because, I don't know, so I'm asking, I guess. Didn't you hire this lawyer to go and, like, pull, like, the shit down from Kiwi Farms or whatever?
That would have been part of the court case, but that wasn't,
yeah,
but it was just random. But this is for plaintiff work. It was going to be for me trying to sue somebody.
Yeah. Can you try to steal this transcript? They might.
So dumb. Sometimes you just ask for things that I don't think exist. Like they're like, we haven't gotten the Google records or the logs or whatever of the like the.
It was the Google activity or something?
log. I don't even know if these things are real. I've never even heard these things or like seen any.
Yeah, those are absolutely fucking real. Yeah.
Evidence of. I don't even know what the fuck.
They need to subpoena Google for that though.
They're very online.
Yeah, and they've never like actually mentioned. I think that the Jesus Pena guy might have brought this up. I don't even know what this is about. Yeah.
I don't know if they were trying to be sneaky with the dates. Because at some point they were talking about, like, they had just fucked up the year to be a whole year earlier, and then Brettler had to come in and correct them.
Oh, no, they were just wrong. Because they went from January
okay.
to November, but then they backed up, yeah.
They were a whole year off, which would, I mean, I think that would be a deal.
From what, January to November? Like, okay. So January when you got the thing filed against you, and November when the leaks happened. So like 2 months. Which, again, kind of matters, but was Moon called in to testify? No, nobody was. This was just this is like an evidentiary hearing, apparently.
It's funny, they keep bringing, or we didn't really get much to the Jesus stuff, but, like, his initial claim was that I was just tampering with stuff. He did claim that I deleted some stuff, but then in his amended filing, he said, because he corrected himself the next day, he's like, oh, actually, I didn't understand how Discord worked. I was wrong about all the deleted stuff, but I think he did tamper stuff because some of the link names are changed between some of your exhibits because of, like, a scan error, and he thinks that's evidence that I'm, like, tampering with the evidence.
Yeah?
Oh, she had to ask them like 4 times, like, did Abby give you guys evidence that anything has been deleted or that the plaintiff like sent her the video? And they would answer questions. She had to ask them like 5 times. She was like, I need you to listen to what I'm asking you and answer the question. And they were like, well, they claimed this thing, yeah. Oh yeah, and she at one point with Joan, she was like, this is a yes or no question. And then Joan still like rambles for like 20 seconds. Oh my god.
Oh, she was pissed at the end of it too because Joan at the end was like, can I ask you a question? And she was like, I don't know, can you? Which is just funny. Just high school shit. Was Doe present? No, of course not. I've been at the same amount of cases for this trial as the plaintiff.
Because she's been at one hearing, yeah.
Yes.
And like a 7-hour deposition, but you know.
Who comes to the next one? Because the next one, it was supposed to be this one, but the next one's an evidentiary hearing.
Well,
so
all of they probably should be bringing their witnesses to these, but they won't because all of these people just sign an affidavit and disappear into the fucking wind. So
then they have nothing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, because they're not necessary for the spoliation hearing.
Did anyone record the hearing? It is not allowed to record your hearings in federal court. We had to put our phones in like a box, and then you enter with no phone. I had no phone for like 3 hours.
It's just crazy that like the entirety of the everything they're just literally copy pasting arguments either from a shitty AI or from Kiwi Farms, and then they are and then that's it. And then the judge is basically saying like, you know that these aren't like real legal arguments. Like I don't know what you're not even like
Well,
arguing.
their lawyer called it Kiwi leaks.
Oh yeah, he's like on Kiwi leaks.
He doesn't even know what the fuck's going on.
Just as you don't understand the difference between criminal and civil, I don't know what to tell you. Read a book. Wait, what? They don't need anything else? Oh. Yeah, the signed affidavits and shit.
I love it.
Yeah, it's...
Opinions practice, as he did in the...
Like, it works. Again, is it the strongest? No, because, like, yeah, I think there could be reason. I think if we're talking about how this works, yeah, I think Destiny's team should be able to, like, question people, even on those affidavits, but...
Latest filing for
you know,
properly preserving evidence.
That's, like, the one thing that, like, seems odd. Like, I understand what an affidavit is. If it's, like, specific evidence, I can kind of also get that. Even with this Leilani thing, it's just like, yeah, what do you need to question about? Hey, here is something that is evidence, right?
Providence is to literally just take an MD5 hash of a file. It's so goofy. It's everything about that guy is... I wonder if I'm... No, yeah, I don't know. That dude should be... I've heard of an industry. I hope it's not real. I don't know how real it is. That there's an industry of, like, expert witnesses, and they just get paid a bunch of money to, like, go and just say whatever they want you to say. But that guy is, like, tech illiterate. I would never... Like, Jesus Christ.
Wait a minute. This is a snarking community. Yeah, real. Sorry. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah. Well.
What do you want me to say?
What do you want me to say?
It was a good 3 hours. It feels a little retarded that we had to sit there through this for the judge literally just to tell them, like, all right, so next time you're going to have to really be prepared.
Anything that went poorly, the problem is we didn't really even get to say anything because they were... You're not going to get it in the transcript how awkward it was with them like walking back and forth trying. They didn't like their exhibits aren't in line. They're not familiar with the facts of the case. They don't know a lot of the evidence. They were misstating like dates and names and things, and they didn't understand the legal argument sometimes that they were making. I don't think they understand. Like I think that, like I said, this is why I feel like a lot of it just comes from Kiwi Farms, from that the fat Kiwi Farms lawyer guy, where people think that like, oh, there's some evidence that they didn't produce. That's spoliation. That's adversarial. It's like these are big sanctions. These are like big boy, like you fucked up really bad. Because like on some adversarial readings, that could be your whole court case. So the fact that they're trying to pull like these kinds of sanctions on evidence that not only have they not even like issued like motions to compel, they haven't even asked for some of it. Or like we've told them that like we have produced everything we have with regards to this, or we don't think this is responsive and we fought, and then that's it. And they're like, well, now we're gonna adversarial reading you. And it's like, and there are things where they're trying to get adversarial readings on like on like findings of fact. Like they'll say like, because they were trying to say like, well, he sent 22 videos to Abby and he didn't give us every video. So we think that he deleted them and we want an adversarial reading. And it's like, excuse me, the judge can't just decide that court case fact for you. That's going to be for the jury, right? And she had to explain, she's like, this is for the jury to decide. Abby will come up and say something, and then Abby will give her story, and then they'll decide if they believe her or not. I imagine the defendant will come up and say the opposite, and they'll decide if they want to believe him or not. That's what the jury is for.
Explain what a trial is.
Yeah, like 10 times. She had to explain to them like 10 times, like, this is what the jury is for. And it's like so fucking annoying.
I couldn't believe that they kept being asked, like, did you submit a motion to compel? And
I really want to know what happened at this fucking hearing now. Because, like, I don't understand the Abby spoliation shit. I don't know how that plays in. Like, they're specifically not talking about the Wick stream, which is the original spoliation thing, at all, right? Like, they're not talking about the Wick stream like these guys aren't. And that, I think, was one of the main frames. It does seem like the judge probably was like, hey, you did bring all this shit, just brought all this shit in and filed it on the docket out of nowhere right before this was starting. I could see that, and that's why they have to get the shit together. Okay.
They were like, well, no, but that's because opposing counsel wasn't available. And the judge was literally like, okay, I was a magistrate. Do you know what happened when Kamsless did that to me? I would set a date and then somehow magically they would show up.
Yeah, no, because hold on, but this is like this is so retarded. Because Joan and them were saying like, well, we gave them the dates and they said they were unavoidable. And Becerra has to go like, okay, so you understand that the whole court process would fail if the opposing counsel could just always say, I'm not available. Are you telling me you would like never, you'd never file for anything? Like, it's so stupid. Yeah, because obviously, yeah, you just fucking unilaterally notice something or schedule something, and the opposing counsel has to oppose it or show up. Yeah, and they keep doing this thing. I talk about this so like process and procedure is like.
Oh, so they need to file more measures on the docket to compel your lawyers to interact with them. Okay. Yeah.
important. You can't just claim that like we were going back and forth in email and they stopped responding, so now we're
Sounds like Abby testified to 10. SC sent 8, so saying that he deleted 2 of them.
doing this. I was like, well, why didn't you?
I was trying to look for transcripts. There's no transcript for this. This hearing doesn't have a transcript yet. Like, I know people are reporting that it does, but it just doesn't have a transcript yet.
File anything with the court. Why didn't you put anybody on notice? Like, why are you coming at this like a year later sometimes or some of these things? It's like,
Mute for a second because I don't want to give him a good idea.
Well,
no, this is a good one.
that would be funny though.
If you want, you can say it. I just didn't know if I should say it on stream.
Oh, Mr. Moon was saying like if they fuck up enough, could Pixie say like I had bad representation, I want a retrial? But I'm pretty sure that's like a criminal thing. That's like the state
That
is
would
like
be crazy, dude. Round 2.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully in the next 2 weeks.
Wait, so by the 21st, do we know? So by tomorrow, end of day, she wants them to have all their filings for all their evidence of spoliation. Because just saying like we want a thing and we don't have it and we think it exists, that's not enough. So they have to file whatever evidence they have, and then we get, I think 2 days after that. Wait, what is the day of the week today?
Today's Wednesday.
Oh,
yeah, like the specific for this hearing transcript doesn't exist.
Then she said
right yet available to us, I believe.
I think she'd give us till Monday, end of day, to file our response. And then after she reads that, which she said she'll rush through, she'll schedule the next hearing. If I'm super lucky, I don't know if they do hearings on Friday, maybe on the 29th.
Saturday.
Is that a Saturday? Oh, maybe on the 28th, that Friday, maybe? Or maybe the following Monday, and then...
But it's got to be before September 28th? Is that the day that she said?
Maybe, yeah. The end of September is too late, because then she's
She's
it's
in,
like
real trial shit.
A roll of trials that'll last her through January, so... But the, hopefully... Like I said, my guess based on her demeanor was that my guess is that the MSJ is good to go, and she's just waiting to see like, is there some crazy fuck up or some random crazy thing that is like out there, or whatever.
What happens if they don't submit by tomorrow? I would hope that the judge would just say you're fucked.
Dude, if she, I would say that, but I feel that for how many times? I don't know, bro. How many times can
they
fuck
submit,
up and they get like leniency?
I just don't believe him about this MSJ shit. I hate to say it, I just don't. I think it does go to trial. I still think he wins, but
I don't know. Is Pixie not required to show up? She doesn't have to show up. You can just not give a fuck. Hopefully it communicates something.
Well,
to
your
the judge,
counsel is literally there to be you, right?
Yeah, I guess, but like, I mean, in a way, their lack of preparedness kind of saved them, because I think, didn't she say at the beginning where she was like, you guys should be prepared to like have witnesses or give testimony? Like, I'm always ready to testify. If you want me to say anything on the record, I could do it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but what would you be useful for in this? To say I did or did not delete messages? If they already have a deposition with you saying you did that, then, and again, we're going to look at that in a moment, so.
But I don't know how they were not prepared. This literally got pushed back.
Yeah, they got pushed back like a month or several weeks. Yeah, so I don't know, dude. I think...
Again, nothing about the Rose messages, nothing about the solo messages, nothing about Wickstream.
If she's like paying really close attention, I think that, because the filings are a mess.
Yeah.
It's not even that there's a lot of them. There are a lot of them, but they're like, it's a fucking mess. The arguments these guys are making are so Redditor. They're so tortured. They're so out on a... I think she even said it, like, that's a stretch. I think for one of the things, yeah. And she's got to know, like, when they're saying things like, well, we think that it's plausible that he and his business partner, Dan, had lots of in-writing conversations about Pixie, so we want to file for sanctions.
I want everything.
Yeah, and it's like, you're crazy. You're just insane. And they're such... They don't have any good... Yeah, it's just dumb. Yeah. Is it literally all down to this one spoliation argument? It's unlikely to go to trial if they can't demonstrate. That's my guess. But
yeah, I'm just gonna be honest. It kind of sounded like it was going to trial, even without the spoliation thing. But
yeah.
I mean, I feel like the judge should know a lot more, because it seems like she's gonna go and read through your entire deposition.
She mentioned that. I don't know if she knows how... I don't know how normal it is for civil cases.
Have like an 8-hour depo?
To do the full... Like, I think 7 hours is your limit, but my guess is for most civil cases, a deposition for like maybe 1 to 3 hours.
She's
but, like,
gonna see that and be like, these
she's gonna be like 480 pages? Oh, boy.
yeah, but those were like... Yeah, and you did the same thing to like Lauren Del. His legal team did the exact same shit to Lauren De Laguna. Like, it's not like this is just like normal strategies. I feel in like court cases to do a lot of like what he's complaining about is being done.
You might as well just turn it on and watch it on the fucking television.
Yeah. Thank you, Duck Festy, for the 5 gifted subs.
Judges rarely read it unless necessary. Well, she says that she's going to.
Yeah.
Because she said that, I think she was like trying to say like she couldn't just trust the excerpts, or the excerpts didn't have everything.
But yeah, because they keep like referencing things that are not like, yeah, like her saying shit like okay, her saying shit like, fuck, what was the question?
Judges don't really look at depositions.
Oh, when the plaintiff's lawyers are saying things like he admitted in the deposition to deleting a bunch of stuff. First of all, no, I didn't.
Yeah, I saw your whole side. They were like, no,
yeah,
what?
Like, oh, I guess you guys just win because you're saying I said that. Talk about like assumes facts not in evidence. Like, also, if that's true, I'm pretty sure that would have showed up on your fucking filings. Why would you not quote that part of the deposition where I'm saying, yeah, yes, I did delete everything? Like, why not quote that part? Yeah, dumb. What's really crazy is so many docket entries, but they're not even following procedures with motion to compel. Yeah, all of it is dumb. But they're procedurally, the other side is like a nightmare. How aggressive was Brettler? Not that much. Like we didn't say almost anything. I could have been. Oh, no, well, not really. Like I almost could have been there on my own. Like I said, I think Mooten said Brettler probably said like less than 100 words.
Yeah. I think like Brettler, the hardest.
Lucky, thanks for the 500 subs.
The hardest he went was literally just like calling the opposing counsel wholly unprepared.
Yeah, but I mean
that's. And the judge didn't disagree.
Yet you have an entire additional hearing for all of this shit now, right? Like, are they saying the judge isn't familiar with length of depositions? Yeah, kinda. Man, like, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of shit I'm gonna miss, alright? Like, when they say something, like, kinda spooky or weird or confusing or nonsensical, so... Yeah, they did say that, yeah.
They literally did the thing again where they linked to a random YouTube video of yours in a filing and didn't submit it as a file.
Classic.
The problem, too, is that they're probably, like... I think that one issue is that they kind of, like, cheated on a math exam where you're in, like a calc class and you're, like, copying answers, and then a teacher's asking how you got the answer, and you have no fucking idea.
It's like the work matters.
Yeah, and so these guys have copy-pasted so many arguments from Kiwi Farms, I don't think they know...
Like, again, these are actual fucking lawyers. Like, period. These are actual lawyers. The idea that they're just copy-pasting shit from Kiwi Farms sounds ludicrous on its face. It's absurd. It's just all fucking, it's all this incredibly absurd and weird game that is being played, man. I don't know, dude.
How they can, like, justify some of the things that they're stating because they're so lost in the sauce on, like, why... Like, yeah, I really think that they're literally just... They've copy-pasted so many arguments that they don't know how to justify any of these things anymore. Or sometimes they forget they're not even actually making legal arguments. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, the judge was done, though. Like, she's over this shit.
She was mad.
I mean, she was mad. She was, like, done with this shit the last time you, like, had that one meeting. And now there's another hearing, and she's just done with this shit, man. Like, awesome.
What is that? Oh, they fucked up a little bit. I don't know how, so I don't know how they contacted Witness C or whatever, but I don't know how they're farming people out. If Justical is like hoarding these fucking random women to throw at Pixie, because obviously Pixie has completely and utterly failed in her discovery obligations to be every fucking step of the way. I don't have a single conversation from her still, except for one group chat that we were both in. Based Queen though. But when they went up, I don't know if it was Joan or Carlos was saying like, oh yeah, so like we contacted, and then they're like, we were contacted by, we got.
I don't have any of, guys, I haven't been deleting anything. All right, and Pixie won't give me the DMs I very specifically deleted. That she has, that I deleted.
And it's like,
very cool.
Disgusting fucking piece of shit. Yeah, so, but I don't have any of those. Don't have any of that. None of that is turned over. Like, they're trying to do this thing where, like, they're trying to do this thing where they'll, like, bait with a piece of evidence and then like ask for more. And it's like, if you have something, then turn it over. That's your discovery obligation. You're saying somebody has one, then turn it over. Let's look at it. Let's go through it. We're not gonna play this fucking trickle game of bullshit. Like I don't know what
I
the
mean,
fuck.
they've been playing it for
the
a
entire
while
time
now, and they don't. The judge doesn't seem to really care too much. Well, I mean, she went on a 15-minute rant, I guess. Did they mention Joan representing all the witnesses? No, but I can't believe that they haven't yet. That would be awesome. Just to, Your Honor, do you know that Joan is representing every witness in this case?
Let's see. When you say no communication from the side, would it be correct for you to file a motion? So we don't want to file any of that shit because it's our position that discovery's been closed for fucking half a year. So we don't want to. We don't want to be doing. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Yeah. But like, oh, we're gonna file motions to compel now. Like, our position is discovery's been closed. They obviously found nothing, but they keep trying to add like 11th hour random affidavit. Also, this like the testimony by affidavit bullshit, and then like they're trying to seal everything they file. Like they think this is like a
I know you yeah, earlier, but she
like it's like a child sex assault case. Like these things can be very sensitive. Although even on that, there's a lot of stuff. Like court cases are not comfortable experiences, and yeah, them trying to get every single fucking thing they file filed.
Like my duty is to the public. Like the public should be able to know.
She said that with she said generally these things are filed unopposed or usually, but she's like even when people file to seal jointly or unopposed, I might not be able to seal something because it's a public docket. Yeah.
It was also funny when they were talking.
Yeah, but she already ruled to seal a ton of shit. What do you fucking need? I'm so lost, man.
About the jury or whatever, she was like, "You can waste my time because I waste people's time."
Oh, she was like,
she
said, if you guys are doing this when we're at trial, like you can waste my time because sometimes I'm late or whatever, but you're not going to waste the jury's time. We'll just move on. So whatever this is not okay. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Did we already talk about it would be implausible that the defendant didn't talk to Saltman, therefore he must have destroyed that evidence? Yeah, it's hilarious. It's actually so fucking funny. It's not funny, actually. It's tragic and it's a waste of my fucking life, but it's, in a very dark sense, it's kind of funny. I haven't been following the case, but why is it they're allowed to miss deadlines, submit things last second? Shouldn't the judges throw that evidence out? I mean, they barely even brought it up today. I don't even know what they don't have a command of any of the facts. It's like, it's very, very, very annoying to me that they don't, like, I can't even imagine them trying to do like a direct or cross-examination. I don't know if any of them are mentally competent enough to follow any lines of questioning at all because
like none of this is like at all relevant because they've been doing it for the entire length of this, shockingly enough.
Just don't understand. Like they keep
like the judge would just throw it out if it was like that, not relevant. Like that's like been my thought on this is like if it was like that irrelevant, they would just throw it out. I don't know, man. I don't know. Sucks.
This would be a funny court case to watch because of how I just think they would completely fuck it up. Now, I don't hope it goes to court because that's
just 4 months away.
So
5 months away.
Far. Yeah.
4 more months of talking with Aiden, man. I get it. I get it.
I think so.
Did the hearing add stress or relieve it? I mean, I think that it went well. It sounds like the big one is the next one.
But I mean, I feel like they always are, yeah. Do you incur any cost between deposition? I mean, if there's something going on, not really, but I'm just so curious what they're going to try to file by tomorrow, end of day.
They got a lot of shit to file.
Yeah, your entire deposition. Oh my god, I fucking hate this dude. He's the one that placed this curse. That's evil.
Let me see the document.
I don't know how I feel about the suspenders, by the way. The suspenders are crazy to me.
Jesus. What are the chances, if you had to guess, that it's going to be dismissed? My guess is like 85%, because all the Roe stuff has to be thrown out because they failed to establish the timeline on that, and even their own expert witness agrees on that. So all the Roe stuff is gone. So everything basically comes down to this LBMC thing, which I can't imagine that survives summary judgment without her showing up for any deposition. Like, here's the thing. I don't...
Also, they are throwing out all of the Rose stuff, and then he just moves along. That's one that kind of... I'm kind of like... I am very... that seems odd. Just seems like an odd one to just, like, be kind of blasé about, I guess. More than anything else, it just seems like very odd to be that blasé about that. Alright, well.
Know how they could even guarantee that she would show up in court.
Oh, like, it's because the idea is... Oh, okay. So the idea is that I don't know, like, no, like, now I'm gonna, yeah, I don't really know why, like, I mean, if the Rose stuff is that important, because obviously the stuff is out there that Rose, like, well, was leaked because of his connection with Rose.
If you guys couldn't produce her at all for your 8 months of discovery, if you guys couldn't produce any evidence from her at all, how could they possibly guarantee that she will be here for this 2-day period to show up for the trial? I don't know how they could possibly guarantee that in good faith. I don't know.
It seems like they have until Monday to file all of the stuff on the ceiling, but the spoliation shit needs to be tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
yeah.
End of day tomorrow, yeah. The last few things they filed are no way evidence of spoliation, correct? No, it's no. They I don't know if they satisfied like on their own spoliation claims literally for anything. That's why she's giving them until tomorrow to file actual evidence of it, because yeah, because she kept saying.
Who's gonna show up as their witnesses next time?
Oh, like for if we do it in a couple of weeks or whatever.
Yeah, in like for the evidentiary hearing.
I don't even know what they're claiming. I have no idea.
I read through 235 pages of the April deposition today. Destiny belongs in prison, according to Moon. All right, Moon also someone who has directly been outed as a dirty snarker recently is saying that they do not like the way that this deposition reads. All right. Well, we're gonna find out. Snarkers, yeah, Acril, I know. I don't have a problem with them. I think that they're just bringing up interesting, things to talk about and consider. I think they're bastions of good faith. Actually, Acril.
Extension? Why would the judge give an extension? I think she just, like I said, I would be surprised. I remember, like, I feel there's like an 85-90% chance that like she's basically ready to shoot the MSJ like in our direction, that it's good to go, but she just wants to be like super sure that there's not like a silver bullet like spoliation claim or some crazy thing that might be outstanding.
Like, this just sounds fucking insane to me. That's like, it sounds to me like she's totally cool, doesn't think that I like art anybody, and like we don't have I have nothing to worry about. She's just waiting, she's just like waiting and stuff. She's just such a fucking tease, right? Just such a teasing little fucking whore bitch of a judge, dude. Like, fuck, man, I hate it when whore bitch judges tease me.
That just hasn't been filed or something like that. So that's why she's giving them like just one more day to make sure they really have their shit down on this, and then if they can't, then it's done, hopefully. But I mean, this is who the fuck knows, really. Maybe witness D. Maybe my mom will come and testify. Who the fuck knows? Yeah.
I mean, were you sending like nude videos of your mom around? Like, it's a crude joke, I get it, but it does beg the question: is that out of your character? No, I think you. If it like helped you get off, I think you would send a teenager pictures of your mother engaged mid-coitus with individuals, possibly your father. I think you'd do that. I think you would do that, yeah.
Do we know who all of the witnesses are, or is that all under seal right now? Like ABC?
I'm not gonna say because I don't want to risk anything. But like they're under seal, but like their screen names and everything are like included in filings, and like yeah.
Yeah, your filings. Your filings are the ones that are like the ones that are going ahead and showing the names. It's yours, your filings, specifically you, Destiny. Yes, you, that guy. In the little suit with the little arms for little guy, all right? You. Oh, great. Okay.
All of them are known at this point, yeah. Did it come out that they filed the email chain without all the emails? Oh, she didn't like that. She's like, I don't want to read in your filings. I don't want to read emails between lawyers.
She was not happy with that. when would an MSJ happen?
My hope is that
Before
she
the
rules from
28th
the
of
bench.
September.
My hope is we have the spoliation hearing, the last one, and then she was just on the bench. She's like, I grant it. It's done. I'll post the fucking thing like in 2 days, but yeah, but I don't know. So maybe like as soon as like best case scenario,
Next week?
like first week or second week at the latest of September, I guess. But like hopefully we get a hearing next Friday for the one that we have to do over now because they weren't ready. And then after that hearing, hopefully she rules from the bench on that. And then
Like, it sounds so crazy to say, oh, they get a do-over because they weren't ready. Like, it just doesn't sound legitimate at fucking all.
I guess dismisses
Jones
their
wasting
claims.
my money now too.
True. And then hopefully, yeah, soon after the MSJ follows, I guess, yeah. Did any of the other rather scummy behavior you've discussed in the past get noticed by the judge? No, I don't think so, but it's because there's just been so
Well, brother can't talk about it
many.
right now.
Yeah, and there's so many filings, guys. It's
280?
She said there were, well, because there have been mistakes and everything, but she said there were 250, and she even said, she was like, for a civil case like this is ridiculous.
Yeah, so far there's 292 things on the docket.
Yeah, but some of them will be like a misfile
Yeah.
like they resubmit, but yeah. Oh, yeah, because she also brought up, she was like 250 filings and no motion to compel her. I think she meant, yeah, it's stupid.
Why, not why. What is like an average civil case docket like? Is it like
If I had to guess for a case like this,
20?
probably less than 50. I don't know. You can go look up like other Doe Cardi cases or whatever.
Oh.
Damn, you're not even at the top, dude.
Doe v. Trump. How many filings were in this case? This case was...
This is ongoing now.
Well, no, it
Oh,
looks like
maybe
it was
not,
dismissed like a week after filing, so who knows after this.
15?
Well, they
dismissed
dismissed
a
that
week
almost
after.
immediately.
Oh, 15 in a week versus 280 over a year and a half. Okay. Very smart. Very smart.
Epstein. Do you think that's the guy?
Holy shit, do you have more than Epstein?
Well, I don't... Some of these got dismissed quickly. This was filed in 2017.
This
Oh,
went
but,
on
then-
about a
but it
year?
was also like, no, this was like... Oh, no, yeah, like a year.
It was a year.
Not a
Oh,
lot.
okay. Okay, hold on now. Wait, but this is in 2024. Oh, never mind, I see.
Last year, 2020.
Let's look up other Cardi statutes and see if there's like a lot of Oh. That's awesome.
Sealed material disposed. Oh, but that's 2024. I don't know.
That's so cool, man.
Okay. Is that everything?
Come on, what's an average one look like? What's the average number? What about that one that you were talking about?
No, I'm gonna go drink a bunch of, You ever heard of Robitussin?
Yeah.
Wait, so like we're just gonna completely skip past the fact that he's been complaining about this docket shit for ages and like you looked it up and then you went, oh, that's a lot. We're just gonna ignore that. Okay.
Oh, TTS.
Very
Boy,
cool.
what sword here. Is it true in the United States of Yankee Land that your judges don't wear wigs? How in the bloody hell do you expect to be taken seriously as a proper country?
Congratulations.
I
Good one,
hate
Nomi.
his TTS.
Get a haircut.
Ban that guy.
My hair is a perfect length right now. I hope it never grows again. I just want it to stay right here.
Women issues, man.
Well,
Bradley's got to book a new flight.
ciao. I love you guys. It's been fun. I don't think I have anything to say. Do you have anything to say?
Well, how's your factory going? You don't want to showcase that real quick?
That's the Aquilo stuff, so it's frustrating.
Your factory?
That's the hardest planet, but I'm working on it. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I know I don't have anything to say.
You could do a live AE show with Dan.
Yeah, you want to do it?
I said you could. You could go do a live AE show.
Well, what are you gonna do?
I don't know. Literally anything else. I don't want to destroy the AE vibe, you know.
I hate these fucking people.
Yeah, 1 p.m. every day, right?
I hate them.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on. Yeah. Okay.
Did Dan stream this morning, chat?
Did he?
I better have. Wait, why are you recording as well? Oh. Does he get auto-uploaded to your dudes?
Mm-hmm.
That's smart. Very good business.
I was gonna make a joke, but I already know that
Yeah,
Jonah's watching right
not
now
worth
because she's
joking.
like, I gotta get something from this fucking stream. I gotta fucking.
I'm always.
I mean, Yeah, if you're automatically okay, dude. All right, yeah, whatever, man.
I can't believe I have no. I tweeted out that you're on notice for a lawsuit, just so you better be saving all your fucking communications.
And we have proof that he already knows it.
What?
That he knows that he was.
Oh, because he read it on stream.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Because this guy, he's so involved behind the scenes. There was some people were linking me that like 2 weeks ago or something. He was like saying on stream, he's like, I need you guys to send me every single thing on the timeline between whatever and whatever. And I think it's because he was helping.
No, that's not it. That's literally not at all what it is. It's because he was looking for this one specific thing because he was unsure of the specific phrasing. And he wanted to make a clip out of it for Twitter. I looked for it. I couldn't find it for what it's worth, so.
Congratulations, Steven.
Thanks. I think it's because he was trying to help them build their timeline or whatever, yeah. Oh, it might have been this.
Again, absurd.
Bat signal? What's this?
Continued building these massive private settlements.
Okay, I was probably gonna try to do this by myself. I'm doing like a call to action here, okay? I need anything you got on anything. I'm saying anybody who's followed the Destiny shit since the beginning. Anything you've got of Destiny harassing Jerry or Pixie or any of the people who reported him. Okay, anything you got on that, I need that sent to me. You can send it to my email. You can send it to me on Discord. You can join the Discord. Try to put it in one of the channels, okay, the Gen Chat, or tag me in content links or whatever. Anything you got on that, any instance, looking for clips specifically because the YouTube was taken down.
Like I think he's one of the people that's doing a lot of work behind the scenes. This is why I say they're like copying answers. This is why they can't like really make the any competent.
Do they literally think that they're taking information about American law from a Canadian fucking streamer? Is this action? People buy this?
Arguments because they're just
it's
copying.
somebody else doing it.
Yeah, Logistical and other people are feeding them all the information.
It's why like a deposition, you don't just have like a list of questions. Like because
yeah, you should be
can't,
familiar
like,
with the subject
on the
matter.
fly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you you saw that like wait, you did see that the Jesus guy had been copy pasting arguments from Kiwi Farms, right?
I didn't see that he like directly copy pasted. No,
You
but
didn't
I've
see that he-
heard.
Oh fuck. Wait, which docket entry is his expert witness testimony?
She said it was in the summary judgment. Yeah. Oh, which is what you did.
In one of the like in a reply.
Yeah. Maybe I can't remember, but I thought they said like attachment 2. Jesus Christ, this fucking docket.
They be posting. What the fuck did it? Oh. The I don't have the link to the exact post, but it's really funny because when you read this guy's like special report, the arguments that he's using for showing that I'm like tampering with this evidence
Or like directly.
it's like to the punctuation. Like he copy pasted this guy called Code Cave, who I guess is doing free legal work for them. He copy pastes the arguments like directly from his thread.
Did he make sure to cite him?
That was, oh my god, dude.
So
this is just a schizo theory. This is literally a schizo theory.
not only did he not cite them, okay, which is I can't imagine how, I don't know if it's like a Daubert hearing or whatever. Not only did he obviously not cite them, because you're paying an expert witness for them to give their expertise, not to just launder some other bullshit opinion. But the funniest thing about this was that when he filed this fucking stupid, horrible thing, this most tech-illiterate dumb shit in the fucking universe, was this one? Oh wait, that was the second. This is just the funniest thing in the universe. So this is like the court reporter site, right? Or the court listener site. These arguments all here are copy pasted word for word. But the issue is when he was copy pasting this stuff, this fucking piece of shit forgot to change. Like he scrubbed this and like typed it up again.
Yeah.
But he forgot to on this one here. If you click this link, the image, it goes.
Oh my god.
It's so shameless. It's so shameless. It links right to Kiwi Farm, but he forgot to.
Yeah. Because there's a lot of the case that's happened on Kiwi Farms. Oh.
He forgot to mask this one. Like on this one, yeah, you see he typed the link, and on this one he just copied the image, and it shows, like it links right to the attachment. And it's just like.
Yeah, because he probably linked the image attachment from Kiwi Farms. Just like you guys have been saying, they've been linking attachments from things online earlier. Okay, cool. Awesome.
This is an expert witness.
Expert
like this
witness.
guy should have his whole fucking job destroyed, in my opinion. Like he should, like, you're laundering
Other people's shit as an expert.
Yeah, and again, if I was crying more, right? This is literally the website that she claimed was making her suicidal and posted all of my fucking illicit material and everything, and you're just copy pasting their opinions on this court case. It's
Yep.
insane.
Pretty disgusting. And after you gave JStalk you put him on notice. It was interesting that they went and deleted their whole fucking YouTube channel.
Yeah.
All the videos.
That wasn't JStalk. It was Ryle.
Well, how does that not make somebody lose their credibility totally? Like, can't that get the case dismissed? I think they're called Daubert hearings, is where you challenge an expert witness. I don't even know what stage that would be.
From?
Yeah, when if we were to actually go to trial on this, I don't know if it would be like in like April or May or.
Maybe next year or the year after.
Well, because I don't even know all the pretrial shit that we would end up arguing, and again, because these guys, I guess you get to just make these arguments in the most ridiculous ways, and again, I understand the patience, I guess, from the judge, but like I feel like I'm doing state court litigant pro se stuff, is what it sounds like from all these. Oh yeah, this was him. Yeah, and you could see that the
Oh, so you even have your lawyer even went on this?
Yeah, because because when he filed his expert report, I went through the whole fucking 27 pages. And I wrote like a 20-page response to my legal team. I'm like, this is everything you're saying. All is retarded. Here's where all these are coming from. Because it's ridiculous. Because he's making tech arguments that are like sophisticated enough that like a normal lawyer probably doesn't follow. But like if you understand what the guy is saying, like he's saying,
like I am getting this strong feeling. Destiny is now claiming that he has to explain to his lawyers what's wrong with this other tech guy. And he's writing up the briefs for that. That makes me feel like he's a little bit more fucked. That makes me feel like he's a little bit more fucked, right? You know what I mean?
he's making these arguments where it's like Discord had a huge vulnerability a long time ago where links were publicly accessible and you could host malware. But the vulnerability was just that when you link something on Discord and then you copy the link to somebody else, that link would never change. So you could use Discord to host a bunch of malware.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that people can access things from conversations. But he was trying to make that argument. But it's just so it's like if you don't know the tech, I guess it could be confusing. But if you understand what he's saying, it's retarded.
Yeah, but the argument is stuff. They're arguing stuff like that, and at the same moment, they're arguing stuff like that, and then at the same moment, I'm trying to come up with the words I want to say here, and I'm just kind of drawing a blank. At the same moment that every argument is totally just from, again, literally snarkers, okay? Literally, it's all snark shit. It's always been the snark stuff. The snark will never end type shit, right? It's literally all snarkers or... what are the other groups that he often and continually blames? I'm trying to just think. Because there's the snarkers, there's the leftists, there's literally the communists. Okay, the communists are in on this. That's a well-known thing. All right, is that the communists are all aligned against Destiny. Every one of these arguments, it just I'm gonna be real. If Destiny is the one who's having to explain to his lawyers why this is bullshit, I get the feeling there's something really bad with that.
This motherfucker.
There's something weird about that.
This is just...
why is Destiny the one doing that?
Here, so you can see the. Here, right? You can see down to the punctuation.
Yep.
He just copy pasted.
Yeah.
Code Cave's argument.
Copy paste.
Highlighted link begins with the 1K, and the other one.
The fact this seat should be a huge deal.
Yeah.
I would think that the judge this is disqualified.
Why?
You're an expert witness. You can't just copy paste somebody's.
Yes, you literally could. First off, you literally can. That doesn't make it not expert witness testimony. I'm pretty sure you actually can quite literally just do that if you so desire, right? It's just that it's tied to your name, so it has some additional value because of that tying, right? You can literally, I think you can literally just do that shit. Okay? I cannot understand why you wouldn't be able to do that. I don't think it's even disqualifying.
From a Kiwi Farms thread.
That's, yeah. But what are you gonna do? I don't know.
Just good business.
Just good business.
Hi, Radio Math. Shout out to Zip Zip. He told me to shout him out.
Shout out.
Have you ever shown them this game?
I don't know. Just a Beanie Baby.
He wins, and he always keeps it near him. Sorry, Pepe.
Okay.
Oh, you talk about any of the Florida hearings?
Florida hearings.
Sorry, not the Florida hearings. The election.
Oh. Yeah, our boy Moskovitz won.
Yeah.
Which was good.
He tweeted Hassan.
Which was epic. A lot of people got sway as fuck about it, which, whatever.
Okay, I don't care. So anyways, alright, cool. Legal stuff. I hate legal streams. Okay, cool. So, that was yesterday. And aside from that, that was supposed to be the beginning of the stream. And then we were going to go watch Pisco argue with Zug about her ultra-Zionism, I think. Something along those lines, right? Like, we were going to do that originally. Unfortunately, we are not doing that now tonight. We are not going to listen to the dumbest arguments about Israel-Palestine. Instead, I have a treat for you guys. We're going to sit here and we're going to read these documents for fucking hours. And there's nothing any one of you can do to fucking stop me. All right? So, buckle up. Okay, yay. Cool. Yeah, have fun with that. Cool. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. But it's very entertaining. Yeah, it'll be fun. I'm excited. I've seen some excerpts. What if I ask you really nicely not to? And then I'm gonna ask, money please. That's it. For the record, the viewer count was 27 at the time of that pronouncement. What, on Twitch? Yay! Perfect way to celebrate getting power back after 9 days after my basement flooding. Half of the deposition is just lawyers arguing. Hell yeah. Of course, no other platform matters. Okay, cool. Alright, anyways. So. So. We're going to see how far we get in. It's 449 pages. $100 to skip to theory. $100 give me drama if. Let me know if you need a legalese translation. I draft documents daily. Rose? I want to be like exceptionally clear. I'm looking for when we go through this, I'm looking for things like this. You realize you have a legal obligation to verify someone's age before exchanging pornography. Mr. Brettler, objection to the extent that it calls for a legal conclusion. Otherwise, you can answer. The witness, I'm not aware of that. No. Yeah, this is the shit that we're looking into. Okay? So, Exhibit 1. Jane Doe, Stephen Kenneth Bonnell, on behalf of the plaintiff. All right. The first audio was this declaration. What are all these? We're now on the record. My Maria Lugo, Schlump Peters. Thereupon. Okay, here we go. Direct examination. Yeah, 400 pages. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. His defense legit is going to be, I'm a dumbass. Kinda. Where is it? It's in here, I think. I saved it. Wait, where is it? Is it in here? Yeah, here we go. All right, here we go. Mr. Bonnell, have you ever been deposed before? No. And other than the preliminary injunction hearing in this case, have you ever testified in court before? Not for anything like this, no. I've had traffic tickets. You've had traffic tickets. Anything else? No. What documents did you review in preparation for this deposition? My declarations and whatever I have submitted to the court and the complaint. When you say whatever you submitted to the court, do you mean declarations and exhibits? Yeah, attached exhibits, yeah. Anything else? No. I like the immediate. I hope that this happens like 1,000 times, right? Anyways. And you met with counsel to prepare. Yes. How long did you meet for? Maybe 30 minutes. And you attended the deposition of the plaintiff on Monday, correct? Yes. So you are aware that at the beginning of the deposition, Mr. Lopez designated the entire deposition confidential pursuant to the court order. I heard him say that, yes. And yet you immediately proceeded to violate that court order, didn't you? Mr. Bretler, objection. Do not answer that question. That's awesome. Miss Slump Peters, do you immediately proceed to go on to your DGG website chat and post specifics about the deposition? Yes. So you disregard the court order, correct? Mr. Bretler, objection. There's no court order you can answer. No, I don't believe so. By Miss Slump Peters. So did you attend college? Briefly, yes. Which college? UNO, the University of Nebraska at Omaha. Did you graduate? No. Why not? I didn't attend long enough. You dropped out? Yes. What did you do after you dropped out of college? I worked as a carpet cleaner. How long did you do that? Maybe about a year. And why did you stop working as a carpet cleaner? I started streaming. And approximately, when was that you started streaming? Maybe early 2010. And you were more specifically a gaming streamer then, correct? Yes. When did you start becoming, going into politics? Around 2016. And you go by the screen name Destiny Online, correct? That's what I'm mainly known by, yes. What else are you known by? I've had various gaming names. Some variation of Destiny, Neo Destiny, or Omni Destiny, and then some people know me just as my name, Stephen Bonnell. So you said Omni Destiny. What else? Neo Destiny, whatever name. Neo Destiny? Sure, yeah. When do you use Neo Destiny? Sometimes the main name is taken because it's a common noun, so I had a prefix to take it on some gaming platform. So usually for gaming purposes. Generally, yeah. And you're currently a full-time professional live streamer? Yep. And that's your primary source of income? Yes. And you stream on multiple platforms? Yes. YouTube? Yes. Kick? Yes. Previously on Twitch? Yes. Any other platforms? Several. What are they? Livestream.com, Ustream.com. Twitch used to be known as Justin TV. Are there those other platforms for your political streaming? No, I'm not sure how many of those even exist anymore. They were older platforms. Those are from a while ago? Yes. So currently you stream on YouTube and Kick? Yes. Why did you stop streaming on Twitch? I was banned from that platform. Why? Bretler. If you know, you can answer. The witness. The stated reason was for transphobic activity. Miss Peters. Transphobic activity. Yeah. Could you explain that? That's all they gave me in my ban info. Oh my god. Dude, let's go! Making him argue. Oh my god, let's go. That's all they gave me in my ban information. I was fighting with another content creator. I said that their community, I think I used the word this community on Twitter is inbred. Twitch interpreted that as me attacking all trans people, not just that person and their friends. Then I was banned for hateful conduct for being transphobic. Hateful conduct. I believe that is what the official ban listed reason I believe is, yes. So now you have a website, right? Yes, and it's Destiny GG. Destiny.gg. You personally own and operate Destiny.gg. It's all under my name, yes. And the way it works, it embeds Destiny.gg. Destiny.gg embeds your YouTube live streams, right? Yes. And runs as a separate chat panel? Yes. Called DGG chat. Colloquially, yeah. So DGG chat is something under your control, correct, and not YouTube's, correct. And you and anyone on your team that works with you can ban users? Yes. You can delete messages. Not really. It depends on, can you rephrase that? On your DGG chat, can you as the controlling moderator of the chat, can you delete messages from it? Answer, I think when you ban a user, the messages might show up as deleted, but if the messages are already loaded in somebody's browser, I mean, it could still be there. I can't, let's say you've not banned a user. Can you delete messages from the chat? I don't believe so, no. So I'm pretty sure this is just a fucking lie. Or, I guess no, it's not, because he's doing the I don't believe so thing. But there's definitely messages. I want to say I have high certainty, like over 60% at least, probably over 70%, that there are messages that have been deleted. Huh. Now, Destiny GG has a paid subscription tier? Yes. And that's separate from YouTube and Kick, correct? Yes. How many Destiny.gg subscribers do you have today? I don't know off the top of my head. Approximately 100? I don't know. Maybe around anywhere from 1 to 2,000. Has that changed from 1 year ago? Today? Maybe not from 1 year ago, but maybe from 2 years ago. Yeah. Boo-doo-doo. That's so cool. That's so cool. Oh, man. So, yeah, he hasn't grown in a year. That's awesome. That's fucking sick. I'm evil, man. Okay, about when are you referring to? Around the January, February, the start of this lawsuit? Okay, so January, February 2025. Okay, and so in January, February 2025, do you have more subscribers than you have now? Yes. How many more? I don't remember exactly, but I know I lost several hundred subscribers at the commencement of the lawsuit. And they haven't come back? Why is that hard to... It's hard to say. Why is that hard to say? You can have 2,000 subs, and then in a year, maybe you would have 2,500. If nothing happened, you could have 2,000 subs, an event could happen, you lose 500, and over the next year, you gain 500. So your number might be the same, but it doesn't mean the last 500 came back, so it's hard to say. So they could be different people, new subscribers, correct. So your subscribers fluctuate based on events, correct. Yes. And approximately how much revenue do you receive from Destiny GG on a monthly basis? If I had to guess, I would ballpark it at maybe 20K. Have you been married? Yes. How many times? Twice. Who were you first married to? And when did you marry her? 2008. And you divorced? Yes. When? I can't recall. I think we broke up maybe about a year-ish after. But on paper, it might have been a couple of years after that. So a year-ish after you got married, you're saying? Yeah, so Maybe we broke up in 2009, but on paper, maybe not divorced for another year or two later. I don't know. And why did you get divorced? We were both at the end of the relationship, and I choked the shit out of her. Sorry. And you had a child together, correct? No. You do have a son. Yes. Mother your son, and you were never married to her. And what is her last name? And who was your second marriage to? Melina. When did you first meet Melina? I believe it was 2020. And when did you get married? I'm not 100% sure. Maybe 2022? And when did you get divorced? I think 2024. And then why did your marriage with Melina end? We were both at the end of the relationship. This is awesome. Oh man, this is awesome, bro. How does he not know this? I mean, yeah, because you cheated on her with Lauren Southern. And then proceeded to drag her shit through the mud for months, but okay. Did she find out you were having an affair with somebody else? No! No! She never found that out? Mr. Bretler, objection. Assumes facts not in the evidence. You can answer. Can you rephrase the question? Miss Schlumpeters, did you get divorced because she found out about your affair with Lauren Southern? Mr. Bretler, objection to form. Witness, no. When did you last communicate with Melina? I would say maybe 2 years ago. What was the substance of that communication? Basically, running over the divorce, going over the outcome and everything. Okay, and after November 29, 2024, have you communicated with Melina? No. You never discussed with Melina plaintiff's efforts to depose her? No. And you shared sexually intimate images of Melina with random individuals, correct? Mr. Bretler, objection, vague and ambiguous, calls for speculation. And if you know, you can answer. I would say no. You didn't share sexually explicit images of your own wife. Mr. Bretler, objection, asked and answered. The witness, that sounds different than the last question you asked. Bretler, Destiny, you don't have to answer this one. She already asked it. You don't have to answer it twice. Destiny, no, Bretler, that sounds a little bit fucking different. I need to make sure. I need to make sure that I'm specific. Let's go. Let's go. This is awesome. Okay, no, this is great. I thought this was gonna suck. This is awesome, man. He's correcting his own lawyer. It kind of sounds like it. Who did you share sexually explicit images of your wife with? Objection. Assuming facts not in evidence. You can answer the question if you understand it. I wouldn't be able to recall. My Miss Schlumpeters. That many people that you can't recall. Bretler, objection. Assumes facts not in evidence. And it misstates the witness's testimony. The witness. I just wouldn't be able to recall. Miss Schlumpeters, I prefer you keep your objections to a minimum. Speaking objections are not allowed here, so no coaching the witness. Thank you. Mr. Bretler, I'm not coaching the witness. Miss Peters. This is awesome. This is way, 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 way better than I expected it to be. He's absolutely coaching the witness? Maybe. Now, after November 29, 2024, you're aware that Melina posted a video stating that you had shared her sexually explicit images without her consent, right? Objection, it assumes facts. The witness, I'm not specifically aware. Miss Peters, you didn't see the video she posted. Objection, asked and answered. The witness, no. Peters, are you aware that she signed on to the telephonic link to the hearing on the motion for continuance last week? Answer, I don't believe it's true. Okay, so this is actually the hearing before this deposition. There was somebody that had the name Melina Goranson, but you could choose whatever name you wanted. You could choose literally whatever name you wanted. All right. I just did Curious Bystander or some shit. I don't even know, man. So you're not aware then? No, I guess not, no. Now, you're bisexual, correct? I don't know why. It just seems like a crazy fucking shift, man. Mr. Bretler, objection! I mean, that's an absolutely outrageous question. You can answer it if you want to, but you don't have to answer that question. The witness, sure. Miss Peters, have you ever been arrested or had any encounters with law enforcement other than your traffic citations? No, I'm sorry, encounters with law enforcement. Yeah, encounters. I've been swatted a few times by law enforcement. Well, by another person who attempts to summon law enforcement to your house or apartment. So law enforcement came to my apartment to deal with that? Yes. Have you ever been under investigation by federal law enforcement? I don't think I would know. I don't think I could answer that. Has the FBI ever contacted you? Yes. So that's law enforcement. I'm aware, but I don't know that that counts as an investigation. So, you've stated the FBI has contacted you. When was that? I wouldn't be able to recall. Several times. Several times? Uh-huh. Give me an approximate idea of when. In the last year? Yes. And were all those contacts from the FBI in the past year or prior to that? It's been prior to that as well. So what was the reason the first time the FBI contacted you? The very first time might have been 10 years ago. Somebody online said that I was threatening to kill somebody, so the FBI comes and they usually perform an interview and they leave afterwards. I was making death threats online, and law enforcement got a little concerned, so they sat me down with my baba, and I was like, no, sir, I'm not gonna skin this person alive and wear them like a suit. Okay? This is so cool, man. This is awesome. Had you threatened to kill somebody? No. When was the next time? I don't remember off the top of my head. What was the reason the FBI contacted you again? Some variation of that. Someone will claim I'm threatening to blow up a school or bomb a church or murder somebody. So either local law enforcement or federal law enforcement will have to come out and ask questions to verify the online complaints. Okay, what about the next time they contacted you? I don't remember. And you said they contacted you this past year. Correct. What was that about? One time was because an online content creator had threatened to kill me. Another was because a not online person, a private person, was making plans to kill me. I wonder who that person was. Was his name Groiper, 40-year-old age play woman ex-husband? Let's go, man. I think there are a couple of other times, but there are a multitude of these types of encounters. And did you meet in person? Yeah, I think about 3 times. Has anybody... Did the FBI ever ask to see your electronic devices? No, not Loner Box. Remember Connor, the Graper wife person? The Graper wife Brit? Has anybody... Did they see your... Asked to see your electronic devices? No. Did they request any documents or data from you? Maybe like a phone call or an email address, but that's it. So they never served you with a search warrant? Never. Now, are you aware of any complaints that have been filed with the police about you? Can you clarify what you mean by aware? Question, what do you think aware means? Mr. Bretler, don't argue with the witness. Miss Peters, I'm asking him. Mr. Bretler, he's asking you to rephrase the question. Miss Peters, no he didn't. Mr. Bretler, I'm asking you to rephrase the question. Miss Peters, what do you think aware means? That's so cool. That's so cool. This is awesome. It's the same. 13 is the same as 24, man. This is awesome. Okay. It could mean they have made me aware or somebody claimed as such. Okay, so on either of those bases, are you aware that a police report or complaint has been filed against you? Objection. It's vague and ambiguous, and it's a compound question, but if you understand it, you can answer. From the police, no. I've never been made aware of that before. Miss Peters. But you have been made aware of it by online posts about it. I have heard people claim that, yes. And you were present at plaintiff's deposition, right? Mr. Bretler asked and answered. The witness, yes. So you're aware that she filed a complaint with the police. I heard her say that, yes. So currently there is no ongoing criminal investigations against you. Answer, I have no way of knowing that. If you know, so you don't know of any. I don't know. Okay. Off the record for 1 minute. I want to clarify that Exhibit 1, which we have just marked, document bearing production numbers SB... Blah, blah, blah. Miss Peters. So you have the entire exhibit in front of you, Mr. Bonnell. Yes. Now, you produced this document, correct? Mr. Bretler. Objection. This is a 1,000-page document. Objection. You can take as much time as you need on the record to review this exhibit. This 1,000-page exhibit, and then determine if there's something that you produced. To determine if this is something that you produced. Take all the time that you need. The witness. On a cursory glance, assuming the bait stamps and everything are correct, this appears to be my production, yes. Like, was Bretler just like, hey man, just like read through this and like spend as much time as you want to do it because they can't depose us forever. And he's just like, immediately, yeah, I think it is, yeah. Miss Peters. Your assumption of Bretler's emotional state is in completely good faith and unbiased. LMAO. Yes, Nate, absolutely. Bro, Nate, we're having fun, buddy. This is the most fun I've had reading in a while, okay? Other than, like, my weird occult shit. Jesus. Fuck you, Nate. You suck. Fuck you. And this production consists of what you produced in response to a request for communications between you and the plaintiff in this case, correct? Mr. Bretler, objection, vague and ambiguous. You can answer. The witness, yes. Does this Exhibit 1 reflect all the messages and communications, objections, between you and the plaintiff over the years, objection, to your understanding, objection. He's just interrupting her in the middle of a sentence and saying objection over and over, Nate. All right? Come on, man. Nate, I'm sorry. It is hard to read this as Bretler not being triggered the fuck out. Objection, objection, objection. It's impossible for you to answer that based on the fact that she just threw 1,000 pages of material in front of you. But you can answer if, Mr. Bretler, you can answer if you understand. Please. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? Yes. So you produced these in response to a request of all your communication between you and your plaintiff, Bretler. Same objection. If you can understand the question, you can answer it. The witness. Yeah, I produced these in response to the request for all the communications between me and plaintiff. Yes. By Miss Peters. So you're referring today that this represents all of your communications between you and the plaintiff, correct? Objection. Objection, this is Bretler. Excuse me, I'm saying an objection. Speaking of objections are not permitted. That's great. I'm objecting to your question on the ground. That's great. All right, that's great. I'm glad that you think that. Like, oh yeah. All right, this is awesome. That's great. I'm objecting to your question on the grounds that you just put 1,000 plus page document in front of my client, and you're asking me to tell you without giving him more than a few minutes to look whether or not it's comprehensive of all communications. That's an improper question. He can answer the best of his ability. He produced these documents. It has his bait stamp numbers on them. So I think he would know if there were other things besides what was produced in this chat thread. Mr. Bretler, same objection, same instructions. These are all the communications between me and the plaintiff that I was able to produce. Yes. Dude, it's so cool, man. This is so awesome. That you were able to produce. Can you clarify that, please? It's possible that we might have messaged each other on a game or something. I would have access to that communication or something like that. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. When did you first communicate with plaintiff about approximately? I would say sometime in late 2019. October 2019? Based on my production, it would probably be about then, yes. I believe the first message she sent to me was pretty quickly after we had an online panel together. So my guess is it would have been a few days before the 23rd of October 2019. And that online panel that you had together, was that the first time you met plaintiff? I believe so. And that was in person? No. That was online? Yes. And when did you first meet her in person? I believe it was September 11th. September 11th is not a good day for America, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. How does this line up with the towers falling, man? That's crazy. Or I can check in here to see if that seems to be incorrect. No, that's okay. So approximately September 11th, 2020 is the first time you met her. Just for purposes of clarity, are you referring to when you met her at the hotel? In person, yes. So that was the first time you met her in person, yes. And my understanding is that date was September 12th, 2020, if that refreshes your recollection. You don't need to accept that as true. If it refreshes your recollection, great. If you give me a minute, I can go through these and it'll be clearly, that's okay, we'll get to it. When was the last time you directly communicated with the plaintiff? I believe it would have been maybe December 12th of 2024, or maybe a couple of days after that. And so, Destiny, when the towers fell. Fuck off, bro. Maybe this is the event Hassan was referring to. You know, Pixie deserved 9/11, all right? I don't care who fucking says it, hears it, man. Pixie deserved 9. God, dude. Hassan's a fucking misogynist, man. That's crazy. Can't believe Ergy would say that. Why is Destiny working against his own lawyer? It's Destiny. What do you expect? And so your relationship started on a professional level. Objection. Vague and ambiguous. You can answer. I suppose you could say that. You were an established streamer at the time, right? Yeah, I don't think she was, though. So professional, I guess. Was she trying to establish herself as a streamer at that time? Objection. Calls for speculation. I wouldn't know. Why was she on the panel with you? Objection! Calls for speculation. Anyone can join those panels. Hey, Wick. Hey, buddy. You and Destiny knows. Very low bar. Very low bar, buddy. Did she join as a streamer or did she just join as some random individual? Objection! Calls for speculation. I couldn't know. Miss Peters, you can know, but you were on the panel with her. As a streamer, I was, yeah. You are aware, though, based on your communication with the plaintiff, that she was trying to establish herself as a streamer, aren't you? At what point after you met her? Objection! Vague and ambiguous. My understanding is plaintiff has gone back and forth between several potential career paths or ideas, so it depends on when and at what point in time. So my question was, when you had met her, let's say late 2019. I'm not aware of that. I don't remember. And you developed a friendship with her in your messaging, correct? Yes. And after October 2019, you were messaging each other almost daily, right? Assuming you're characterizing the chat logs correctly, yes, but I don't remember specifically. Do you want to skim through it and verify that? Mr. Bretler, take as much time as you need. Miss Peters, you can just look at the dates and... Mr. Bretler, you can look at it whatever you like for as long as you like, while we're on the record. Miss Peters, Mr. Bretler, I will instruct the deponent. You don't need to tell him your ground rules. These are my ground rules. Mr. Bretler, you can take as much time as you need to review as many documents as you'd like. Miss Peters, you can take as much time as I allow, Mr. Brunel. Oh, man. I think Miss Peters, like, got the call from fucking Dickers. And she's like, and Dickers is just like, crush his balls. Crush his balls. Give him the level 4, Joan. There's like, that's like, this has like an energy to it. Okay. It's not great. We are on the record. She has 6 hours and 31 minutes left. And I'd very much appreciate if you would stop your speaking commentary, which is not allowed under the rules, Mr. Bretler. Destiny. I would say we communicated frequently in the first month or two of our communications, yeah. And do you recall how old plaintiff was when you met her? At the hotel? 21. Okay, so if that was in 2020 and you met her in 2019, objection! Misstates the witness's testimony. You did state you met her in 2019, correct? Objection! Misstates the witness's testimony. Can you clarify on met, in person or online? I meant online. I'm sorry. Online 2019, yes. I believe she was 20 when we first talked online. And how old were you when you first talked online? I believe 30. And that would have been 2019? Yeah. Now, and take a look at the document marked as SB614. It's on page 614. Do you see the date on the document? Correct. And what is that date? November 25th, 2019. Okay. And at 4:11 a.m., the plaintiff confided in you that she was a virgin, correct? Yes. And then you continued conversing with her. Now, if you turn to the document mark 636, what is the date of that document? January 24th, 2020. And do you see that at 5:34 a.m. you asked the plaintiff, what are you into sexually? Excuse me, I don't see that on page 636 at that date or and timestamp. Do you see it, Mr. Bonnell? No. Can you look at page 637? Okay. At 5:34. I see multiple messages at 5:34. Do you see that you asked plaintiff, what are you into sexually at 5:34? Yes. And what was her response? To that, directly that message, the next thing she responded to, or to your question? What? You said, what are you into sexually? Are you asking him to read this document? I'm asking you, Mr. Bonnell, to read her response into the record. You can read the response. The next sentence she types is, LOL, for me being a virgin, it's a really long list. And plaintiff confided in you about her struggles with depression, correct? A little bit, yeah. Now let's look at SB 649. At 2:47 p.m., you say to her, it seems like in talking to you over the past few months, you've had a lot of mental health related issues. Do you think you've progressed on those issues at all? What are you doing to combat your problems? You said that to her? Yes. Okay, so you must have had a prior conversation at that point about her mental health issues, correct? Objection! Calls for speculation, but you can answer. I don't remember, but based on this message, it seems probably, yeah. And she confided in you because she trusted you, right? Objection! Calls for speculation. Possibly. And you developed a friendship with her, right? Asked and answered. You can answer again. An online one. Yes. Let's look at SB 689. Do you have that? Yes. So this is February 11th, 2020. At 8:26 p.m., you ask her, what was the stuff you most enjoyed when you messed around with that one guy? And she responds, like sexually? And you respond, yeah, if you're comfortable. What does the plaintiff respond after that? Can you read her that? Her next message is, oh yeah, I trust you. I don't mind talking about it. Okay, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. Right? That's, do you think that she trusted you? No, I don't know. Now, go like a few pages forward. She says she trusts you. When do you think that trust was established? And you kept trying to steer your conversation with the plaintiff towards sex, didn't you? Objection! Calls for speculations, vague and ambiguous. No, I would say she steered. Let's turn to SB 699. Take a quick look at SB 698 first and just skim through the content of that page. Mr. Bretler, take as much time as you need. Peters, it's nothing sexual, is it? This is Bates stamped 698, correct? Correct. Take as much time as you need to review the context. The witness, I would say correct. Your characterization was correct. And now turn to the next page. Bates stamped SB 699. At the top of the page, you write, I fell back asleep since the last message and had sexy dreams about you. Nice. Do you see that? Uh-huh. And you messaged that to her, right? Correct. And plaintiff was very clear with you in her communications with you that she did not want anyone to know about you having sex with her, right? Objection! Vague and ambiguous. Calls for speculation, but you can answer. No, or I would need further. No, she was not clear, or no, she did not want anyone to know about you having sex. Same objection. No, she did not want anyone to know about... I'm sorry, let me rephrase. There were people that knew. There necessarily were people that knew we had sex and were having sex. Miss Peters. Every time he says take as much time as you need, he's trying to get Destiny installed since he only has 6 hours. Every time he stops to read, they run the clock. I know. And he's not taking any amount of time to, like, read this shit over at all, Nate. It's fucking crazy. We're like, it's insanity to me, man. Anyways. There are people that knew. There are necessarily people that knew we had sex. My question to you was, did plaintiff communicate to you that she did not want anyone to know you had sex together? No. Same objection. No. That's correct, right? No, no, she did not communicate that. No. Miss Peters, she didn't? Or she might have communicated, but that's not accurate. So let's look at SB 776 to 77. Do you see your message at 9:58 p.m.? And you ask Pixie, how do you want to handle this publicly? Do you want people to know that we're hanging out, that you're staying in LA? You should consider the pros and cons of this. I see that message, yes. And then what was her response at 10:20 p.m. on February 26, 2020? Plaintiff types, so one, publicly, I'm okay with people knowing we're hanging out, but if anyone asks questions about us having sex or anything along those lines, I'd rather deny and keep that private between us. That's so cool. Two, preferably, I would stay with you since you are the person I know best in LA, but I do know you get tired with other people easily, so I could try finding another place that would make things easier for you on you. And then on the next page, 77, Pixie says, don't worry, I totally trust you, and you've been very clear with how seriously you take consent. I feel like you've been very honest with me, so I trust you and your words. Do you see that? Yes. Now, when she said to you, I don't want anyone to know that we're having sex, that we had sex or will have sex. Objection! Misstates the document. What was your understanding of that? Same objection. It misstates the document, but you can answer the question if you understand it. Can you clarify which message you're referring to? I'm referring to the one at 10:20, which that you read aloud into the record publicly between us. What did that mean to you? So streamers are public figures. We have public lives and we have private lives. A public statement would be me on stream or YouTube saying I've hooked up with somebody or had a sexual relationship with somebody. Private would mean just between like a group of friends or offline, not publicly available on social media. So she says, I'd like it to be kept private between us. She meant you and her, right? Objection! Calls for speculation. The witness, absolutely not. So she didn't just mean private between us. She's only talking to you in this communication, right? In this communication, she was only talking to me, but there's no way she could have just meant that. Was she an established streamer at that time? Objection! Calls for speculation. It's vague and ambiguous. I don't remember. That's so cool. Yeah, it's very clear if those, like, messages are there. It's like, I think the consent argument goes right out the fucking window. You wouldn't want anyone to think he can't read at an impressive rate, true. How'd you interpret private between us as meaning anything other than that? I repeat what I said earlier. There's a private, like a group of friends that you have offline that you talk about things with, and publicly there are statements that you make online that everybody knows about. Did she say that? I would say from the totality of interactions that was obviously the case. She didn't say that there, though, did she? No, but our interactions span more than the single message. Can you point to any? Excuse me, Mrs. Peters. Do not interrupt the witness when he's answering. You can finish your answer, and then she can ask you another question. Mr. Bonnell, can you point to any evidence where she made that distinction that you've made today? Objection! This is not demonstrative exercise. You need not point to any evidence. You can answer yes or no. Given more time, I'm sure I can find messages or something, but... Just say no, man! Fuck! You think if you think you can find a message where she says it's okay if... Well, given that the complaint is about a video that at the very least, even plaintiff has claimed that I've been allowed to share with my wife and with her boyfriend. That would be at least 2 other people outside of a private, just between me and her, that would have known about us having sex. Yeah, you're direct, intimate partners. This isn't talking about that. We'll get to those specifics in a minute. Right now, she's talking about keeping any sexual relationship between the 2 of you private. Correct? It says you, Miss Peters. You need not express, adopt that as truth. You may answer the question. Retler, your speaking objections are not permissible. Retler, you can answer. I think you know the federal rules by now. You can answer. So, going by this message and the one before, the conversation we're having seems to be one of the public and private with regards to streamer life, not with regards to absolute secrecy about some hookup event. There is no evidence in the record, is there? Don't answer. That she made any such distinction. Don't answer. I had to go through the totality of everything submitted to find that. It does not seem to be consistent with everything else, that she would have wanted this to be only between me and her. Then turn to page 703, please. Yes, on February 16th at 5:03 a.m., she says, have you ever had a random one-night stands? Do you see that? What's the timestamp? 5:03 a.m. Yes. Then you respond that, yes, you do, but usually not as into that. I like to talk about it. Oh. Talk about it a lot more first so I can understand what both parties want and boundaries, etc., etc. I see that. Okay, what was plaintiff's response? The next message she types is, boundaries and consent are everything. It's good you're really respectful about that. I wish more guys acted that way. LOL. Have you ever had any sexy dream about guys? So you told her boundaries were important. She responds with boundaries and consent. She agrees with you there, right? Boundaries and consent are everything, correct? Yes. Did you ever tell plaintiff before you record your sexual encounter with her that you'd like to take the videos of yourself having sex with other people and then share them with random people? Objection. It's compound. Vague and ambiguous, but if you understand, you can answer the question. It's possible at some point. I don't recall every conversation we've had. Okay, so if it's not in the documents you produced, you probably didn't say it, correct? Objection. Calls for speculation. That's not necessarily true. We had phone calls as well. And is it your testimony today, under oath, that you told her this in a phone conversation? No, my testimony is I don't recall I ever specifically said that. Now let's look at 1297. Next binder. This is March 4th, 2023, correct? Yes. Around this date, did another content creator named Lav allege that you and plaintiff had sexual relations? Yes. Okay. Or wait, I'm so sorry. Could you restate the question? You said in March of 2023, did another content creator named Lav allege you and plaintiff had sexual relations? I don't remember exactly what she alleged, but it might have been. I remember exactly what she alleged. Something along those lines? It's possible, but I don't remember exactly. Love you, Chai. Well, maybe it'll refresh your recollection to look at the messages started at 8:46 p.m. on March 4th, 2023. You just read to yourself Pixie's message. Okay. Yes. Okay. And then can you read into the record your response at 1:20 a.m. on March 5th, 2023? Answer. I type, just as a heads up, I don't think I've told anyone except Melina that we hooked up. So if Max and Lav are claiming that, I don't know if they're just assuming it or if you've told someone. I don't care if it gets out. I just don't want you to think I'm like talking a bunch of shit behind your back or anything. So you specifically told the plaintiff that you hadn't told anyone except Melina about your sexual relations, correct? Correct. In 2023, she was very concerned you wouldn't tell anyone, right? Objection. Calls for speculation. She was concerned I wouldn't tell anyone? Anyone besides Melina, correct? Again, it calls for speculation. I don't know if you could know, but if you do, you can answer. Well, you look at the next page, and she says, no one knows either on my end except my ex-boyfriend. I trust you and believe you. Do you think they're going to make up a bunch of stuff? You see that? I do. So she was concerned about anyone finding out, correct? Objection! Calls for speculation. I don't get that from these messages. It seems like she's concerned about a specific person finding out. Well, that person was streaming about it, correct? Objection, vague and ambiguous. Assumes facts, not evidence. Lav was a streamer? Not really? Sort of. Objection, vague and ambiguous. If you understand, you can answer. The witness, not really, no. So how did Lav post or tell people that you and Pixie were intimate? Objection, calls for speculation. If you know, you can answer. On some social media platform. By Miss Peters. Social media platform. And when you told the plaintiff that the only other person that you had told was Melina, that was a lie, wasn't it? Answer. That's not an accurate characterization of my message, so I can't answer that. Well, you already shared the video with Rose, right? Objection. Assumes facts, not evidence. You can answer. Was the question. The question is that in your statement at 1297, you state, I don't think I've told anyone except Melina that we hooked up. And yes, that wasn't true, right? It wasn't true at that point in time. I didn't think I told anyone besides Melina that we hooked up. No, I think that was true. It was true, but you'd already shared the video to Rose. Objection! Assumes facts, not evidence. I sent a video, but that is not what's being discussed here. This is awesome. This is like the best fucking court reading I think we've ever had. I hate this. I hate how much I'm enjoying this. Because I know I'm not going to have it forever. Fuck. I sent a video, but that's not what's being discussed here. And what did that video depict? Me hooking up with someone. You hooking up with the plaintiff, correct? The plaintiff was not universally known by all, but her face was visible, wasn't it? Objection! Calls for speculation, but if you know, you can answer. The witness, partially. And she was identifiable, wasn't she? Objection! Calls for speculation. Vague and ambiguous are what she means by identifiable. By a family member or friend, maybe. Okay, we'll get to that. Then at 1298, March 5th, 2023, at 2:45 a.m., can you read into the record what Pixie wrote there? At 2:45 a.m., she writes, okay, one last question. You promise me you haven't leaked it out to anyone else, right? I just need to know 100% before I go nuclear. And your response? My response at 2:46 a.m. I'm trying to rack my brain so hard, LOL. I'm sure Dan and Mr. Mooten know because we were literally there together with them. But I don't think they would have told anyone. That would be so weird. I don't know if it's worth blowing it up, though, because there's not so much to gain if they do have something linking to us hooking up. It would look bad. Who are Dan and Mr. Mooten? They were two friends that were present at the hotel when me and Pixie met in real life. So they knew you were there together. Yes. Did they know that you were there and engaged in sexual relations? Objection! Calls for speculation. I can't know what was in their minds, but it would be an incredibly reasonable assumption, yes. But they didn't witness it, correct? Not to my knowledge, no. I'm sorry, they didn't witness you having sex with the plaintiff? No, but they knew that we were staying in the hotel together. So when she says, promise me you haven't leaked it out to anyone else, right? You didn't tell her that you'd sent the video to Rose in response, did you? Objection! It assumes facts, not evidence. You can answer if you know. That's not the reply to her message, no. And you had already sent the video to Rose, right? Objection! Assumes facts, not evidence. You're referring to a video that we haven't even brought up to date, but you can answer if you know. Yeah, but it's not responsive to her prompt. If that's not responsive to, you promise me you haven't leaked it to anyone else. I think he likes to gossip and told more people. I think he told Lav trying to fuck Lav. That's where I've always been on that. Like, that from day one. I've always read that as I told Lav because I'm trying to fuck Lav. That's why he told different people these different things, right? You know? It's argumentative. You need not answer the question. You can ask another question. You can answer the question, Mr. Bonnell. Same objection. I don't believe so. No. You don't believe that. I see. She was asking with regard to public knowledge. It wasn't public knowledge at the time, which was evidenced by the fight that they had, where Lav did not have knowledge of that event. So how many people do you think you could share the sexually explicit video of plaintiff with that wouldn't violate her asking you to promise not to leak it out? Objection. Vague and ambiguous. I can't possibly know the answer to that question. Why can't you possibly know the answer? Objection. Argumentative. Bro, this guy is not allowed to do objection. Okay. How would telling Lav help him convince her to have sex, though? It shows that, like, you trust the person, so you tell them deeper, darker secrets. And then you build trust with them, and then you have sex with them. Yeah, Ergy. Yeah. I can share the video with PewDiePie, the most popular YouTuber of all time, and everyone would know. I can share the video with 1 million people in Australia, and nobody would know. So it doesn't... But you know that when you share something, a video, confidential information to one person, it can be spread, right? You know that. Objection! It's an incomplete hypothetical. Miss Peters, please stop the speaking objections. Excuse me, Miss Peters. That is not a speaking objection. Miss Peters, yes it is. Mr. Bretler, it's an improper question. You're asking an incomplete hypothetical. If you understand the question, you can answer it. But it's a hypothetical that you need not answer. If he doesn't understand the question, he can ask me to rephrase it, and I can make objections for the record. Don't get frustrated with me. I'm getting frustrated because you are doing speaking objections. Just like you and your colleagues have done at every deposition we have noticed in this case. No. Until you were put on mute at the last deposition, yes. No. Mr. Lopez only objected as to form, and that's a proper objection in Florida. So let's continue, Mr. Bonelli. Miss Peters. So it seems based on everything. I'm sorry. This is awesome. This is so cool. I actually probably should cut the segment of me reading this, right? And like upload that to YouTube. 3.5 hours of low-key and chill reading of a deposition. Reading of the Destiny deposition. That's so cool. That's a great idea. So it seems based on everything we have reviewed so far, plaintiff was quite explicit with you that she didn't want anyone to know about your sexual relations together. Would you agree? Objection! It misstates the testimony today. It misstates the documents and assumes facts, not the evidence. But you can answer. That doesn't seem to be what I've read, no. She didn't say, promise me you haven't leaked it to anyone else. Objection! Same objection. She did, but between the two of us, we have brought up at least 4 other people that know that we have sex. They were the 279 Captain C. I don't know what you want me to say in a southern accent, but I'm not going to, but only because I don't know what you want me to say, and because it would just become Russian. Yeah, lawyers get paid a lot of money to read these. Not even allowed. Yes. Consider paying me and filling the bar for more of this. You do that with things. Just like and subscribe on the YouTube, man. Just do it, you know? Just do it. It's a good call. Alright? It's a good deal. She didn't say, promise you haven't leaked it to anyone else. She did, but between the two of us, we brought it up to at least 4 other people that know we had a sexual encounter, and she didn't seem to have a negative response to that. Favor the dollar, Moon. Let's go. You are doing your part. Alright, let's go. Suck. And then I'm going to go over to Kick. And Nate and Right Wing Lunatic have sent a bunch of bits. Sorry, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 43. Or a bunch of kicks, I should say. 43 worth. Okay. There we go. Let's go. Got it. Counted it. I did my shit. Well, you just said that Dan and Mr. Mooten were not present when you were having sex, correct? No, but I responded in the affirmative that they probably assumed that we did and she didn't seem to care. She didn't seem to care. That's how you interpret that. Interesting. Now, at some point, you and plaintiff agreed to meet for purposes of a sexual encounter, correct? Correct. Whose idea was that? I don't remember. And where did you meet? I don't remember. Was it at a hotel? Yeah. Who reserved the hotel room? I don't remember. But it probably would have been me. And you lived in Miami at the time, right? I don't believe so. 2020? I think I would have lived in California. So you were just visiting Miami at the time. Objection! Assumes facts not in evidence. Yes. Now, you testified during the preliminary injunction hearing that you don't recall your conversations at the hotel before recording the video. Is that right? Yes. Plaintiff in her deposition does recall. You heard her testimony. She does recall the conversations, right? Objection! Vague and ambiguous. I wouldn't agree, but have you heard her testimony that she does recall? Yes? I recall hearing what I felt was conflicting testimony at times about our conversations at the preliminary injunction hearing. I'm talking about her testimony at the deposition. At her deposition. Yes. Mr. Bretler, it's vague and ambiguous. I don't think we talked about that. I don't recall hearing her testify to the conversations we had at the hotel at the deposition. I only recall her testifying at the preliminary injunction evidentiary hearing. So do you recall that she asked you if it was okay if she could share the video with her boyfriend at the time? No. You don't recall that? Never. So normally when you record a video with another individual, male or female, do you make sure that the face is not visible? No. You don't. No. But in the videos you recorded the plaintiff, your face is not visible, correct? In the video in the video, I believe my face is not video, correct? But my voice is. Your voice, but not your face, correct? Correct. But the plaintiff's face is visible. You said that. Asked and answered. Partially, yes. We've been going for about an hour. I'd like to take a 5-minute break. We can go off the record. We're going to go off the record. God, I love that one. Thank you for the 50 DB, giving us another hour, and then making another hour after that even easier. Thank you. Thank you for the 50 DB. Go in and turn it up, you lazy fuck. What, turn up that one? Probably could. Probably could. Probably could. Why'd that play for 50? Don't we have... No, I did. I took down the Erudite Dancing 50 one, I think. I could turn that up. Should I turn that up? That's the real question. I'm kind of in between. Kind of in between. Fuck. Bad. It was really quiet for some reason, like almost muted. Really? Let me take a look. Open.
Pedophiles! Pedophiles!
Oh my god. Dislike. That's so weird. That it was quieter. But yeah, I'll turn it up a bit. Alright, let's try this. Open.
Objection. Badgering, speculative, assumes facts not in evidence, argumentative, retributive, low T, no bitches, fucked vibes.
Pedophiles!
Open.
Pedophiles! Pedophiles!
Oh my god. Dislike crash. Oh my god. Oh, everything's frozen. Yeah, I mean, I will say this. Some of you may have noticed I might be louder. I like reset up my microphone for like when we're doing stuff that I'm like actually directly speaking into it at all times. So I am louder as well. Right? I am louder and it should be a little bit better. Do a yell. I'm a little lightheaded. Give me a second. Okay, I think I got all right. Thank you for the 50 dB, everybody. 07 to dB. All right, I asked you to clap your feet, and suddenly it's a problem. Yeah, it's yelling versus clapping my feet. Shut the hell up. Okay, chill. Get back to bed, Grandma. That's just your eyes yelling. They can't hear me down here. It's pretty cool. Rap, rap. Destiny just knows no one in DJG is going to read any of this. It's so bad for him. It's really funny. This is shockingly funny. This is way more entertaining than I thought it would be. I really thought this was just going to be like a really slog stream. This has been entirely enjoyable. It's crazy. Because like I've done like reading through long legal bullshit before, and this is like, oh man, there's like a keynote here I really like. Before the break, Mr. Bennell, you were talking about September 12th, 2020. You're at the hotel with the plaintiff. Do you recall whether at the hotel you said to her it's okay if I share any of the videos we record? No, you don't recall. Not specifically, no. I'm sure we had a conversation about it, but I don't recall the specifics of the conversation. And at the hotel, your video record the sexual interactions? Yeah, but not all of them, but some of them, yeah. Some of them. How many videos did you record? 3. And how did you record them? With my phone? And you were holding the phone while you recorded? Yes. Okay, and you were making sure your face was not visible, correct? Objection! Asked and answered. No. Okay, so when I asked you, and you made sure your face was not visible, and you said no, you were not making sure, or you were making sure? I was not making sure that my face was not visible. If it's my face is or isn't visible, it's probably going to be a byproduct of whatever we're doing, not an intentional choice by me to obscure my face. Nevertheless, your face is not visible, correct? Objection! Asked and answered. I don't recall. I believe one video is the subject of this complaint. I haven't seen the other two in a long time, so I do not recall. But the video that is the subject of this complaint, your face is not visible, correct? Only my voice, but not my face. And after you record the videos, did you share them with the plaintiff? Yes. And how did you share them? I believe I uploaded them to, I think it was a Google Drive folder, and then I think I sent her links to the videos. So you did not share them with her while you're at the hotel via airdrop, perhaps? No, well, I'm sorry, that was a compound question. I shared them with her while I was at the hotel, but it wasn't via airdrop, so because I don't believe I had an iPhone at the time, so it would have been with Google Drive. Okay, so what you're saying is at the hotel you uploaded the 3 videos to Google Drive, then shared them to the plaintiff while you were at the hotel. I believe so, yes. And so these 3 videos were then stored on the same Google Drive. Same as what? Your Google Drive that you uploaded them to. I uploaded them to a Google Drive, and then I shared the 3 links to the individual videos with the plaintiff. Yes. He said his voice was visible. Objection! Voices can only be heard! I just love yelling objection over and over, man. It's so cool. This is awesome. Calls for speculation, but if you know, you can answer. No. They're not. No. And why aren't they? I imagine because I removed them years ago. When do you think you removed them? I don't recall. You deleted that Google Drive, didn't you? Can you specify when you say the Google Drive what you mean by that? The Google Drive that you just told me you upload those videos to. The Google Drive is attached to a Google account. The entire account still exists. The individual links, the files themselves, have been removed from the Google Drive, yes. Who else did you share the videos of plaintiff to besides plaintiff? I can't recall. My belief is nobody beyond the other person in the complaint, Rose. Rose? What about Melina? I don't think so. I don't remember. So I believe in the declaration of the court, you did state you showed them to Melina. Objection! You don't recall that? Objection! Misstates testimony, but you can answer. I'm asking if you could recall, Mr. Bennell. I could, but that's different than the question you asked me before. It's possible I showed them Melina, but I didn't send her the files. So you're saying there's a distinction between showing the video and transferring the video. Was that in the song? What the fuck was that? Did anybody else hear that? Oh, fuck, am I hearing the voices again? Give me 1 sec. I gotta check some shit out. I need to look something up real quick. Oh my god, Tommy Wah put a new video out. Oh my god. I'm just gonna play this for a second. Oh my god. I'm just gonna play this for a second. Okay. Go back. Like them years ago. When do you think you removed them? I don't recall. You deleted that Google Drive, didn't you? Can you specify when you say the Google Drive what you mean by that? The Google Drive that you just told me you upload those videos to. Oh my god, my fucking audio is so much better now that I'm like doing this shit properly. Oh my fucking God, let's go. The Google Drive is attached to a Google account. The entire account still exists. The individual much links and cleaner, files yeah. themselves have been removed from the Google Drive. Yes. Who else did you share the videos of plaintiff to besides plaintiff? I can't recall. My belief is nobody beyond the other person, but I don't shit. I'm asking if you before. You're saying there. Was that in the song? It's possible I showed them Lena, but I didn't send her the files. So you're saying there's a distinction between showing the video and transferring the video? Was that in the song? I swear to fucking God, I heard something say to who after I said between showing the video and transferring the video. I distinctly heard a woman's voice say to who. Fuck, man. It's the fucking voices again. Anyways. So you're saying there's a distinction between showing the video and transferring the video. I think everyone would say that. Yeah. So to clarify, you showed the video to, my testimony is I don't recall. Melina? Exactly. I could have showed it to her, but I don't believe I sent it to her. But I don't recall. This would have been 6 years ago at this point. Miss Peters, now I want you to take a look at what we're going to mark as Exhibit 2 and its docket entry 421. Now, if you look at, this is your declaration, correct? Correct. Dated April 25th, 2025? Correct. If you look at paragraph 9, do you see the second sentence? I certainly have not sent the video to anyone since I sent the video to Rose on April 9th, 2022. I see that sentence on paragraph 9, yes. Okay, and you made this declaration under penalty of perjury, correct? As all court documents are, yeah. But only a few months earlier, you weren't certain about it, right? As to whether or not you had shared the video to anybody else. Objection. Vague and ambiguous. You can answer if you understand. Can you restate the question? Yeah. Only a few months before you submitted this declaration, you were not that certain about whether or not you had sent the video to anyone besides Rose. Objection. Vague and ambiguous. You can answer if you understand. I don't know if I would be able to recall the level of certainty I had about whether or not I transmitted a sexual video prior to digging through all my logs and archives to see if I had. No, but at the time I made this declaration, I was certain of it. So I'm going to direct you back to Exhibit 1, SB 1448. And at December 10th, 2024 at 7:02 p.m. At 7:02. Yes. Pixie says, did you ever send that BJ video to anyone beyond that girl? And what's your response? The only other person who saw it, I'm pretty sure, was just Melina when we were together. So on December 10th, 2024, you're pretty sure, right? Correct. But not certain. Correct. And then you thought maybe you had sent it to other individuals. Objection. Vague and ambiguous. Calls for speculation. Misstates prior testimony. Miss Peters, you thought there was a possibility, correct? Objection. It's possible. And then, or at the time, I believed it was possible. Right. So then let's look at SB, or actually, I'm so sorry. The question you just said was, did I send it to anybody else? Just to clarify, my statement in here is the only other person who saw it, I'm pretty sure, was just Melina when we were together. So even in this sentence, I didn't mention sending it to Melina, just that she saw it, yes. Okay, but she asked you, plaintiff asked you to be right. Did you ever send the video, right? Correct. And what was your response? Correct. All right, let's look at 550. On January 18, 2025, plaintiff says, I need to know how many people. I'm not joking, Stephen. If something else of mine gets leaked, and I don't have the mental heads up fortitude surrounding it, I will 100% kill myself. I can't continue to live my life every morning waking up sick to my stomach, wondering if someone is going to blast the most vulnerable and intimate parts of my life for thousands to see. Do you see that, right? Yes. And what was your response? Don't think so. The KF, which stands for Kiwi Farms, the KF people are always going to stir shit. Reading them probably doesn't help anything much. So on January 18, 2025, you still were not sure whether you had sent the video to anyone else, right? The video was recorded 5 years prior to this, so I'm not sure if I sent it to Melina, for instance, but I was pretty sure I hadn't. But you had already told her that you shared it with Melina. I told her Melina had seen it, not that I sent the video. Right, that's calling sharing. Objection! That's sharing. It misstates the witness's testimony, and it's your own testimony, Joan. To be absolutely clear from my perspective, sharing as in showing something or sending a file are two very different things. Okay, well, Mr. Bonnell, you didn't write the statute. The statute will be interpreted according to the law. That's not a question. I'm not speaking as, you don't need to argue with her. It's a silly thing for her to say. Calm down, Stephen. Miss Peters, I don't appreciate your commentary, Mr. Brettler, and you're arguing with my witness. You need to stop making speaking objections. You're arguing with my witness, and if you're going to do that, I will object. No, I can argue with the witness, and you need to stop. Mr. Brettler, you can argue with the witness? That's your statement? That you're allowed to argue with the witness? Under what rule are you allowed to argue with the witness? Miss Peters, you are mischaracterizing it. That's not what I said. Mr. Brettler, you said I can argue with the witness. Those are your words. Miss Peters, stop interrupting, please. Mr. Brettler, okay, don't get frustrated with me. Miss Peters, I am. Mr. Brettler, I know. Miss Peters, you are deliberately doing so. Mr. Brettler, deliberately. Miss Peters, yes you are. Mr. Brettler, deliberately doing what? Mr. Corius, making speaking objections deliberately again and again and again. Miss Peters, yes, over and over again. Mr. Brettler, I'm not. You're arguing with the witness. That's so cool. I love it. Bro, Brettler's he's a trip, man. Alright, he's a fucking trip, man. I don't, why are you saying for Destiny?
Stop breaking the law, asshole! Stop breaking the law, asshole!
Yeah, Corius, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Corius is another lawyer for Pixie. I thought they were the recorder, or the arbiter. Anyways, by Miss Peters. So, and as of January 18th then, based on this last document, the document that's in front of you right now, before plaintiff filed the lawsuit, you're still unsure whether you'd share with the video with anyone besides Rose and Melina, correct? Objection! It misstates the witness's prior testimony. It calls for speculation, and it's also vague and ambiguous. You can answer. Again, a speaking objection. Go ahead, Mr. Bonnell. I hadn't done an exhaustive search of every message I had ever sent. My understanding was up to that point, I hadn't sent it to anybody else. Then in your declaration, if you could go back to that, which is Exhibit 2, Docket Entry 421, Paragraph 9, your first sentence is, based on information and belief, I had not sent the video to anyone other than Rose, correct? Correct. Then you go on to say, I certainly have not sent the video to anyone else since April 9, 2022. So you are admitting here, prior to April 9, 2022, you might have shared the video to a third party. Objection! Misstates the testimony, but you can answer no. So what is the distinction here? You didn't say, I certainly did not send the video to anyone other than Rose, right? I certainly have not sent the video to anyone since I sent the video to Rose on April 9th, 2022. But prior to April 9th, you didn't have that same level of certainty, did you? Well, I would have shared it with Pixie at the least. I don't think that is what your statement's about. Objection! You're arguing with the witness again. No need to answer that. Do you think Destiny ever dropped a wait? Stop. Wait. We'll find out. It'll be in the record, right? Mr. Bonnell, is that where you were trying to say that maybe you had sent it to the plaintiff, that first sentence? I mean, I had sent it to the plaintiff, yes. Yes? I had sent it to the plaintiff, yes. That's in the complaint that you had sent it to the plaintiff. Okay. But you're saying here, based on information and belief, you didn't send the video to anyone other than Rose. You didn't say with certainty, I didn't send the video to anyone but Rose, did you? Objection, it's argumentative. Did you? Excuse me, objection, it's argumentative. You can answer the question. I'm reading the words. You're correct in reading the words that is what I said in the declaration. Correct. Thank you. And then in paragraph 7, you write, you testify in this declaration, plaintiff did not object to me showing the video to my then fiance or to anyone else. Is that a true statement? It's in my declaration. Yes, that was a true statement. Correct. So did she tell you she didn't object to you sharing the video with anyone else? I don't believe you or that. She didn't tell you that, did she? Can you restate the question? You said plaintiff did not object to you showing that video to anyone else. She told you she didn't object. Objection. It's vague and ambiguous, but you can answer. Go ahead, Mr. Bedell. Plaintiff did not object to me showing the video to anyone else. She never voiced an objection or made an objection to me showing the video to anyone else. Correct. She never told you she wanted it to be private. No, that wouldn't have made sense because we shared the video with our respective partners at the time. Well, that's very different than, isn't it, sending it to strangers? Objection! Again, it's argumentative. It's not that different, Mr. Bennell. It would, but I feel we've used 3 different definitions for private at this point. So I'm not entirely sure what definition you're working on. What 3 definitions have we used? Earlier, it sounded like private was just between me and Pixie. Then I clarified private was an offline group of friends. Now you're saying that private means me, Pixie, and both of our partners, so I'm not sure. But to be clear, Pixie has never told you it was okay to share the video with your offline friends, right? She never specifically said that. She never said that. Okay. Now, just to clarify, she never said it was okay that I share the video with my offline friends. It's just not a statement that she's made. But she was okay with me sharing it with my wife, who, depending on, she was your wife and you were in an open relationship with your wife, correct? Sure. Yes? Yes. Now, sorry to be jumping around, but can you go back to SB 550? It's open in front of you, correct? So at the top of that page, the plaintiff includes a screenshot of a post on Kiwi Farms by an individual with the screen name Disaster Cabbage, right? Do you see that? It's small to read here, but I'm familiar with this message, yeah. Okay, who is Disaster Cabbage? I don't know. And you had a subpoena served on Kiwi Farms to try to find out who Disaster Cabbage is, right? Yes. And do you recall, if you can read it, I know it's small print, but this Disaster Cabbage was claiming in his or her post that you'd sent videos of you having sex with the plaintiff to Disaster Cabbage's friend, right? The account is on Kiwi Farms, the anonymous account that posted that, yes. So you're trying to find out who Disaster Cabbage was, so you can see who else you might have shared the video with. Objection! To the extent that it calls for attorney-client communication, I instruct you not to answer. But outside any discussions that you may have had with your lawyers, you can answer the question. So in my best efforts to answer all of the interrogatories and to produce the extent of discovery that I'm obligated to for this case, I wanted to know who this person was to see if I had ever shared any videos of the plaintiff with this person. Yes. So you thought it might be a possibility that you had. Objection! Misstates the witness's testimony. I did not say that. I don't believe it was a possibility. The statement itself is incredibly suspicious. The user was an anonymous account. It had a lot of markings of being fictitious or a falsified post. How often do you share sexually intimate videos with other people? Objection! Vague and ambiguous. I don't know exactly. Ms. Peters. On a weekly basis? Same objection. The witness. Depends on the week. I can't speculate. Not sure. This is a crazy line. This is a crazy line. Throwing that in the fucking notes. Yum. Nice. Have you shared in the past, let's say, 2 years, hundreds of videos? Objection! Vague and ambiguous. That sounds very high. No. It sounds high, okay? But you didn't have certainty on when plaintiff was asking you in December, and again in January, as to how many people you share the video with. Because you do share videos a lot, right? Objection. It's a compound question. It assumes facts, not in evidence, and misstates your prior testimony. I would say those two statements are not related to each other. Just because I share videos doesn't mean I share videos of plaintiff. Certainly not. And I believe in every statement to the plaintiff, I said I was fairly certain that I hadn't shown anybody else, which I now know is true. But it was your norm to share videos with other people, right? Objection! Misstates the witness's prior testimony, assumes facts, not evidence. That's a very broad question. The norm? I'm not sure how to answer that. Okay, so you testify in court at the preliminary injunction hearing. I just have a lot of videos that I've recorded with people, and in the past, have also recorded videos of me. I would argue it's some kind of the norm that we just kind of trade stuff around, basically. Does that refresh your recollection that this is the norm for you? Objection! It's two separate questions, but you can answer. Can I ask what question I was responding to for that? Can you read that? Whether it's the norm for you to share these videos with other people. And was that a question from the judge or from... We can pull that up if you'd like. Like, I feel like Andrew Brettler is actually just Phoenix, right? Because, like, in those games, you just, like, hard click the objection button every time. And just, like, rescind it. Nothing bad can ever happen, okay, man? Trust me. Trust me. It's a trick you can just yell objection in a courtroom as much as you want if you're a lawyer. It's actually the coolest part of being a lawyer. Right? I guess they can kick you out eventually, but, you know. Anyways, so you told the court that's the norm for you to record videos with other people and trade them around, right? Objection! Where are you looking? This doesn't say the norm anywhere on this page that you handed me. I'd say line 14. I apologize. Go ahead. I don't see it anywhere. Line 14. Okay. So the judge had asked the question with regards to video sharing. With all respect to the judge and everything else, it seems like he's a slightly older gentleman. The concept of recording and sharing videos was not normal, I would say, to that group of people. When I said that there is a norm around recording videos, I wasn't speaking to the quantity of videos recorded or how commonly it occurred, just that it wouldn't be out of the ordinary or incredulous or unbelievable that people in my community would have a sexual encounter and record a video and share it with others. But you did specifically say, I just have a lot of videos. You were talking about yourself having a lot of videos, right? Yeah, but to clarify to the court, to the judge asking the question, I imagine 4 or 5 years recorded like that would be a lot to him. Not hundreds or thousands with other people. But you're talking about yourself here, not about what the judge would think. So what would be a lot of videos for you? You said I just have a lot of videos. What's that? What would that number be? I'm testifying to what I answered to the judge. When he asked me a question, I'm clarifying what I meant when I said norm there. It didn't mean hundreds of different people or hundreds of videos with different people. It just meant there was a norm for people in my community to record sexual videos with each other and potentially share them. And then you start that response by saying that you can't speak on behalf of plaintiff. That's just your interpretation of the norm, right? Well, you say I won't speak for plaintiff, correct? Correct. Give me 1 second to read the prior. Hold on. Sure. I see here that I say I won't speak for the plaintiff. It seems to be more a polite thing than anything else. Both of us took the stand that day. Both of us answered questions. I'm just responding to the judge what my perspective was on things. I don't believe the judge was asking me for what he thought the plaintiff's perspective was on it. So I was just speaking for my perception of the communities we existed in, yes. Do you recall whether in plaintiff's testimony she talked about it being the norm to just kind of trade videos around? In her testimony in this case, of course not. No, yeah. So now, when did you first find out that your private info was being leaked by Solo Tiny Leaks? Can you specify what you mean by private information? Your private information, your private messages. Objection! Vague and ambiguous. Your videos. Now it's compound. Objection! Oh, now she says 2 more words. Oh, now it's compound, man. Well, the videos, I believe, the first time I was made aware that they were posted was when plaintiff messaged me on Discord. Okay, prior, that's November 29th, correct? Assuming you're stating it correctly, yeah. But prior to that, Solo Tiny Leaks made a partial leak. Isn't that correct, of your private information that you had sent to Rose? I believe you posted some private messages between me and a third party, yes. Or or fourth party. I don't know how you would say it. Let's just call that the partial leak. It was a leak of the messages, yeah. And that was at least a week before, November 29th. Do you recall that? He's gonna say he doesn't. Fuck! What page? We're on like page 5. Nice. I don't recall the exact days. Maybe within a week. Well, this is a little blurry, but I'm going to show you a message from JStock to you. If this refreshes your recollection. Do you have copies? Yes. Do you have any more information regarding this? I'm actually getting a image sent in of the image in question that Joan was sharing with Destiny at the time. I don't really know where this part's going, okay? I really don't know where this part's going. But color me excited. Color me excited. This is the coolest awesome. This is such a good stream. I'm so excited, man. I really thought this was gonna suck. Let's go! Oh, just passing around a bunch of pigs and shit, man. Fucking absurd, man. I know, because the thing is, it's like I imagine one day I'm in court and they're like, did you show this image and said that this was produced in the court for a trial that you had no idea about, and you just like made that shit up? And my answer is gonna be, yes, Your Honor, I made that shit up. I'm genuinely, usually people don't consider me a very serious person. And so when I'm making serious statements, I tend to overstate it in a much more ridiculous thing. Why would I use this image? Man. Court docs having to write out JStock? You have any more information regarding this? What is the date of this message from JStock to you? It appears to be November 20th, 2024. And the leak of the video wasn't until the 29th, right? 9 days later. Correct. But I don't know if this leak is referring to stuff that Solo posted, or if this is some other type of leak. That's why I'm asking for additional context. Were there other leaks besides what Solo posted in November of 2024? I'm a public figure. Stuff gets leaked about me pretty frequently. I see that in JStock's message here. He references sexual shit as one of the phrases he uses. And I don't believe that Solo had posted sexual information about me. It's possible, but I only recall the DMs between me and another party being posted that were not sexual in nature. That is why I was asking for additional context around this message. Were those DMs between you and Lauren Sutherland? Lauren Southern, yes, Southern. But they were not sexual in nature. Southern? They were not sexual in nature, though. But you were in love with Lauren Southern at the time, correct? It's a complicated question. Yes or no? I don't know if I can give a straight answer to that. You were in a relationship with Lauren Southern. That's a complicated question. I think my generation uses the term situationship, we'll say. Oh, no. That's rough. Oh, that's crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy, dude. What the fuck? Do you love her? Do you love her? What was the nature of your relationship? I don't think I would call it a relationship. I think I'd call it a situationship. How do you move past that as Lauren Southern? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. You got him. Yeah, quickly. Do you guys think I would have reason to suspect there's a community of people sharing sex tapes between each other and that violation of trust is part of the fetish? I mean, maybe. Was she aware? I'm not familiar with that term. At this time, you were married to Melina, correct? Correct, in an open relationship, but yes. Was she aware of your situationship with Lauren? Yes. So the November 20th leak also included DMs between you and Rose, right? So this is interesting. Wasn't this the shit that... Didn't Melina, like, specifically say that it was part of the reason why they divorced because he wouldn't separate from her or some shit properly, or she caught him with him again? So Melina would have known, said don't do that, and then caught him doing that. So that's all... This is all, like, kind of actually... This, like, works, but it kind of insinuates a lot more. Okay. I would have been a better lawyer right here. I would have been like, quick, I need to add this. Did she know? Why did you get divorced? You little gremlin freak. Not you, moral gremlin, you're fine. Like, I would be calling Destiny a gremlin. Okay. So the November 20th leak also included some DMs between you and Rose, right? I don't remember. You don't remember. But you knew based on JStock's message to you that there were more leaks coming, right? Objection! Calls for speculation, vague and ambiguous. I have no idea. JStock wasn't the leaker, and he wouldn't know, so I have no way of knowing that. But he told you that there would be, correct? I don't see that in front of me, and I don't recall my... This is a partial leak. There is more. Can you tell me what there is more is referring to? It says, there is more sexual shit. I understand, but this message is, this is a partial leak. There is more sexual shit. Yeah, but it sounds like, so, I don't want to speculate, but it sounds like he's showing me a thing, and he's saying there's other stuff, and he's asking if he wants to show me more, but I don't believe he's saying that there's more on the way. I don't know how he could ever know that. Wasn't JStock in contact with Solo? Objection! Calls for speculation. To your knowledge. Calls for speculation. I think Solo reached out to him. So he might have had some information, and that's why he was reaching out to you. He never communicated that to me. Well, he's communicating it to you right here. This is a partial leak. There's more sexual shit, right? He's absolutely not communicating that. You need more of this conversation to demonstrate that. But at this time, the leaks between you and Lauren had already happened, correct? Yes. And so, what did you do after that partial leak? Did you take any steps to protect your private information? I believe I started to delete my conversation with the Rose account. Did you delete the Pixie video from your Discord chat thread with Rose? I believe I deleted every social media post. Prior to November 29th? I believe so, yeah. So let's be clear. What exactly did you delete prior to between November 20th partial leak and the November 29th? I'm not going to have an exact memory of that. Well, give me your best recollection. I'm pretty sure I deleted all the media that we exchanged between the two of us. Between you and Rose. Yes. And that would be the Discord messages. In Discord, yes. Any other? No. Twitter? You can't delete Twitter messages, so no. Okay. So it's your testimony today that you deleted the Pixie video attachment from Discord chat with Rose prior to November 29th. Objection. It misstates the witness's testimony, but you can answer. Not specifically, but I imagine it would have been deleted. Yes, that's not how he shared it. He sent a Google Drive link. That's how they got the cherry audio. Because he didn't even clear out all the Google Drives and shit. Yeah. Not specifically, but I imagine it would have been deleted. Yeah. And after the partial leak, Solo communicated with you, right? Yes. What was the substance of his communication with you? He seemed to be enjoying himself. He tried to, I think, extort me to come on stream. I think he claimed he was going to leak more stuff. I don't recall exactly, but I believe he sent me a message in the early morning claiming he was going to leak more stuff. I think I read it. I think I fell asleep again. And I think when I woke up, there was more stuff posted online. I'm going to show you what we're going to mark as Exhibit 3. Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3 was marked for identification. The witness. Can I ask a question? Am I allowed to ask things to be marked? No, just leave it. Destiny was like totally ready to start bringing up his own evidence to argue with Joan. That's so cool, man. I wish that's how depositions went, dude. So this is a screenshot of a message from Solo to you on November 29th, 2024, correct? Now, there's no bait stamp on here, is there? Correct, I don't see one, yeah. So you didn't produce this document, right? If there's no bait stamp on it, I don't know if I produced something similar to this, but if there's no bait stamp on this, then I imagine I did not produce this document, correct? So in this, if you could just read the message to refresh your recollection, sure. Do you want him to read it out loud? No, just to himself. Mr. Brettler, take as much time as you need. Okay, I've read it. And this message was sent to you at 10:43 a.m. According to the screenshot, yes. And in it, he says he asked you to talk on stream. Otherwise, I'll be leaking the full DMs, including all images, videos shared from you to Rose, and the information about Rose's age, the full Twitter DMs, in which you were negligent in verifying age, even after you joked about her looking so young, that you would need ID to make sure she was really 18. Do you see that? I see that in this image, yes. And did you ever respond to this image? I don't believe so, no. So he didn't leak all of these DMs that he's referring to here until the evening of November 29th, correct? Objection! Calls for speculation. If you know, you can answer. Is this the one he sent to Aiden? I don't know. Do you plan on ignoring it all? Yeah, here we go. And then did the second leak the next day. Do you plan on just ignoring it all? Seems like it's working for now, but might hinder you in the future. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm not sure it's the wisest to share how I deal with it all with the person trying to maximize the interest on it. To be fair, I could have leaked much worse if only I cared about interest. But leaking the super intimate shit is cringe. But I feel like that's kind of what got leaked, no? I mean, images, videos specifically. Oh, Well, I mean, I guess I appreciate that, I think. Although I heard people talking about my dick, so who knows? Are you the guy's dick that Rose sent me that was supposedly her boyfriend? No. Ha ha ha. That's not my penis, no. Good question, though. When's my unbanned from DGG Discord coming down the pipeline? We'll see. Better to have me in there on an account you can track than an alt. So weird, man. Yeah? No. No, it's totally different. Yeah, it's a totally different one than the Aiden one. I think this is the JStock one that JStock posted at one point. I can't recall that one, though. I don't remember the exact time, but it was later, right? Objection, vague and ambiguous, asked and answered. It would have been after 10:43 a.m. in the timestamp in the time zone that this was taken, I imagine, yes. Okay, we can get to the time in a minute. But so between November 20th and the 29th, you had to delete the Pixie video from Rose's thread and prevented its leak, correct? No, I'm pretty sure I deleted it the day I saw that the account was leaking messages. So later that day, the video of you and Plaintiff was published by Solo, correct? Among other videos, yeah. Well, what else was published? I think some, if I can recall, I think it was 27 videos, I think. 20 or so of them were just me. I believe 7 of them were me and others depicted in the videos. And all of the entire DM thread, right? With you, objection, vague and ambiguous. With you and Rose? No, I don't believe so. Not the entire thread. Parts of it? Yeah. And then, I'm going to ask you, look at, we're going to mark this document 231991. Now, you see this is a message exchange between you and Stray Raid, correct? I see that, yes. Who is Stray Raid? A mutual friend of me and Pixie. And on November 9th, at 9:06 p.m., she says to you, more stuff is leaking. There's a video of you and Pixie on Kiwi. You see that? Yes. So she immediately identified the plaintiff, didn't she? Objection! Calls for speculation. I'm not sure. Well, she says it. There's a video of you and Pixie on Kiwi. That's not the same as the question you asked. She identified Pixie in the video, didn't she? I don't know that. Well, do you think she lied when she said that? Pixie could have told her and that she's the one that's in the videos, and that's how she knows. Is that what you believe? Objection! I don't know. You don't know. I'm not sure. You don't know? You have to ask her. I'm not sure. Oh my god, man. yeah, no. You know, as somebody who's been on Twitter, no, it was pretty obvious it was fucking Pixie. Yeah, man. Like, just gotta be fucking real. Wow. Anyways. Do you think Pixie called her friend Erin and told her it was her in the video? Is that your testimony today? Objection! It calls for speculation, misstates his testimony today. Is that your testimony, Mr. Bonnell? I wish I could testify to Pixie's conversation with Erin, but I have none of those, so... But you are not aware of any conversation to that effect, are you? I'm not aware of... I am aware that they talked a lot about this, because of stuff that has been posted publicly, but I don't know what their specific conversations were. And you don't actually know if they talked about this before 9:06 p.m., right? Same objection. It calls for speculation. You don't know that, right? Given that they were very close friends, I would have definitely assumed that. Plaintiff's Exhibit number 5 was marked for identification. So let's look at, I'm going to mark another Exhibit 5. This is a screenshot of a Kiwi Farms post, correct? Yes. And it shows a date of November 29, 2024 on it. That's what's in the image, yes. And this is a post by someone with the screen name Frunk? Frunk, you're in federal court, buddy. You're in the federal record, Frunk. All right. Oh man, what's gonna happen to Frunk, man? Wasn't she identified almost immediately? Yeah, you can like see her face. It's just, yeah. Anyways. I don't think so, but it might be. The name might be in red. That is unreadable above it. I don't know if Frunk is part of the YouTube link or not. I don't imagine it matters, but I see the post from the person, yes. And the post says, so he has genuinely fucked all of his orbiters. So he went to that canvassing and him and Pixie and Schrader were hanging out because they were fucking having threesomes. Do you see that? Yes. And what are the images that are depicted in the screenshot? I see an image of what I imagine is a picture of Pixie that she posted somewhere. And then I see 3 what appears to be excerpts from a video that is the subject of this complaint. And what is it focusing in on in those 3 images that are taken from the video? Objection! Calls for speculation. You can answer if you know. Her arm or shoulder. Miss Peters, do you see the 2 moles? Yes. And then you see the photo of the plaintiff, her shoulder with the 2 moles? Yes. So she was immediately identified by people in Kiwi Farms, right? Objection! And they posted about this, correct? Objection! It calls for speculation. You can't possibly know. That's a speaking objection. Excuse me, who is taking the deposition? It doesn't matter. Excuse me, we can stop the deposition today if you both want to ask questions today. I'm not asking questions. I don't need your commentary. I don't need your speaking objections. You're not taking the deposition today. That's fine. You're the second chairing this deposition. That's fine. Sit there quietly. No, you're not in charge of this deposition, Mr. Bretler. One person takes the deposition. This is my deposition, Bretler. Then you take it. I don't need to hear from your colleague. You can hear from whoever speaks if I allow them to speak. We will see if the court finds that proper. Yeah, well, let's see if the court finds it proper. All your speaking objections, despite my same objections you made. Repeated objections. Same objections that you've made at prior depositions. No, I've never made such speaking depositions. I've admonished you multiple times for making improper objections. The record speaks for itself. One second. I'm gonna go grab my water bottle. This is the dumbest shit. I need to go. I might need it. I'm gonna go grab water real quick. Is everybody cool with that? We got another fucking 336 pages, man. Hyperventilating? No. No, it's not that. It's just I need water. Like I can feel a light hoarseness on my voice and shit. So I want to get water, wet my whistle. Probably in like 2 hours, I'm going to make a coffee. Because that'll like kind of relax everything. And that should get us through to like the end of everything. Right? Can we get Cam 2? No, absolutely. Okay. Oh, fuck. Making a chicken sandwich for dinner? Make 2. Fucking twink. Oh, you're gonna die. You're gonna die, buddy. Like, all right. All right. He isn't. Fairy, he's like starving. You know that. We learned this yesterday. Okay. All right. Mr. Bennell, after the leak, there was a lot of discussion on Kiwi Farms, correct? Objection! About Plaintiff being in the video. Objection! Vague and ambiguous. Can you recall that? Can you please let me finish my objections? No, because if you're doing speaking objections that are not proper, I don't care what you determine as proper or not. It's irrelevant to me, Miss Peters. Well, they are not proper. Your questions are improper, which is why I'm objecting to them. If you don't let me finish my objection, I'm going to have to restate it. So I object to the question on the grounds that it's vague and ambiguous and calls for you to speculate. The question was, can you restate it again? If after the leak on November 29th, was there a lot of commentary on Kiwi Farms about Plaintiff being in the video with you that had been leaked? Objection! The question calls for speculation. You already said your objection. Excuse me, you asked the question again. Mr. Bretler, you asked the question a second time. He asked me to repeat it, and I'm gonna repeat my objection. You are wasting our time. You have 5 and 12 minutes left on the record. Ask proper questions. You're wasting time. Ask proper questions. Your question calls for speculation. It's vague and ambiguous. Mr. Bennell, please answer. So I believe there was a lot of discussion around the totality of the leaks. I don't believe there is much discussion about the plaintiff in particular. Mrs. Peters. Now, so your testimony today is that she was not identified on Kiwi Farms? Objection. That states the witness's testimony. Within the few days, weeks after November 29th, no, I said that post, no, what I said was that she was not the main subject of discussion. There was a lot of discussion because there was a lot of material that was leaked. So do you agree that she was identified by the people on Kiwi Farms? Objection calls for speculation. Is that correct? Is that correct, Mr. Bennell? Calls for speculation. There were people that posted pictures of her that looked similar to her in the video. So insofar as we say that was identified, then sure. But there was no absolute confirmation. It was absolutely her. But there were people on Kiwi Farms that speculating that was her in that video. Is this Prince Andrew's lawyer? Yes. This is Prince Andrew's lawyer, Captain C. Why does he not answer? I mean, he's kind of answering. It's just kind of ratty. Okay. Miss Peters. And that is why she was so nervous about it, correct? Objection. Calls for speculation. She communicated those fears to you about her having been identified, correct? No. In the beginning, she communicated that she felt very confident she would be able to claim it wasn't her, and she would ignore it. That was her initial claim. But that didn't hold up, right? Objection! Vague and ambiguous.
I love law and order. Discord.
Cheers, Glenn. They were the $9.99 lens transit. Let me add an hour to the clock. Let's go. That's good because we're gonna be here for a while. Oh, I'm glad I have leftovers from dinner today. I made I had haddock that I breaded and fried. Like, I guess battered and fried. I do like this egg double dip, right? So what you do is you do put the fish in the flour, put the fish in the egg, put the fish in the flour, put the fish in the egg, put the fish in the flour, fry. Right? Gives you like this really, really nice, crunchy, extra shit, right? So I did that, and then I steamed a head of broccoli, and I found out that it's like I was cooking for me and like a few other people. No one in my immediate proximity eats broccoli the way I do. So I ate an entire head of broccoli, right? And that shit was fucking crazy. I've never, like, I got it perfect. Because I don't really like breaking the broccoli down. But I do like steaming it just enough that it's like a little bit less than like full crunch. Kind of like Chinese or whatever. And while I did accidentally catch something on fire, it was like kind of fucked up. I can't remember the last time I ate fried food. It's like, I actually don't know the last time. I did like fried chicken like 3 or 4 weeks ago, I think. Half a cup is apparently a single serving. I had a whole head of fucking broccoli, man. Okay. All I know is that I'm living a good life right now, okay? I have extra food, okay? Buddy? What buddy? What are you buddying? Fuck you, man. Because it became very public that it was her, right? Not until no, I don't believe so. Not until your client filed this lawsuit. Miss Peters, are you testifying today, Mr. Bretler? No. Are you testifying on behalf of Mr. Bennell? Absolutely not. Well, then I'd prefer if you don't. I'm not. Well, you just did. Now, before Plaintiff's Substack was posted, and we'll get to that, there was live streams done by President Sunday. You're familiar with him. Yes. And he live streamed out the plaintiff being in that video with you, correct? I don't recall. You don't recall what? I don't believe so. Now, Pixie posted her Substack in January, and you posted your public statement shortly after, correct? That sounds right. In that statement, you say that you are actively pursuing criminal and civil litigations on these matters against multiple parties. Do you recall that? I'm uncomfortable without my statement right in front of me, but if you're asking me the best of my recollection, I believe I said something akin to that, yes. So did you pursue any criminal and civil litigation? Yes! Yo, why did I yell that? What did you do? That was a very weird yell. Objection! To the extent that it calls for the disclosure of any of your communication with your lawyers, not just me, I'm directing you not answer that question, otherwise you can answer. I pursued civil and hopefully eventually criminal penalties against the person who'd leaked the material online. How did you do that? By reaching out to a law firm. What was that law firm? You can answer. I don't actually know the name, but it would be Carrie and Roxanne. I don't know if it's called Carrie and Roxanne Partners or whatever, but it was their law firm up in New York City. And did they file a criminal complaint against Solo? Objection! To the extent that it requires for the disclosure of returning client communication, I instruct you to not answer. If you know outside of that, you can answer. I'm not aware if individuals can file criminal complaints, and I don't think I want to divulge the communications between me and my New York law firm. But you didn't even know who Solo was at that time, did you? Correct. So you couldn't have made a criminal complaint against him, right? Because you didn't know who he was? Objection! Correct. Misstates the testimony. No, I think I can still file a lawsuit. And did you file a lawsuit against Solo? I was not able to, no. Why not? Because I got wrapped up in our current lawsuit. That's the reason you didn't file a lawsuit against Solo? Objection! I also caution you not to disclose any attorney-client communications and instruct you not to answer on that basis. Yes, but not insofar as I was directed not to by any litigation team, but just that I don't personally have the resources to engage in multiple lawsuits at once. So you didn't actually pursue criminal and civil litigation against Solo, correct? Objection! Misstates the witness's testimony. No, I would say I did pursue it, yes. But you didn't actually accomplish, you didn't do anything. You didn't file anything, correct? Objection! misstates the witness's testimony, and it's also vague and ambiguous. Did you file anything? It's also vague and ambiguous as to what you mean by file anything. If you were asking if I filed a lawsuit personally, yes. Represented by another person to file a lawsuit, no. But I will take that to mean the same thing as pursued. Did plaintiff ever tell you that you could share the video with Rose? Objection! Asked and answered. Specifically, no. Did she ever write a message to you, text, DM, email, anything else saying you could share the video with Rose? Specifically, no. Did she ever tell you on a phone call, on a Discord call, that you could share the video with Rose? Specifically, no. Can you identify a document, a message, document, recording, or anything whereby plaintiff gave you permission to share the video with Rose? Specifically, Rose, no. Did she ever tell you you could share the video with Abby? No. Did she ever tell you in writing that you could share the video with Melina? No, I don't believe so. Did she ever tell you that you could share the video with anyone else, any specific person? Tell me, even verbally or written. I don't recall. It would have been a conversation we had at the hotel. But you don't recall that conversation, correct? No. There wouldn't have been a specific person listed. It would have been a general statement. And then you didn't ask plaintiff for permission before you shared the video to Rose, right? No, not specifically Rose. Do you ask plaintiff for permission to share the video with another individual? There would have been some general, I'm asking specifics. Excuse me. You can finish your answer, Destiny. There would have been a general conversation at the hotel, but I don't believe specific names, neither my fiance at the time, nor Pixie's boyfriend at the time, would have ever been brought up specifically, no. So when you agreed to record the video with the plaintiff, did she specifically say you could distribute this video to other people? Yes, we would have had a conversation that we were allowed to show the video with some select group of people. A select group of people? Yes. But you told the court you don't remember that conversation. Objection! Misstates the witness's prior testimony. Did you tell the court that? I believe so. During the preliminary injunction hearing? Yes. There are no specific individuals. I don't recall the specifics of the conversation, but we would have had a conversation about sharing the video, but not posting it, like, to an online website. Not posting it to an online website. So, you remember that she said, vaguely, didn't post it onto an online website. Is that what your recollection is today? Vaguely. I've had similar conversations in the past. I vaguely remember with her, and I believe that her testimony at the evidentiary hearing stated about as much. I think she said, don't spread it around, so don't post it to like an online website or some publicly accessible place. Yeah. So are you saying today that she told you you could distribute the video to people she did not even know? Objection! Misstates the witness's testimony. The question was, did she tell you that you could distribute the video to people she does not know? Yes, she didn't know about my fiance at the time. She told you that specifically? No, she knew who your fiance was. Knowing who somebody, we're talking about other people. Knowing who somebody is and knowing them, I would say, are two totally different things. Let's for a moment keep Melina out of this. Okay. Did she tell you specifically that you could share the video with other individuals? There were no individuals named. It would have been a more general statement. What would that general statement that you suddenly remember? Objection! Argumentative. It's vague and ambiguous. It's also been asked and answered. The general statement, like, share it with partners, but don't post it online to, like, some publicly accessible place, basically. So your recollection is the plaintiff told you could share it with any of your partners. Objection! Misstates the witness's testimony. Not specifically, but my vague recollection is it would have been somewhere around that, yes. But you don't recall the conversation, correct? Objection! The specifics. Objection! Go ahead. Destiny starts talking. And he just keeps yelling objection and then just says, go ahead, dude. Brettler's a fucking dog, man. Damn, that's so crazy. I can't believe he got fucking Brettler. Prince fucking Andy's lawyer, man. Like, that shit's that shit was always that's like always gonna be like the craziest note of everything, right? Is that, yeah, Andrew fucking Brettler. Let's look at and mark a document with bait stamp SB 1142. Are you marking this separately as Exhibit 6? No, you know what? Scratch that. It's part of Exhibit 1. That's fine. We're not going to mark it. We're going to look at SB 1142. At 9:06 p.m. on November 29th, plaintiff says to you, I need to know if you sent our videos to anyone or if you sent anything beyond the BJ one. I need to be mentally prepared in case there's anything else. You misread that. I understand that. That's not what part I'm asking about. So if you don't mind, this is my deposition, and I'll phrase it how... I'm going to ask the question how I want to phrase it. I'm just pointing out that you left out the line that says, I'm 100% denying it's me because it's not super clear, my face or anything like that. Again, I would appreciate if you'd stop testifying. I'm just saying to read the document properly. Miss Peters. Mr. Bonnell, what's your response to her asking if you sent the videos to anyone? Yeah, I'd also note that her last message is edited, and I'm not sure when that edit was done. But the message was that I responded at 9:09 was, no, there shouldn't be. No, I'm so sorry. There's literally zero excuse. I had phone convos and stuff with this person. They were fairly close to me. It's worthless to say at this point, but I'm super sorry. There's literally no excuse. I won't say or confirm anything about them. If there's any particular action or thing I can do, just let me know. So when you said there was literally no excuse, you meant there's no excuse for you to share the video with Rose, right? That's what you're referring to? Objection! This states the testimony, but you can answer. Absolutely not. What are you apologizing for here, Mr. Bonnell? That a person I had shared videos with had their account compromised and everything was being leaked on the internet. Does this say that you're apologizing for something someone else did? Objection! Calls for speculation. Is that what this says? I'm sorry, I thought you asked me what I was apologizing for. Right. I can reread the statement if you want me to reread the statement. But I'm telling you that. No, I'm asking you. You are apologizing for your own conduct here, aren't you? You don't mention anyone else in the statement, do you? Objection! Misstates the document and also misstates his testimony, but you can answer. The conduct here that I'm apologizing for is somebody I was talking to that I wasn't clear enough in deleting old messages that a person I was having conversations with apparently had their account compromised and stuff was being disseminated from that account onto the internet. So you're saying, I'm sorry, there's literally zero excuse. Zero excuse for you having shared the video? Objection! Right? Asked and answered, misstates prior testimony. Given that my next sentence is, I had phone convos and stuff with this person, they were fairly close to me, I don't know how that would have any bearing on whether or not I could share a video with the person. My issue here is that the person I trusted apparently had their account compromised and was leaking everything. So it was, I should have been cleaner with deleting old information, or I guess making sure stuff like that wasn't accessible if somebody gained access to somebody else's account. You didn't say here, I'm sorry, but you gave me consent to share the video and this person leaked it. Objection! There is no question. Did you say that? I don't see that on this page, no. And you didn't say, sorry, this is what we agreed to. Objection! There's no question. That is a question, Mr. Bonnell. And Mr. Brettler, please, what's the question? Please stop interrupting inappropriately. What's the question? I'm asking him if he said that. That is a question. You can answer. That was the question. Go ahead. I didn't say that. And I feel that would be an insane thing to say given everything that had transpired by that point. Meaning the leak of the video. Yeah. I don't think I would ever tell somebody this is what we agreed to. That just sounds like an insane thing to say when both of our lives are kind of being completely blown up online at the moment. Okay, and in this message, so you're now saying that this message is apologizing for Solo's act of leaking the video. Is that what you're saying here? Objection! Misstates of witnesses' prior testimony. So, as a public figure, there's a ton of things that can damage me or damage the people around me. Anytime there are people that are leaking information or divulging stuff about me that damages people around me, I feel incredibly bad for people around me. My apology here again is that there was an account that was compromised of a person that I thought was close to me, and all of that information had been posted online and was obviously damaging to the plaintiff in this case. Zero excuses. But you don't say, wow, I'm so sorry, Solo, or whoever did this. You don't say that right here. You're saying you're sorry, isn't that right? That is what I say. Again, I don't think it would be appropriate at that time to start speaking as a layman, litigating the actions or whatever else. Nothing else in this conversation mentions anything about me not having consent to share any videos. I don't believe she brings that up in the following 2 weeks. Yeah, that just pretty clearly wasn't what I was talking about. Well, you're responding to her question about whether or not you sent the video to anyone else, right? This is your response to it, and you're saying, I'm so sorry. There's literally no excuse. What's the question? There is no question, Joan. You're responding to her questions about, I need to know if you sent the videos to anyone. There is still no question. Are you asking if that's my response? And your response to that is, I'm sorry, so sorry, there's literally no excuse, right? That's part of, nobody's talking about the leaker, just talking about you here, right? That is, she's asking about your actions, and you're responding about your own actions, aren't you, Mr. Bennell? Objection! Objection! It mistakes the witness's prior testimony.
Objection. Objection.
Thank you for the 5. Spruce, thank you for the 5, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. The objections are like making me go like hard as fuck. Wait. Nate, what the fuck? Did you give me 500 kicks? Nate also gave me 500 kicks. I don't know why, guys. The kick stuff, it's fucked up. If you do send kicks, do make a fucking note of it in the chat. Okay, so that way I can remember to, like, actually put the shit together and, like, put it into the bar. He says objections 349 times. That's it? This is awesome, man. Please answer the question, Mr. Bennell. Her question to me is she's asking, or she wants to know if I've sent the video to anyone else. Right. I imagine she wants to know if anything else is leaking, and I said no. I believe this is my very first time communicating with her about the leak. It looks like this was 3 minutes after I was made aware the leak happened. And one of my first things is to express sympathy that something I think pretty disgusting has happened to both of us, and I'm really sorry this is a person connected to me. At 9:09 p.m., this would have been 3 minutes. I'm pretty sure I was standing in the shower. I found out for the first time from her. 3 minutes prior to that, all of this information started to be leaked online. If you had not shared the video with Rose, this wouldn't have happened, right? Objection! It's an incomplete hypothetical. You need not answer that question. Calls for speculation. Go ahead. There's no way for me to know that. There are a million ways for stuff to leak online. I'm not sure. But this particular leak, Mr. Bennell, that we're speaking about, you shared the video with Rose and that was leaked, right? By another person on the account, yeah, right. So if you had not shared the video to Rose, the video would not have been leaked. Objection! It's an incomplete hypothetical. By Solo, correct? Objection! It's an incomplete hypothetical. It's been asked and answered. The witness has already testified. Go ahead, Mr. Bennell, that he could not answer that question. Go ahead, Mr. Bennell. If you had not shared the video to Rose, Solo could not have leaked it on November 29th. Is that correct? Objection! It's an incomplete hypothetical. The witness has already testified that he cannot speculate. I don't know how the motivations for Solo leaking everything. I don't know why he posted everything online. That wasn't the question, Mr. Bennell. Listen carefully. And your counsel insists on making improper speaking objections. But I want you to listen to the question because it's very simple. If you had not shared the video to Rose, Solo could not have leaked it on November 29th, 2024. Objection! I don't even know when the guns came out. I feel like if I pull a gun out every time he yells objection, that would have been awesome. That would have been like a really smart way to do this. Like he just like goes like one, like, you know, when Joan like fires back and shit, and just like slowly like ratchet it up, right? That would have been smart. That would have been made really smart. Is that a true statement? Objection! It's an incomplete hypothetical. The witness has testified that it calls for speculation. It wouldn't have been in my DM history with Rose. If that's the extent of everything that was Solo leaked, then he wouldn't have been able to leak that particular video. Thank you. I'd like to note for the record the appearance of another attorney in the room. Can we please have his appearance on the record? Mr. C. Garcia. This is me doing everything I can to not do a Gamma voice right now, man. You don't even understand. Oh, no. No! Not great. Not great. Not great. I'm struggling. Get it? Hey, I just got here on my Mustang. I'm Carlos Garcia Perez. I'm here on behalf of the plaintiff. Hey, you know, you see this, like, little Disney. He's like a total sex freak, man. He's like right over there. Yeah, man. Okay. Sorry. I'm so sorry. This is so stupid. Oh, man. Now get Morale to make the video. So in this exchange on November 29th between you and the plaintiff, you're acknowledging that plaintiff had no idea that you shared the video with anyone, right? Objection! Misstates the document. She wasn't aware that you shared the video with anyone, was she? Objection! Calls for speculation. I don't think she was specifically aware, but again, we usually didn't mention specific people. Well, did you tell her you shared the video with Rose? Not specifically, no, but again, it was a general agreement. But again, you didn't tell her that, she was not aware of it, right? Objection! Asked and answered. You can answer it one more time. You can answer it one more time. I would have said that at the hotel we made that agreement, yes. That you could share with Rose. Know that we had a general agreement. Reading her message at 9:06, it begins with, I need to know if you sent our videos to anyone, or if you sent anything beyond the BJ one. It reads to me like she was aware that we had some agreement that we could send videos to partners, but specific names were never mentioned. That leads you to believe that sentence leads you to believe that she told you you could share videos with someone. No, the conversation we had at the hotel and the one that you told the court you can't remember, that one? I can't remember the specifics of it, correct? So you can't remember the specifics that I don't think you can truthfully state. If I don't remember the hang on state that she told you could share the video, right? It's argumentative. As to what she thinks that you can state, you can testify to the truth right now. I can testify to what I vaguely remember was the agreement of the conversation we had in the hotel. That does not mean I remember the specifics of everything we said. All of our conversation after that date seems to reinforce that me and her had a specific understanding. Until December, I think 12th, I don't think she had ever even mentioned that I was sending videos non-consensually or that I didn't have permission to send them. None of this conversation seems to point to that. My Discord, not yours. So in the court, in the preliminary injunction hearing, is that what you testified to the court that your understanding of the conversation was that you could share the video with other people? Objection! Vague and ambiguous and compound. If you understand the question, did you? If you understand the question, you can answer. I believe I testified something to that effect, but I would have to reread the transcript though. to remember specifically what I testified to, so I'll vaguely reference what I was specifically said. Well, we already looked at part of your specific testimony, but we'll look at that again. Sure. Why don't we do that after lunch? We've been going for another hour and 15 minutes. Let me consult if my team is ready for a lunch break. I think we can go off the record. We're going off the record. The time is 12:38 p.m. Lunch recess taken. We're back on the record. The time is 1:28 p.m. Oh, okay. Mr. Bennell, before we broke for lunch, we were talking about your apology to the plaintiff on November 29th. Do you recall that? I don't recall me apologizing to her. I'd have to be more careful with how I characterize that. Could you refresh my memory of the bait stamp that we're at? When you said, "I'm so sorry," that is what I'm referring to as an apology. I did say that. Real quick, can I see the bait stamp? You want to look at the apology again? 1442. I have this in front of me now. This is an apology, right? I apologize to the plaintiff because an account that I was involved with, but it leaked a bunch of stuff online. But you... Excuse me, Miss Peters. Please let my client finish his answer before you interrupt him. You can finish your answer now, Stephen. Go ahead. I see where I apologize for the... There's an account that I had been in communication with, whose entire account worth of stuff had been leaked, yes. So can we refer to it as an apology? Is that an okay characterization for you, Mr. Bennell? No. It's not an apology. I'm so sorry. No, it's not an okay characterization. I say it's more important to clarify what I'm apologizing for here. I'm not specifying that. I'm just referring to it as the apology. Is that okay? She can refer to it as an apology. You need not accept the fact that it's an apology. Wait. You need not accept that fact, not the fact, that fact. I understand that when you say apology, I understand you to mean that you're referring to this particular message. Yes, correct. Thank you. I'm going to mark as Exhibit 6 a document with the bait stamp 2404. So this is direct messages between you and Stray Raid on December 12th, 2024, correct? Yes, it looks to be that way, yeah. So why don't you read the first part, the first communications to yourself for context, and then I'll ask you some questions, okay? You want me to read this document to myself? To yourself, yeah, just the first. You can read whatever you want that is in front of you. The instruction for him is to read what you put in front of him, right? Yes. Okay. We don't need your comment. I don't need yours either, Carlos. So good. So we don't need any of those comments. She's taking the testimony. He needs to read what she put in front of him. You can read whatever it is that you'd like, Stephen. No, you can take as much time as you like. That you can. All day if you want. All day, or at least for another 4 hours and 43 minutes. I'm familiar with the document in front of me. I've read it, yes. Thank you. And you asked Stray Raid, what do you think would be the appropriate way of even approaching her? You're referring to the plaintiff, right? At 1:53 a.m.? Yeah, approaching her. Her is in reference to the plaintiff, yes. And then Stray Raid replies, which is probably extremely difficult to prove in her case. She's not a high-profile micro-celeb. You did not leak it maliciously. You didn't even leak it at all. You distributed it non-consensually. I see that. And what is your response to Stray Raid saying that you distributed it non-consensually? My next message is, yeah, I know. I looked into it for obvious reasons, just to be sure, but I don't really care much about the legal side of it or whatever. Obviously, I have severely, or at the least psychologically, damaged her. Covering therapy or whatever is a minimum, and I have no problem helping out or sending her money or anything for reform or repatriation. I just didn't want to come off as a, hey bitch, lol, I know I violated your trust in the worst way ever, but here's some money, have fun. So you didn't disagree here with Stray Raid's characterization that you distributed it non-consensually, right? I didn't really address it, yeah. Hey, One Punch. No. And then you say, I violated your, meaning the plaintiff, that you violated the plaintiff's trust in the worst way possible. Yes. You say that, right? Yes, that is what I say in this message, yeah. So if you had permission from plaintiff to share the video, why is that a violation of her trust? It's going to be the same answer I gave earlier. In that, I shared the video with a person whose account was compromised and the video was leaked online, and I should have been, I guess, more cautious about people that I was friends with, or cleaning up old messages, or there was probably something that was within my power to prevent that account from still having that message in it. And you acknowledge here that you violated plaintiff's trust, right? Well, no, I mean, it's more like a hypothetical message to not, like, come off as crass or tasteless. I think I'm exaggerating in the message because I'm trying to find an appropriate way to contact plaintiff to, I guess, make her feel like her grievances about the videos being posted online are addressed. Well, you do say here, I know I violated your trust, but true. But the entire message here is in quotes. I think it's pretty clearly a hyperbolic message. There's no world where I'm messaging plaintiff saying, hey bitch, LOL, here's some money, have fun. So the entire message is pretty exaggerated. So you don't think you violated plaintiff's trust. Insofar as I sent the video to an account that eventually was posted online, yes. Much the same that if my ex-wife had posted a video online, I would have felt equally bad. Or if a device of mine had been stolen, I would have felt equally bad. I mean, he means he was worried she was going to fuck him up legally. Yeah. Yeah, that's like pretty clearly established in this. So, I agree. Yeah. So let's look again at your testimony at the preliminary injunction hearing on page 72. It has not been marked. I have it, but it's not been marked as an exhibit. I do want to mark this as an exhibit. Plaintiff's exhibit number 7 was marked for identification. Just to be clear, this is 2 pages. Is it just the one as the exhibit? What do you have there? 71, 72? I've got 63 and 72. I just want to mark 72 for now. Miss Peters. Okay, so looking at page 72 of the transcript, we already discussed part of your response here. But you see partway down the page, after you talk about the norm of just kind of trading stuff around, the court asked you, so you thought you had some kind of implied consent. Is that what you're saying? That is what I said in response to the judge, yes. Let her ask the question. I'm sorry, I thought she said, is that what you're saying? I got you. Okay. Can we get another voice actor for Joan or a high-pitched voice? No. No, it's... Casey, you have to understand. It's much better. Give it some time. Wait till Joan and Brettler start arguing. It makes total sense there. Because generally, you should assume Brettler isn't talking much. Okay? That's generally what you ought assume, you know? Because it isn't his fucking deposition. And Miss Peters has made that extremely clear. And in response to the court's question as to whether or not you thought you had some kind of implied consent is, yeah, basically, right? That was my response, yes. So you believe you had implied consent from the plaintiff to share the video. Objection! To the extent that it calls for a legal conclusion, but you can answer. Kind of. So I would say implied consent as to the specific people, but explicit consent as to sharing the video. So it depends on what you're saying with regard to. And where's the explicit consent to share the video? In the conversation we had in the hotel room on September 12th, 2020. The one you can't recall. The one that I... Objection! Misstates the witness's prior testimony. The one that I don't recall the specifics of, yeah. Well, let's look at that then again. How could you recall that you had explicit consent if you don't recall the specifics, Mr. Bennell? Quite easily. I'm not entirely sure what the question is. You said to the court, he asked, was there ever any rules on who these videos that you took with plaintiff that could be shared with? And you said if those conversations occurred, it would have been in person. It would have been 5 years ago. I can't recall the specifics of those conversations. So, for instance, if a specific person has been mentioned, I don't recall any of that. but a general agreement for how videos are to be treated, I can recall that. But you didn't say that to the court, did you? And you didn't tell the court we had an agreement that I could share the video. Did you say that anywhere? Hold on. Can you, which line? That you had an agreement with the plaintiff during your conversation. Did you ever say that to the court? I mean, I would argue that my answer from 18 to 25 was characterizing what I just said. Yes. 18 to 25 on page 72, yeah. That's talking about you agreeing that you had some kind of implied consent. I asked you about explicit consent. So the implied would be as to the specific person. The explicit would be as to sharing videos. So I believe in here, I say, for instance, I don't believe in any of the conversations I've had, for instance, with plaintiff. I don't think there was ever an explicit ask. I don't believe she ever asked me. I don't believe she asked me if she could send it to her boyfriend at the time. But I wouldn't have objected because my understanding was basically that's what we're doing this for. Then it goes to the next page. So there was an explicit conversation about sharing the video. But as to who it was shared explicitly exactly with, maybe implied was a bad way of saying that. There was an explicit conversation and the people were left up to the plaintiff and defendant, I guess, me and her. So today, you're saying that you had an explicit conversation with the plaintiff at the hotel that you now remember. I would always say, of course, we had an explicit conversation about what to do with sexual materials we recorded, of course. And yet you failed to tell the judge that, didn't you? Objection! It's argumentative. Don't answer. What is the answer? There is no answer. It wasn't a question. The question was, did you fail to tell the judge that? Now, I will restate that I believed from lines 18 to 25 in this transcript that I explained that was what was an explicit conversation about sharing videos. The implied part would be specifically who a video is to be shared with. The court asked you, you thought you had some kind of implied consent, and you responded, yes, correct? You didn't respond, no, it wasn't implied, it was explicit, did you? That was, do you see that here? Excuse me, she's asking multiple questions at the same time. So let her finish her question before you answer, and then just answer what it is she asks you. She asked if you see it. So here, did you tell the court that you had explicit consent to what? He asked you. You thought you had kind of some implied consent. You said yes. What is he asking me with that reference to? Well, you can read the prior part of the page. We already reviewed it. Okay. My understanding is that at lines 4 to 6, the judge is asking me about sending the particular video to Rose. So the particular person is what I've said is the implied part would be the people you send it to, but that doesn't preclude an explicit consent conversation from occurring. So when the court is asking me from 16 to 17, so you thought you had some kind of implied consent that's with reference to the specific individual I sent the video to, not with the overall permission of whether I could share the video. Is there a link to this doc? Yeah. Let me send you this in Discord, though. Can you message me first? Is that okay, Gregor? Do I have to post it to the YouTube chat? Do you not have Discord? You didn't. You're telling the court that you did not have explicit consent to share the video to Rose, correct? Objection! Is that right? Objection! That mistakes his prior testimony and misstates the document. Is that right, Mr. Bonnell? No, I don't believe that is what I stated. Well, you said you had implied consent to share with Rose. With that particular person, but explicit consent? Right, but we're talking about Rose here, aren't we? Yes, but we're talking about sharing an explicit video of which I have explicit consent to share sexual material between me and the plaintiff, much the same as she did. An implied consent for as to who to share it with, too. Much as the same as the example I give in my answer from lines 18 to 25. So there was a list of people that you could share the video with when you talked to the hotel. No, if there was a list, then it would have been explicit, I would have said. Then it wasn't explicit, right? Thank you. And you think explicit consent before sharing intimate images is important, don't you? Yes. But you didn't get explicit consent to share with Rose, did you? I would reject the characterization. I would say we had explicit consent to share the video with sexual partners. Is that what you told the court? that you had explicit consent to share the video with sexual partners. Objection! Asked and answered, but you can answer again. I would have to review the prior transcript of this. I don't remember what the court specifically asked me in that conversation. Do you remember testifying to that effect? I don't remember. That you had explicit consent? I don't remember explicitly what I would have testified. I would have to review the transcript. If you have it, I can see what the court asked me, and I can summarize my response. I'm going to mark the next Exhibit 8. Okay. You have in front of you a document we have marked as Exhibit 8. And this is a chat thread on your DGG group, correct? Yes, it looks like logs from a website that logs some of the chat in my chat room on the website, yes. And so the date, look at the next page, on January 24th, 2025, you see where the highlighted message, you say, also, regardless of anyone simping for me or attacking me, or whatever in here, if any of you are ever defending sending material to people without their explicit consent or anything like that, I'm banning you. Don't end up defending hard shit just because you were defending your streamer fan or anything like that. Is that right? Is it what right? That you said that? That is my message in my chat, yes. Do you agree with that statement, right? Yes. Mr. Bonnell, before you shared the video with Rose, did you do anything to make sure the video wouldn't be leaked by Rose? Objection! Vague and ambiguous. If you understand, you can answer. I don't understand how I could do that. What would that mean? Did you ever tell Rose not to share the video with anyone? I would say we had an understanding that that would be improper. I think most people would. But you had that understanding with Rose also? Yes. So that would be reflected in your chat thread with her. I don't know if that thing would be explicitly stated. I think that would just be a mutual understanding between two people. An unspoken understanding. If you're sharing explicit material with another person that you're not leaking that, if it doesn't involve you to somebody else, of course. Did you delete the video after Rose viewed it so she could not share or leak it? Objection! Vague and ambiguous as to time, but you can answer. I don't understand. I don't think that's possible. You shared the video with Rose in April of 22. Yes. Did you delete it right after she viewed it so she could not share it or leak it? If the person had the ability to view the video, it would be impossible to delete the video so they couldn't save it, so I don't understand the question. Well, you sent that to her as an attachment in a Discord thread, correct? Yes. But if she was able to view the video, she could have saved it upon the first viewing. Did you delete it after she saw it? At some point, yes. When? I guess I would have to consult earlier papers, but when I found out that someone had access to the account. So in 2024, correct? Yes. You had no idea of Rose's legal identity before sending her the video, right? Correct. You have no idea of her age before you sent her the video, do you? Well, she stated an age, so I believe the age she told me. So if that counts as an idea, then yes, I would say I had an idea. Do you ever see a legal identification of her stating her age? Objection! Vague and ambiguous as to the time. I might have seen a student ID, but I don't remember. It would have been an earlier conversation. Now, Rose first reached out to you on Twitter, correct? Yes. How many messages do you think you exchanged with Rose on Twitter? 50, maybe 100? And you know that Plaintiff requested you to produce your with Twitter messages with Rose. She might have, I don't remember specifically. But you didn't produce any of the Twitter messages, did you? If it was requested of me, I produced it if I had it. Well, I'm telling you today that you did not produce any Twitter messages with Rose. You don't need to accept that as true, but she can ask you a question. Was there a question there? I remember saying that you did not produce any Twitter messages with Rose. You're free to clarify that after this deposition is over. I'll restate that I produced everything that I have between me and Rose. But you didn't produce any Twitter messages. Did you delete them? Objection! It assumes facts, not evidence. It calls for speculation, but you can answer. No. You didn't delete your Twitter messages with Rose. I don't believe it's possible to delete them. So you still have them. I don't think that means I have them. I think the account on Discord or on Twitter, I think the account was deleted, so I don't think I can access messages with a deleted account. You testified earlier that you can't delete Twitter messages? Correct. So if it's only the account is deleted, unless Elon has implemented a new feature, that's my understanding. It's possible that it has changed since 4 years ago, though. When you first started communicating with Rose on Twitter, where you were suspicious about her age, right? I made a comment that she looked young, but it seemed like she was selling sexual material on Twitter, so the chance of her being underage, I imagine, would have been very, very, very low. There is no sustaining objections. He can just object to shit, right? Gregor, message me. I'll send you a link, but it's on Court Listener. Okay? I don't recall exactly what I said to her on Twitter. Solo leaked your messages with a portion of your messages with Rose on Twitter, didn't he? I don't remember exactly. You asked Rose to confirm her age, preferably with an ID. But then you said, but I understand that's too much for you. Do you recall that? I don't recall that specifically, no. And you wrote, writing something on a piece of paper is more than enough, right? Do you remember that? I don't recall that message specifically. You realize you have a legal obligation to verify somebody's age before exchanging pornography. Objection! To the extent it calls for a legal conclusion. Otherwise, you can answer, I'm not aware of that. No. Like... Bake 'em away, toys! Bake 'em away, toys! He's not aware that you can't send kids porn. You are not aware of that. Oh, you are aware now that Rose was actually a minor at the time you solicited pornography from her, right? Objection! It assumes facts, not evidence, and it's vague and ambiguous. You can answer. My understanding is that the person who was controlling the account was an adult male in the United Kingdom, and that is who I was soliciting or requesting material from for the entire time. But you received sexually explicit material from of Rose, didn't you? Objection! Vague and ambiguous as to what you mean by of Rose. I mean, purportedly, but then, again, the person I was communicating with was an adult from the United Kingdom, so it's hard for me to say for sure one way or the other. Food Shops did this too. She sent hentai to Aika. Objection! Fucking... That was like not great. Wait, what? Is that the end? That was the end. That's awesome, man. That's awesome, man. That's fucking awesome, man. Jesus Christ. We gotten through like 170 pages so far. I think we're doing really well. Right? I think we're actually like doing really well at like keeping up the pace on this. That's like we've been doing at this for like 3-ish hours now, right? I think I want to say like 3-ish hours. I want to say 3-ish hours. Oh. My question was, you received in that Discord chat thread, you received sexually explicit images and videos of Rose. Same objection. Correct. Vague and ambiguous as to Rose. I have received sexually explicit images from an account that was representing to me at the time to be an adult woman. What did the material depict? Objection! Objection! What did the material depict? First of all, you are interrupting my client's answer. Were you finished with your prior answer? No, I wasn't. Okay. Please finish your prior answer. I received it at the time was represented to be material of an adult woman. Then later through this court process, after her deposition, I found out I never had actually communicated or received anything from her directly. It was an adult male that was operating the account in the United Kingdom to catfish me. So there was a go-between you and Rose, correct? Objection! This states prior testimony. Given the nature of catfishing, it's impossible for me to know who the other person was ultimately on the other side. Mr. Bonnell, the question is, did you receive sexually explicit images and videos depicting Rose? Speaking objection, coaching the witness. Yeah, first, see, I know. Yeah, we got there like 50, 60 pages. I've just been yelling objection because it's like way funnier that way. I'm just like, I'm getting an objection prepared right now, okay? If they can't strike Rose with 17 for being brought up, he's cooked as far as the jury is concerned. Well, we'll see. I waver, right? That's it. Mr. Bennell, did you receive sexually explicit images and videos depicting Rose? Objection to the form of the question. It's vague and ambiguous with respect to Rose. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know at the end of the day who I received material of. This is the person I have never apparently spoken to or communicated with directly. Again, as a result of her deposition, I found out I had never been in contact with her directly, but it had been an adult male that was running the account from the United Kingdom. So it's impossible for me to verify ultimately who the pictures were of or what of. Redler could instruct his client not to answer. Yeah, I just like that he just yells objection over and over again, man. Okay? I don't know why this is the first time reading through like a deposition I'm not like dead tired. Okay? So like, we're good. Well, your counsel were present at her deposition. You've seen photos of her, haven't you? Objection! Vague and ambiguous. If you know who she's referring to the extent that you're referring to this person named Rose, you've seen pictures of Rose, right? Excuse me. To the extent that you're referring to Rose, I object as vague and ambiguous. I have seen in Discovery, I believe it was produced a thing of her, might have been a birth certificate or a driver's license. So insofar as I've seen that picture, yes. You saw a driver's license with her date of birth on it? Yes. You've never seen a photo of Rose? I'm not entirely sure. It's hard for me to say, communicating with Catfish, how much of that conversation was authentic or inauthentic. So this is just a lie, because he's the one that posted the pictures of her that Kiwi people found. If Peter's asked Destiny specifically about specific legal advice, Mademoiselle, thank you for the resub.
Hi, Peoples Tilda.
Brettler should instruct not to answer. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess like this is just how they're doing this. Okay, I don't know. All right, I would like to say that I do, but I'm just gonna be honest, man. Firsty, I'm going for the ride. All right, I'm here for the ride right now, man. I hope you understand. Piers is being a complete pushover, though. LMAO. Well, it's way more funny this way. Okay. So, all the material received of the young girl, it was of the same young girl, right? Objection! Vague and ambiguous. Given that I was communicating with the Catfish the entire time, it's impossible for me to verify that. That's non-responsive, Mr. Bennell. So your question to me was if I received material of a specific person. My understanding is I was communicating with an adult female that ran an account called Rose, and later on, I didn't. Let me finish, please. And later on, it was apparently came out in a deposition. It was an adult male that was running this account. So, the person I thought I was communicating with is not who I was communicating with. So, ultimately, I would be uncomfortable saying for sure I received anything knowable from this person. I'm not entirely sure. So, were the sexually explicit images and videos of Solo of a man that you received, were they of a man? No. Or were they of a young girl? There is someone who seemed to be a woman. Okay. But again, yes, I don't. Yes. And you started communicating with Rose in the beginning of April 22. Do you recall that? Sometime around there. Sometime around there? Yes. And then on April 9th, 2022, so only about a week later, you sent her the video of plaintiff, right? On April 9th, 2022? I believe so, yes. And when you sent Rose the video of the plaintiff, you described the plaintiff as someone who was young and inexperienced, correct? That's what I ascribed to the person on the Rose account. Yes. And plaintiff was young and inexperienced, right? Objection! Vague and ambiguous, but you can answer. I mean, young was relative. I suppose they were younger than me. And experienced at this point, I'm not sure anymore, but okay. So you told Rose, though, that she was young and inexperienced, correct? Objection! Asked and answered. I believe that's the message I sent to the account. We're going to mark the next exhibit in your declaration of docket 1321, dated September 19th, 2025. Look at the paragraph. Just for the record, this document does not include any of the exhibits attached to the declaration. So look at paragraph 4, which starts on the first page and then continues the next page, and you say, because I am located in Florida, my own logs show the same communications as 4922. April 9th, 22 at 8:36 Eastern. Do you see that? Yes. Then again on April 9th, 22, you submitted a declaration to the court also saying that the transmission to Rose occurred at 8:36 p.m. What are you referencing here? Let me give it to you. This is the next Exhibit 10, docket 213. If you look at paragraph 7 of this declaration dated January 30th, you state that the transmission with Rose occurred at 8:36 April 9th. Do you see that? On paragraph 7, April 9th, 8:36 EST 22, correct. We're going to mark this as the next exhibit. You have exhibit 2 in front of you? Yes. So you look at paragraph 9 of that exhibit, and this declaration is dated April 25th, 2025, correct? Uh-huh. And in that declaration, you state that the transmission occurred at 8:06 p.m., not 8:36 p.m. Do you see that? It does not say that. It misstates the testimony, but you should read the whole document. Paragraph 9. I see it, but I don't agree that's what it states. What does it state? It states that's when I began corresponding with Rose regarding the video, which sounds like that is when the messages regarding the video were sent, but not the actual video was transmitted. Let's look at docket 1323. We'll come back to that. Mr. Bennell, how often do you speak with Rose? Objection! Vague and ambiguous as to time and vague and ambiguous as to Rose. I communicate with the count, I guess, with semi-frequently more often in 2022 than a little bit in 2023 and not as much after. No, my question is, how often do you speak via either cell phone, Skype, Discord call with the woman who went by the screen name Rose, whose legal name is, Objection! It's compound. It's vague and ambiguous, but you can answer the question you can answer. Never. You never spoke with her. Correct. Let's look at, so in the apology that we already looked at, the SB 1142, you said that you had decent length conversation with her, right? I sent that message, yeah. You weren't referring to phone calls? I think I was mistaken. Okay, let's look at 2392. Brettler, is that in the binders or are you marking? This is the next exhibit. Peters, so this is a direct messages between you and your friend Stray Raid on November 29th, correct? Yes. And your first message at 10:45, you say, I feel like this person must have just hacked Rose person's account, but who knows? Maybe they were just a sociopath the whole time. And then you said, I had decent phone calls with this person multiple times about both of our personal things. Never had a problem, issue, or fight over literally anything ever. Do you say that? I see where I said that, yes. You said decent length phone calls, didn't you? I see where I said that, yes. And you had no reason to lie to Aaron, right? I mean, I would say I arguably could have had a million reasons to lie. I didn't. I was mistaken at the time. This is probably an hour and a half I just found out 30 or so explicit videos of me have been leaked online. There are a few people that I chatted with about some very personal problems a couple of years prior, and I thought she had been one of the people that I had spoken with on the phone. I was mistaken when I went to go back and analyze our logs and check. So this isn't true what you told Aaron. You lied to her. Objection! Misstates prior testimony. It was a true statement at the time as to what I believed to be correct, but it was incorrect. But you have good reason to state today that you did not speak to her, right? Yes. And you didn't have any good reason. Objection! Vague and ambiguous. To tell Aaron, Aaron, anything other than the fact that you actually had phone calls with her, right? I think at the time I believe that I had. After reviewing all of the logs that we had, I now understand I hadn't. So I believe I had good reason at the time to think that we had chatted. I remember both of us, me and Rose, had brought up talking on Discord or on the phone. It just never, I guess, came to pass. Are you aware that President Sunday, on one of his live streams stated, produced a message from Solo, saying that his recordings of the phone calls between you and Rose? I'm aware that President Sunday claimed to have produced that from Solo, yes. So, you think this was not true. Your message to plaintiff that you had conversation with Rose was not true. Solo's message was not true. Hold on. I object. None of that was true. I object to the question. It's compound. It's vague and ambiguous. You're referring to this, and you are not being specific about what you're asking him. If you understand the question, you can answer. I would say that at all points in the messages, I'm representing what I believe to be true at the time. So far as anything was not true, was because I was mistaken, not because I was intentionally misrepresenting anything. Now, you already know, you knew from your communication with Rose that she lived in or near Chicago, right? Objection! Vague and ambiguous to the extent that you've ever had any communication with Rose. When you say knew, this is a statement of like absolute universal fact. Apparently, I didn't know anything about this person because I never had direct communication with them. But I was under the impression that I was communicating with an adult woman who supposedly lived in Illinois. Now, I know that is not true. Well, just for the purpose of simplicity, let's say you were communicating with Rose. You want to characterize it any way you want, but no, I object to that. We are not going to characterize it any way we want. I'm still speaking, Mr. Brentler. I know, but your question is, you're interrupting me. Already flawed. We are not accepting any of her predicate. I'm going to refer to your communication with Rose. That's how I am characterizing it. Do you understand that? I understand that. If you characterize it that way, I'm going to continue to refer to the Discord account of Rose because the person I thought this was referring to, I had never actually spoken with before. So this person that you were communicating with stated they lived in or near Chicago, right? You knew that. Objection! That's two separate questions. But yes, you can answer. I knew that the person on the account had already stated that, but I didn't truly know. I guess where the person lived because I didn't know they lived in the United Kingdom and they were an adult male. But you made a declaration to the court in April 25 where you asserted that Rose was in Europe when she sent the video. When you sent her the video, right? Objection! Misstates documents and evidence, but you can answer. Can I look at my exact statement there so I can see what I stated? I think you have that declaration. Can you remind me of the exhibit? It's your first declaration. Which paragraph was this? So it's in paragraph 9. Yep. On page 3, in paragraph 9, you refer to your exhibit, the Discord exchange with Rose where you sent her the video. The date of the transmission is reflected in European format. The timestamps on page 2 of the exhibit reflect that Rose is corresponding from a time zone 5 hours ahead of me in Miami, Florida. Do you see that? Yes. All right. The way messages to witness scene are November 2024, Destiny claimed to have calls with Rose. Yep. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. I am aware. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting this. Yeah, I 100% think he spoke with Rose. Like, yeah. I do not believe the shit with this guy. I think he definitely was a pornographer of some kind. Right? That was trafficking fucking CSAM. But I think he was talking directly with Rose. I do think that. I will not stop believing that. I think it's fucking absurd to try to, like, pretend like that's not true and shit, but, you know. He already admitted to it in the Snark Wars. He just lied here. Cool. Sick. And on page 3 in paragraph 9, So you didn't tell the court that she lived in Chicago, correct? Objection! Argumentative and vague and ambiguous. I don't know if I've made any declarations to the court as to where the person I thought was operating Rose's account lived. Can I ask you if I made that declaration? Is that something I declared to the court? Well, that is what your declaration says. You're saying Rose was in Europe at the time. So the sentence reads, the timestamp on page 2 of the exhibit reflect that Rose was corresponding to me from a time zone 5 hours ahead of me in Miami, Florida. As far as I'm aware, that is a true statement. But I don't have the exhibit in front of me, but my understanding is the timestamps were formatted in a European date format that was 5 hours ahead of me in Miami, Florida. You're trying to explain the European timestamp, but you already knew that Rose, whose legal identity is, did not live in Europe, didn't you? Objection! Misstates the witness's prior testimony. It's vague and ambiguous. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what those two statements have to do with each other. Okay. What attempts did you make to find out Rose's identity? Objection! Vague and ambiguous as to the time. From when I first knew her, or... Tell me any attempts you made to find out her identity. I tried to find her identity based on her Twitter account. I couldn't really find anything there. When was this? It would have been after the leaks. I hired a PI in New York to find out her identity. Wasn't able to. What was the name of the private investigator? I would have to go look it up. I don't remember off the top of my head. I think I paid him $900. Did you submit any evidence of that? I don't. If I had it, I submitted it. But the private investigator ultimately turned up nothing, so. You're making attempts to subpoena Cameo, is that right? Objection! Vague and ambiguous as to the time. I'm also uncomfortable touching on that, because that would involve communications I had with my litigation firm in New York. Were you trying to subpoena Cameo to find out Rose's identity? Objection! It assumes facts, not evidences, number one. And number two, to the extent it calls for the disclosure of attorney-client privilege with the attorney Goldberg, I instruct you not to answer. Also, I want to know who the person was behind the account. So, you produced this evidence, Mr. Bonnell, so there's no privilege on documents that you've produced. I'm going to mark this as the next exhibit. Just to be clear, I'm not sure what you're saying when you say I produced this evidence. Neither am I, but we'll get there. Peters, when I say you produced evidence, it means your bait stamp is on it. Okay, I understand. Well, I haven't received the document yet, so I'm sure I'll see what you're referring to. Do you see in here that you were trying to subpoena, efforts were being made to subpoena Cameo in order to find out Rose's identity? Can you see that in these documents? Can you point me to the page specifically you're referring to? Well, the entire document is about subpoenaing. What is the clip for? What's the clip? What are you clipping? Oh, thanks. Thank you.
The idea is that I created the idea is that I created basically a big Discord group, and then I was sending all of her porn to everybody so we could all jerk off to it. Well, trying to find out which it was or whatever, basically.
Yeah.
But no, generally it's just like screenshots of like her background or screenshots from like the video background or whatever to try to figure out where, if like we could match it with anything to figure out basically the same shit that Blob does or whatever, but nothing was coming up anywhere.
Okay, cool. Well, hopefully, now that I've done that for you, Saiba, maybe
Wait,
you can
so
come
you
on...
did? So you were doing this? It just wasn't of videos? Why'd you just lie to me, nigga?
Wait, no, dude, bro.
Wait, what?
The whole point was if you were sending videos in a group chat.
I asked him.
He admits he created the doxing Discord? Yes. Yeah, this was a while ago, man. Stay caught up, bro. On the weekend when he had his kid, yes. Yep. I need to get new fucking headphones. I swear to God, J-Stock. J-Stock. Hey, my stock. Hey, little stalkers. How are you doing? Just so you guys know, we are currently 191 pages in to my dramatic reading of the Destiny deposition. Okay. I'm doing okay, and I hope you are too. I have a bar. If you fill it, I will just keep going. Who is winning the debate? Us. Literally me. Me. You. Whisper in the dark. Points at you. Through the camera. You. Hey, buddy. How's it going? How's it going, dude? How are you? Alright. Also, follow the fucking channel. Follow the motherfucking channel. Okay. You don't want to know what fucking happens when you fucking don't, motherfucker. You do not want to fucking know. Okay? Alright, we got another... yeah, so we've been reading this for fucking hours now. I think if your gimmick was if it got to 100%, then you'd end stream immediately. Can you check how long the word index is at the end of the depot? It adds a lot of pages that aren't in the transcript. We're on 191? Sure. Give me one sec. Oh, okay. 374. So it adds like 75 pages. Oh, okay. So we're like well over halfway through then. Not like well over, but like a decent distance well over, right? 191. All right. Would you hire Andy when you get busted for CSAM? When the fuck? When am I gonna get busted? Shut the fuck up. Why would you say that? Why would I get busted? That doesn't make shit worth of fucking sense. Hypothetically, no. I'm not answering this hypothetical, alright? Objection! Vague and ambiguous, okay? Vague and ambiguous. Alright? Why you gotta do this to me, man? Why? Bro, Primordial, you are such a fucking piece of shit. You know that?
I just had child porn and I distributed it, dude.
You're such a piece of shit. You know that? Alright? I am quite obviously a moth, and this is a monkey, man. Okay. I'm obviously a moth. This is clearly a monkey.
I just had child porn and I distributed it, dude.
No idea what that's about, man. No idea what that's about. That's weird. That must be AI. Are you friends with food shops at some point? You're basically a pedo yourself. If it was a hypothetical, it would begin with if and not when. What the fuck are you talking about? What will it be if Mr. Owl, who sent... He's not going to be the one that sends me it. What are you talking about? Seems pretty unvague and... Probably really thought you had a gotcha moment there. No, it's the fucking joke. I'm just done, okay? So anyways. You say, Justin, you need more evidence? I gladly oblige. I instruct my streamer not to answer. You people are fucking freaks, okay? You people are fucking freaks. Alright, anyways. Yeah, let's get back to it. Alright.
How dare you know that piece of information? Fuck you guys doing? You guys asleep at the wheel? How dare you know that piece of information and not go find it? What the fuck? That's actually big. I think that's actually a big deal.
During World War II.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, here we go. Okay, and then on page 2487, yes, there is a message saying, on or about July 22, you purchased a t-shirt sold by Mr. Bennell through an online storefront that was fulfilled by Cameo. So, is this why you were submitting a subpoena on Cameo to try to find the identity of Rose? Yes, the reason that I stated earlier, yes. And then on 2484, there's an email from Roxanne Ramonti from the Goldberg Law Firm to Eric. And it now says, she says that her response is now moot. In an unfortunate twist of events, my client is now defending a suit against him by one of the females in the disseminated videos. So in the end, we are going through legal procedure. I see that sentence, yes. And above that, she says, this case has ramped up exponentially since we last spoke, so it's moot at this point. And she's referring to moot being serving Cameo with a subpoena, right? Objection! Calls for speculation. It can also implicate the attorney-client privilege. If you have independent knowledge outside of your communications with counsel, you can answer. It's based on this email thread. Then I would say based on what she said, it seems like she feels it's not worth pursuing a subpoena or it's not worth making the request that she made. Sorry. Do you think that it was moot to try to find out Rose's identity because plaintiff filed her suit? Objection! Are you asking if he thought it was moot? Yes. Or if Miss Goldberg thought it was moot. I'm asking you, Mr. Bonnell, to the extent that it calls for the disclosure of attorney-client communications, I instruct you not to answer. I never stated that it was moot. Do you think that it's moot? Absolutely not. And yet your attorneys did not proceed with a subpoena, right? Objection! It's argumentative. It's also been asked and answered. You don't need to respond. Did they? When you say my attorneys, I'm uncomfortable with that phrasing because these attorneys are not representing me in any litigation right now. So there's no attorney-client privilege here then. Excuse me? First of all, don't engage with her. That was a silly statement. Fuck yeah, man. Fuck yeah, man. Fuck yeah, man. That's so cool. So, was this subpoena ever served on Cameo to your knowledge? To my knowledge, no. And apart from that, did you make any other efforts to find out Rose's identity? Objection! Vague and ambiguous what you mean by that. And also any other effects. The Cameo subpoena. No. And the private investigator. So this is also a lie. Yes, this is just like very clearly a lie. But I don't know how much it like really matters, right? Miss Schlump Peters. In December 24th, you created a Discord server in order to identify Rose, didn't you? I had group chats where I was chatting with people to ask questions about if they could identify any of the Twitter material or anything that had been posted. If we could see if anybody knew where she could have lived. But you had a specific group of people, about 10. I don't recall that specifically. You don't recall that? Is that server still active? I don't think so. The question doesn't make sense. If you have a group chat with people and everybody leaves the group chat doesn't exist anymore. Did you send photos and videos that you had received from the Rose account to that Discord group to help with identification? I don't recall specifically what would have been sent because a lot of the materials were already posted online publicly. When did you find out Rose's legal identity? Apparently the same time you guys did, when it was posted online on Kiwi Farms. Have you communicated with her in any way since November of 24? Communicate with whom? Rose. Objection! To the extent we don't know who Rose is. So I sent a single message on Facebook and I'm guessing, blocked because I didn't get a response and the account disappeared. So beyond that, no. Are you familiar with how Discord stores message attachments on its content delivery network? Very familiar, yes. Are you aware that sometime between April 2021 and December 23, that time period, Discord attachment links were permanent and publicly accessible to anyone with the URL? Objection! Vague and ambiguous. Also, it may call for expert testimony, but to the extent you can answer, you can. He just testified that he's very familiar. I would say that would be similar to saying a house is publicly available if you have the key to the front door. So now Discord links are long enough that the characters can't be guessed by any random person without already possessing the link or having the link shared with them. The question was publicly accessible to anyone with the URL. That was the question. The phrasing doesn't make sense, though. The publicly accessible URL. So if someone had the URL, hold on, can I please finish my answer? Yeah, go ahead. Publicly accessible with the URL is saying publicly accessible with a password. The URL is some 100 characters long. It's not a publicly accessible link. So if you have the link, it's private. Essentially, the link is being shared with you. So if someone got the URL, it was accessible. The Discord attachment link was accessible. Objection! Vague and ambiguous. It may call for expert testimony, but you can answer if you can. If somebody sends you the URL, someone has the URL, that attachment link is accessible. Objection! It's also an incomplete hypothetical. It's a simple question, Mr. Bonnell. It's a simple hypothetical. Well, I would argue that it's misleading, much the same that you can have access to an account if someone gives you the password. If you have the password to an account, you have access to the account. You got a link to the file, then you can download the file, yes. Okay, and the question specifically was, if they have the URL, so that is like a password, right? Yes. So it would be accessible, right? If someone has that, yes. Thank you. Now, the issue with the accessibility of a Discord attachment links, that was reported in various different articles in November of 23. Were you aware of that there was an issue with that being accessible? Objection! Vague and ambiguous as to what you're even talking about. Is this regards to the submission by the expert witness? I'm just asking if you are aware of the security risks that Discord was encountering. I would need more specificity as to what you mean by security risks. So now, you said after you sent the Pixie video to Rose in April 22, you didn't delete it until November of 24, correct? Objection! It misstates his prior testimony, but you can answer. Sometime around there, yeah, maybe. So, until you deleted it sometime in November 24, the video is still available to the Rose Discord account, correct? Objection! Calls to speculation. In my Discord account, anybody would be logged into either one. Could you repeat your answer? It would be available to anybody logged into either Discord account. But if you had deleted that video attachment, we're speaking about the video of the plaintiff now. If you had deleted that video attachment from your message after you had sent it to Rose, it would have been removed from the Discord CDN, correct? From the Discord CDN, yes. They could have still potentially had access to it, but yeah. If they downloaded it, if they logged into their Discord while it was still there, but then disconnected from the internet, it could still be there. Did you access Kiwi Farms using a VPN, Tor browser, or any anonymizing proxy service? Objection! Vague and ambiguous as to time, but you can answer. I don't. Have you ever? I have been to Kiwi Farms, yeah. No, but using a VPN or any other proxy. I don't know with any degree of specificity. You don't know if you've ever used a VPN with Kiwi Farms? Some cell phones have automatic VPNs. If you got a Pixel phone, I think it automatically VPNs you when you log in. At times, I've been sponsored by VPN companies, so I might have had a browser extension for NordVPN. I don't remember specifically when I was accessing Kiwi Farms, and if I would have been on a VPN or not. Have you ever accessed Russell Search to search for your own username or specific keywords related to this location? Not that I recall specifically. Are you aware that a third-party archive, Russell Search, exists for Destiny DGG chat? Sure, a third-party archive can exist for anything. Yes. I hate the sponsorships. The sponsorships are crazy, man. The sponsorships are actually crazy, man. And you review those logs to ensure DG data you produced in Discovery matches what was publicly archived. Vague and ambiguous is what you mean by those logs, but if you understand, you can answer. You didn't even, objection that one. We'll see. Fuck this guy. Fuck Bretler, man. Need a lawyer. I produced everything I was asked to produce. Everything that was in my possession, I was able to, I produced. I can't speak to anything that is archived or managed by a third party online. I don't have control over those archivers or over who is archiving what. That wasn't the question. I just asked if you reviewed the Russell Search archives to see if they corresponded with what you were producing. The Russell Search archives have spent tens of thousands of pages. I did not review all of those before coming to this deposition. But you can do specific searches? I don't mean about this deposition. I mean before your document production. I don't recall having to search for my Russell archive. No, I don't. Court report, can we take a break? Yeah, let's take a break. Is 5 minutes okay? Yeah, that's fine. We're going off the record. It's 2:33. $170 pages to go. 170 pages to go, man. All right. All right. We're on it. We're fucking on it, man. Mr. Bonnell, earlier today when we were talking about you at the hotel with plaintiff recording the video, you stated that you put the 3 videos you recorded into your Google Drive. Is that right? Objection! Misstates his testimony. I uploaded 3 individual files to my Google Drive that would generate 3 unique Google Drive links to those 3 individual files. Yes. And how did you share those 3 individual Google Drive links to the plaintiff? I sent her each of the 3 links. How did you do that? Through Discord. So it was a Discord message. Did you correct? Did you produce that? No. Why not? Because that message is no longer in my possession. Why isn't it? Because we would have deleted it probably after sending the links to her. You would have deleted the Discord message. Yeah. Why? So links to the file wouldn't just be in our Discord for the comfort of both of us, I guess. You didn't do that with the Google Drive links you sent to Rose, did you? Objection! It assumes facts, not evidence. You can answer. I'm not aware of sending Google Drive links to Rose. I don't remember that. Isn't there like a thing where they found Google Drive links that were live from like leaked messages? I swear I remember that shit happening. I also need to add Techno's fucking sub to the bar. Forgot about that. How the fuck did she get the videos if that's how he sends them? You send a link to the Google Drive, you download it, and then you delete the Google Drive. In theory, right? Does saying I don't remember a lot look bad for him? In a deposition, I don't know. Probably not. It's kind of like just you have to look at the specificity with which like he's saying I don't recall. And it's like, I think, honestly, it's reasonable to have general highlights of a conversation, but not, like, everything specific. I don't think it looks that bad, ultimately, to not recall a conversation you had 6 years beforehand. Isn't that how they found the Cherry audio? Yeah. That's why, like, I'm, like, kind of fucking confused here. Because, like, I don't know. There's something fucky, you know, but whatever. You didn't send her any Google Drive links. I don't recall sending her any Google Drive links. Now, if you deleted it on your side, I'm going back to you sending the 3 Google Drive links to plaintiff in the Discord message. You deleted it on your side, but will plaintiff still have a response to those messages? Objection! It calls for speculation, but you can answer if you know, if you're able to. I mean, technically, if she didn't delete her response to those messages, and if she did respond to those messages, and nobody else deleted the response to those messages, then she should still have them, yeah. Okay. But what you're saying today, I just want to make sure I have this right, is that you delete those Discord messages with the 3 Google Drive links right away, or when? When was that? Objection! Vague and ambiguous. I've been asked and answered. Google Drive links were up until like January of 25. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm aware. Like, it does seem like they literally just lied through significant portions of this deposition. So I'm glad I'm reading this, you know. Objection! Vague and ambiguous. It's been asked and answered. It could have been right after. It could have been the next day. It could have been a couple of hours. I don't remember. Peters. Shortly after. You would say sometime within a day or two? Probably within a day or two. How did you first meet Abby MC? I can't recall exactly. I'm sure she messaged me online. She was friends with a group of friends I had already had, and we probably started talking from there. And you communicate with her on Discord and Instagram. Anywhere else? Objection! Assumes facts, not evidence. Compound. You can answer. I know Discord for sure. You don't recall if you actually communicated on Instagram? We might have. I don't remember. When was the last time you communicated with Abby? I think I might have typed a message at her in a public Discord maybe a few months ago. Maybe while she was typing in a public Discord, but we never had a personal conversation. Then prior to that, it would have been when she messaged me on Twitter. It was a week before I got a letter from you guys claiming to represent her in some damages case against me. The public Discord, that means it was a public Discord chat thread. Publicly. Is that what you're referring to? Yeah. What was the substance of those communications? Probably just putting an emoji and laughing or saying hi or something. I think she was just laughing at people and saying hi or whatever, just talking. So it was a friendly interaction between the two of you. I don't know if I would have emotively loaded. Again, we never even directly communicate with each other, so. And then her message on Twitter, what was the substance of that? I don't recall exactly. I think she was reaching out to me to have a conversation saying she had gotten better after a bunch of dramatic events, I guess, and unfolded where she lived. And then I think she asked if I had sent a video that she had sent me to anybody else, and that was it. What was your response to her? I think I said I was trying to limit conversation about stuff related to my case, because I know I would have to produce any conversation in Discovery, and I didn't want to have to be digging through tons of my Discord logs, having to produce a ton of erroneous conversations. Did you tell her that you wanted to speak to her? I don't recall that exactly. You don't recall that. If you had wanted to communicate with Abby over the past year, you could have reached out. You had her contact info, correct? Objection! Misstates the record. You can answer. Not really, no. You never communicate on, via cell phone? I don't believe we ever did. She came to visit you in person, didn't she? She did. So you never messaged each other via text message? I don't think so. Asked and answered. I don't believe I did. I don't believe we did. And you don't recall ever having her phone number? I don't recall it directly, no. Ever spoken to her on the phone? I don't believe we have. Would you be able to look in your phone and see if you have her contact information in there? I can produce it potentially at a later date. I don't have my phone on me right now, though. You didn't bring your phone with you? No. That's fucking weird as fuck. Okay, you produced messages from Abby to you under this. She has a screen name, Icy Wiener. I'm a child. I'm a child. Why is that? That's the thing that broke. That's so fucked up, man. That is so fucked up. Fucking Icy Wiener, man. Fuck off, bro. This is bullshit. This is evil. Why would you fucking... Dude, come on, man. Bullshit, alright? I can show them to you, but if you recall, they were just one-sided messages with none of your responses. Do you know why you produced it that way? Objection! To the extent that it calls for speculation, but you can answer if you know. My understanding is I produced everything I have. I believe we had two-sided conversations. I don't think it was just one-sided. Have you had a chance to review this document? Jesus fucking Christ, man. The document is, it looks like it's almost, oh wait, sorry. Objection! The document is, it looks like it's almost 100 pages long. So take as much time as you need to review it. I've cycled through it. I have, yeah. Okay. And you see that these are, it says direct messages, Icy Wiener, and the date of your first message is March 6, 2023. Yes. And do you see, and then the last, and also for the record, the exhibit is SB 63 through 168. Do you see in this exhibit any messages from you to Icy Wiener's messages? Look very carefully because there are messages from both of you. In this exhibit? Yeah. Am I allowed to talk about what page or what the bait stamps? It's towards the end. Let me ask you differently then. If you just flip through, I don't know how many pages these are, but you don't see any of your responses to any of these messages, do you? Until objection! until Bates stamp 163 and on. And would that be the day of May 1st, 2025? Objection! You're misstating the document. There are messages prior to 163. You're welcome to look through it, Mr. Bennell, and tell me what messages you see. But the question is, where are all of your responses? The earliest response I see here on Bates stamp 162 starting May 1st. May 1st of what year? 2025. So why aren't your responses here for the time between March 6, 2023 and May 25? Objection! To the extent it calls for speculation, but if you know, you can answer. If I had messages with Abby, I produced them for you. If I didn't have those messages, I did not produce them. And why wouldn't you have the responses here? Objection! To the extent that it calls for speculation. My guess would be I deleted them on my end. Peters, why did you delete them? Objection! To the extent it calls for you to speculate. But if you know, you can answer. I think we'd fallen out of contact, and it had been a while since we spoke. If I deleted these messages, it would have been prior to the signaling of any litigation from plaintiff in this case. So you're saying under oath today that you deleted your messages, your responses to Abby prior to what date? Objection! To the extent it calls for speculation. If you know, you can answer, but if you have to guess, you shouldn't. I can't honestly say what day I did, but it was definitely prior to any litigation with plaintiff. But your messages in May of 25 are not deleted, correct? Because that would be after litigation. And then, was that your custom to delete messages when you stopped communicating with people? Sometimes. It depends on the account. You didn't delete your side of the messages with Rose, did you? No. And you weren't in communication with her anymore, right? Kinda. Up until the time of the leak, you were in communication with her. I think we traded a message maybe almost a year prior, just checking in on each other. The year prior. Uh-huh. But you didn't delete your messages with her, did you? No. Just with Abby. Objection! Misstates the testimony, misstates the record. I'm sure there are plenty of other people I've deleted messages with. Okay, let's look at one more question about this. So you deleted these messages. There's no way to retrieve them when you delete them. It would have depended on how they were deleted. If I used an archiving program, then I would have a copy of all of those. But if I did have a copy of those, then I would have produced those as part of discovery for this case, if they were requested. So how did you delete these, your responses here specifically? Objection! To the extent it calls for speculation. You can answer, don't guess. I can't think off the top of my head how I deleted these messages. But you didn't archive them. I don't know off the top of my head if I did or did not archive them. I would have to go back and check. I can't recall off the top of my head right now. You thought you had archived them. The messages with Abby, I believe. So if you did archive them, you would still have them available to you to produce, correct? Correct. They would have already been produced for this case. Well, I want to look at your September 19th declaration and your January 30th declaration, which I believe you have. Do you have those too? Yes. So in September 9th, ECF 132-1 at paragraph 9, yes. You state that you sent 2 videos of Peach to Abby MC on November 3rd, 2023, correct? Correct. And then if you look at the other declaration on January 30th, 2026, ECF 213, paragraph 12, yes. And you have sent the declaration there, right? Now you sent 2 videos of Peach to Abby on November 3rd. Yes. I'm going to show you what is in the unredacted version of docket 86-1. Are we marking this? Yes. Now this is a screenshot of Abby's November 3rd, 2023 message, and she says, and what time is the time on that? I can read the timestamp on it, but I'm not entirely sure to be clear what I'm looking at. The timestamp on the thing that is in front of me, though, is 10:41 a.m. 10:41 a.m. Okay. So that's what time Abby sent the message to her friend saying that she had seen videos of you with Cherry and with Pixie, correct. That is what it says here. Objection! If you're asking what is written on the page, you can answer the question. If you're asking for what Abby meant by that, we have no idea. I see that here, but I'm not fully sure what I'm looking at right now. Okay, I'm just asking you. That she's confirming. I see those sentences written on the paper in front of me, yes? And that is a timestamp of 10:41 on November 3rd, right? I don't know if I would characterize it as a timestamp, but I see that there is the time 10:41 is written on here. I see the sentence written as well. And I'm going to show you now what you submitted to the court, docket 213-5. And what is this document? This appears to be an exhibit that we attach to whatever docket entry 213 is, the 5th exhibit. It seems to contain a list of files I sent to the Discord account, AbbyMC. And then the next page of the same exhibit. One sec, I want to look up something. Is Brettler Destiny's lawyer? Yeah. 213? Oh yeah, no, this was out. Okay. Just want to take a look at it real quick. Huh. Huh. Okay. So it is just the list of videos. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure what that one was. Nothing like that interesting. Think he defended Prince Andrew? Yes. This is Pedo Prince's lawyer, correct. Objection, I can't see shit. Yeah, I know, okay, man? I was like looking at something. I was looking at docket entry 213 to see what it was and be like, all right. Yeah. And then the next page of the same exhibit. It seems some messages back and forth between, I believe, me and AbbyMC. In Bloom 91 is AbbyMC, correct? That is what you represented to the court? At the time that the log was produced, that could have been her name. In Discord, you can change your username, though. So it could have been that name, then. She could have been on a different account later, or she could have changed this name later as well. Okay, now look at that page. And you've highlighted on that page 2 Google Drive links that you sent to Abby on November 3rd, 2023. And what timestamp on that? 2:39. Well, it's 2:39 p.m. I'm not entirely sure what time zone, though. I don't know if this is the entire exhibit. I'm guessing EST or it could be Universal. Well, that would be 2:39 p.m., wouldn't it? Objection! Misstates prior testimony. It would be 2:39 p.m. I'm just not sure about what time zone. I'm not 100% sure. And then what time does Abby say she viewed the videos of Cherry and Pixie? Again, I don't know this. I can't attest to anything related to this. I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at. The screenshot that was submitted to the court, I don't know what it's and accepted by the court in evidence. So, I mean, I'm not entirely what it's a screenshot of, though. Well, it's a message to Abby. You understand that, right? And she's saying that she received a sex tape of both Cherry and Pixie, and she sends that message at 10:41 a.m. He didn't send these 2 videos until 2:39 p.m. that same day. Objection! To the extent that it misstates the witness's prior testimony regarding the time zone, but you can answer. What happens if you Control F objection? And we're on 223, right? We don't even need to do that. Right? Because they have like a list of like words. Right? That's like in this. So we can find the word objection probably, right? Object, objected, objecting. Yeah, objection as a thing goes on for like a page and a half of these. Okay. All right, trust me, we've got a lot of objections coming up. We've got more and more objections for fucking ever, man. What page were we fucking on? Oh, fuck. I forget entirely what page we were on. It was like 213, right? No, way further than that. Okay. I think this is where we were. 223. Just pull up your VOD. Yeah, I'm like way too lazy for that. Okay. I told people to remember it too, so like, you know. It's a cooperative process, man. It's a cooperative process. Well, it's a message by Abby. You understand that, right? And she's saying that she received a sex tape of both Cherry and Pixie. Sends the message at 10:41 a.m. Didn't send these two videos until 2:39 p.m. That same day. Objection! To the extent that it misstates the witness's prior testimony regarding the time zone. But you can answer. I can attest to the production that I gave for this case. I produced everything that was within my power to produce that I archived. I don't know what I'm looking at here. This is presented to me as an unredacted screenshot of some Discord conversations. But, for instance, I can't read any of the messages at 10:42 a.m. on this page. So I'm not sure what unredacted means. There are huge chunks missing, so I don't even know if this is even Discord. I can't speak to this. I don't know what this is at all, unfortunately. Okay, but you also saw Abby's declaration to the court, where she said she received videos of Cherry and Pixie on November 3rd, 2023, right? I don't know if she said she received videos of Cherry. I think it was just of Pixie. Well, I'm going to represent to you the declaration said Cherry and Pixie, and this was corroborating evidence that was submitted later. I acknowledge that Abby wrote that on her affidavit, David, then. Yes. Okay. And this shows that she received those, the videos on or before, because she already looked at them when she sent this message, so she received them before 10:41 a.m. Objection! Vague and ambiguous. Right? Excuse me. Objection. It's vague and ambiguous. It misstates the document, it misstates prior testimony, and it calls for speculation. You can represent that to me, but this could be a picture with a Crayola crayon. I can't speak to anything on this page. I've already said what I've had to say about it. I don't see complete messages here. It seems like some of it is scratched out, like there's chunks missing. I'm not entirely sure what this is supposed to be a screenshot of. Mr. Brunel, we're not concerned with the later part of the message. I'm only asking you about the top part of the message, and the fact that she received the videos and viewed them prior to 10:41 a.m. on November 3rd, 2023, and you sent these videos purportedly of Peach later that same day, correct? Objection! It misstates prior testimony. It misstates the document. It's been asked and answered. You can explain it one more time, but you need to not accept any of counsel's characterizations. No speaking objections. Please, counselor. Joan, please stop. No. You, please stop. I can read the sentence that was given to me on this piece of paper. I don't know how I'm supposed to tie that to the production that I've given, that I know to be true, that I can testify to, that I had in my possession. Techno, thank you for the additional resub. Let's go. Cool. That works. Stacking that shit up. Hell yeah. Pilot. Go. Thank you for the additional, yes, words. This lawyer loves defending sex criminals, Prince Andrew's lawyer. Yes. Yes. Yeah, he's a fucking geek, man. Yeah. Yeah, he's a weird little fucking geek, man. I think Destiny's going to lose. I don't. I don't, okay? I generally have zero faith in the justice system for poor people. Okay? Anyways, thank you. Okay, and you testified earlier, the reason your messages between you and Icy Wiener were predominantly one-sided is because you deleted your half the messages. Objection! It misstates the witness's prior testimony. You can clarify it and give your response. So, I believe I was asked, what would be the reason for there to be no messages on my side? I think one of the things I said was it could have been deleted it. That I deleted it. Another could have been that I archived it. I believe for Abby's messages, I think I archived everything that we had before they were removed from Discord, so I have and archived a true and correct copy of our messages. And I will state for the record, we produced those documents. You are only showing the witness a select document with one-sided conversations. There are two-sided conversation documents. Excuse me. I'm asking the questions. Okay, go ahead. So, if you had them archived, why didn't you present it as a complete document with both sides of the conversation? Objection! It calls for speculation, and to the extent that he produced the document. Excuse me, we produced the documents on his behalf. And to the extent it calls for attorney-client privilege, I will instruct you not to answer. I mean, one of the exhibits that you had me look at earlier for docket entry 213, Exhibit E, I do see part of the conversation produced from both sides. So my understanding is that I did produce both sides of the conversation with me and Abby for as much as I was requested to, and for as many as I had. Can I ask for a quick clarification? On an earlier question, you presented that Abby screenshot. You said that it was the unredacted version. Does redaction refer to a thing that only you guys do, or are you representing that this was the total thing that you received from the affidavit? No, when I say unredacted, it's because we submit something that's confidential and her name was protected by the court. It was submitted in a redacted format to the court and then later submitted privately to the court.
I should have known you'd be behind this fiendish Dr. Wu. Your knowledge of scientific biological transmogrifications is only outmatched by your zest for kung fu treachery.
Yeah, that one's getting turned the fuck up. That's a 470. Let's go. Thank you, Big Aaron. Allow me one moment. I'm going to fix that alert real quick. And I will give you an additional 3 minutes on the stream while I fix this. We also only have like an hour left, and there's like another 150-ish pages, I think. Fuck. Other one. Think about it. You got Ard harder than Rose. She didn't really get Ard, though. It's like way more complicated than that. You know? Settings. 470. Wait, that wasn't even the one. Fiendish Wu is 465. It was supposed to be Sus Luigi. I still need to turn that up, but why did this not play? Oh, because I never fucking changed the video. Oh, fuck. 470, right? Did I not upload this video? Yeah, I don't think I did. Wow, I fucked that one up. It's me that's hard now. Okay. Alright, yeah, no, actually, yeah, give me 1 sec. This is actually a big deal. Let me fix this. Or 70. Hey, where's the sus? Why is that like not here?
That's the deal.
It's a good deal.
It is a good deal. Thank you for the membership, Moon. Give me a moment. Wait, where is the Sus Luigi one? Wait, was Sus Luigi in Layer 2? I know I have it. No? I know I have that clip somewhere. Why is that not here? So weird. Where did Sus Luigi go? What the fuck? Just like missing. That's so weird. Huh. I found it. Found it. Fixed it. Good fucking note. All right, Big Aaron. Yeah, sus Luigi. What do you mean? What do you mean, man? What do you mean? Like, you say, what the hell is sus Luigi? It's like a really banger. It's one of like the banger alerts that we have. Like, I'm sorry, this shit's awesome. Huge. I think that's a solid one. I do. Just saying. I understand. So that was the exact copy you were given. This is what was submitted to the court in unredacted format. Objection! Speculation on whether the individual in the green hat is or is not named Luigi. 2. The characterization of the individual as sus is leading. Objection! 1. He is quite obviously fucking Luigi. If you take one fucking look at him, that's Luigi. Alright? He looks just like fucking Luigi. You can see Mario and Toad, that's Luigi. Okay? Come on, man. Alright? 2nd, the characterization of the individual as sus is misleading. Yes, but it's not a characterization of the individual. Rather, that the individual themselves is suspect of others. Easily defeated. You are now R'd into the ground. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Fuck you, Primordial. R'd into the ground. All the way down. All the way fucking down, bro. Objection! The ground is subjective. Whatever. Objection! Combative! Whatever, bro. Fuck off. Where are we reading? The Destiny Court Deposition. It's like 450 pages. We're reading a portion of it today. Okay. Yeah. Where he just kind of admits that he's like just a really shitty person. It's kind of awesome. It's kind of awesome. Yeah, we've gotten through 230 pages so far. Okay. I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. It's super cool. So anyways, yeah. Okay. Alright, let's reset. Luigi is the most sus. He didn't enter a contest for the mansion he went. Oh shh. Okay, I'm gonna now show you. You produced a redacted version of that document to us, even though you claimed it was unredacted. And we still can't read with the rest of the message that it continues to be redacted. Let's look at ECF 1326 and 1327 that you submitted to the court, and we can mark it as 16. These are two exhibits that you submitted to the court in support of your motion to dismiss and support of your declaration. Okay. Yeah, of the motion to dismiss, right? I can see that. And then 12326, you see the two Google Drive URLs that you contend were sent to Abby. On page 3 of 3 of 132-6, I believe so. Yeah, I see them in the highlighted ones. And then on ECF 132-7, you see two Google Drive URLs. Yeah, I see them, yeah. And these Drive URLs are not identical, are they? They... Objection! Vague and ambiguous, but you can answer. I believe they represent an identical URL, yes. Did you read Miss Pena's expert reports? Unfortunately, yes. I am sorry, yes. Okay, well, these URLs are actually different. They differ in lowercase. They differ in numbers. So from this page, the one sent to Abby and the one sent to Peach, there is no question. Can you say that they're different? Can you point me to the first difference? Okay, do you see? The problem is my eyesight is not so great. So there's a lowercase l as opposed to a number 1. Which link are we at here? So we're comparing the ones from U to InLoom 91. The one's from you to Baby Peach, correct? I'm asking where the lowercase l is. Someone with better eyesight might be able to see it. There's also one, in the one to Abby is WBT. The one to Peach is WBV, not T. Can you show me that? So for instance, on link 1, you represented me. In one, it was WBT, and the other, it was WBV. I'm guessing you're talking about near the end of the link where it says WBT/view. I see WBT on both the documents in front of me. So do I. They are the same. Unidentified speaker. This is scary. Okay. This is scary. Do you want to move to a different line of questioning? If I could see this tiny little thing, I would tell you, but I can't. But they are the same, and your colleagues just confirmed that. I think they're too small for them to see. They're actually not the same. Says you. Excuse me, for the record, we will state, no, for the record, you just testified, Mr. Bretler, and your testimony is disregarded. Thank you. By whom? For the record, Ms. Peters produced a document and misrepresented what was on the document, and she and her colleagues identified that the documents were the same. Okay. This is a blow up of those, so maybe you can see it better here. You still have those. I have what's marked as Exhibit 16 that you've given me. That's what I'm looking at. When I said those differences of WTV, those are the differences. Are we marking those as an exhibit? I'm showing them Mr. Bennell first. Okay, but can we have a copy? You can look at that copy also. No. I don't know if we have another copy. No. Then don't. Mr. Bennell, can you take a look at it, please? Excuse me. To refresh your recollection, until you can provide counsel with copies, you're not going to show the witness anything. You're extremely rude. Extremely rude. Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's go off the record. I guess I'm tired of you being rude. You threw papers at me. Counsel, we're going off the record. The time is 3:17 p.m. Why are you throwing papers at me, Joan? This is so great. This is so dumb. This is so cool. This is so cool. Where are you reading off this off of? Court listener, man. Court listener, man. This is awesome. We're back on the record. The time is 3:26 p.m. Mr. Bennell, I showed you a document. It's ECF 139-1, and we're looking at page 12 of that document. Okay, I see this. Okay, and do you see that these are the same URLs we were looking at in the two different exhibits that you submitted to the court that we just looked at, Exhibit E and F? So, I'm not sure. You can compare them if you want to. So, on Exhibit E, I see that I've given a link with the three letters I'm focusing on, WBT. I see that listed on Exhibit E, and I see that listed on Exhibit F. But I see that you've given me the expert witness testimony, and on page 12, he's comparing this WBT with another link that I suppose we must have brought in another exhibit as WBV. I see that, yes. So if you look at page 12, yeah. I'm sorry, page 11 of ECF 139-1. Uh-huh. That's a screenshot of your exhibit that you produced, docket 1326E, right? Yes. And it's blown up on the top of page 12. Yes, I see that. And then another screenshot, and then blown up again so that you can see the differences. I see that. Do you see that the two URLs are different? Slightly, yes. Slightly, yes. Do you have an explanation for that? Objection! To the extent that it calls for expert testimony. I also object on the grounds that it's vague and ambiguous. I'm familiar that there are scanning technologies. A common one I think is OCR, and it will mistake two things that look similar to one another for something else. So this statement here, letters WBT, that T to a machine can look like an uppercase V and a lowercase v. And it appears that the other inconsistency that is brought out is the same type of error, but it seems to be just scanning and a text interpreter mismatch, not a significant or meaningful alteration of either link. So you used a fucking chat GPT to transcribe all this shit. So you didn't give, like, accurate copies, even in the shit that you submitted. That feels not great. Almost like you used AI to reconstruct the logs. Yeah, they need to ask what expert process are you using, which uses OCR. Yeah, there's something weird there. Certainly. Huh. But if it's a different URL, that's a different file, correct? Objection! To the extent that it misstates the witness's testimony. That's even a different... That's even and different URL. I mean, a URL is a uniform resource locator. I would have pointed to the file online. By the time I produced anything for the case, those files are not existing anymore. No URL is pointing to any of those things. It seems the machine made a slight error in translating between the top and bottom link, but I mean, for my production, it seems pretty obvious that both links are identical that were produced. So you're saying the machine, you just said, can you repeat that last part? So whatever scanned the URL and transferred it to another page looks like it made an error in translation. And in your experience, does that happen often? Yeah, it can with certain technologies. But if there was no error in the translation, URLs would have to be identical, right? To be in the same file? Objection! Not necessarily. It's vague and ambiguous, but you can answer. Not necessarily, but most likely, yeah. It'd only be an issue if he needs to convert images to a text-based format. Yeah. Which, even if he has Discord log exporters, you would have those in HTML format, right? I don't know. That's weird. That is weird. I think E is 213-5. Does that make sense? I believe Exhibit 15 and 16. 213-5, we have 213-6, so E is 213-6. My apologies. No, that's not true. It's 132-6. So you have that, right? Yeah, I just want to be clear. It's Exhibit 16 that we're looking at. I don't know. It's marked on your exhibit, not mine. I believe I was given Exhibit E twice because Exhibit 15 is also E. So I just want to make sure 16 we're looking at to get at the same. It's together. E and F were together, I believe. Well, maybe not. Yeah, I do see two of those of the same. Can you show me which one you're looking at that was marked? Exhibit 16 is marked here. Was the ECF number 132-6? Okay, just look at that. It shows MP4 files, correct, from a Google Pixel phone. The file names contain a date, creation date stamp, for example, PXL dash, and then a number. And you're looking at May 15th, 2023, 307 UTC. What do you see at 307 UTC? On which page? We're looking at 132-6. Not the first page, though, right? No, the media files that were sent. Page 303? Yes. And you're asking for the date May 15th. Uh-huh. I don't see the... What are the timestamps you're referring to? May 15th what? It says 307 UTC. I don't see that. I don't see UTC on that one either. Let me see if it's on the other one. Do you see a transmission time? I see lots of times. Can you be more specific? And then this is the creation. So this is the transmission side time on the left, right? We don't know what you're referring to, Miss Peters. Mr. Bonnell knows because he's looking at 132-6. Page 2. I see timestamps on the left of this column, yeah. And the right is the creation date and timestamp. Objection! Vague and ambiguous. I would represent no. These represent file names. Well, we're going to move on. I can't see it. It's too small. Dude. Alright, yeah, Joan kind of fucked that one up. That's, like, pretty obvious, I feel. Get some glasses, Joan. Fix that shit. Now, did you use an application called Redact to delete and archive your Discord messages? Objection! Vague and ambiguous. I haven't finished my question, Mr. Bretler. Go ahead, I thought you were done. After November 29th, 2024? For which messages? How do you fuck that up? Honestly, yeah, that's, like, concerning that, like, she couldn't go down this, like, the whole UTC thing, it's, like, showing this, but it's not UTC, it's EDT, but this is the 213-5, right? Versus 213-6. And there is no UTC thing on this. At all. Resi, would you be able to say objection in a more gentle, smooth jazz radio kind of way? No. No, man, I've been yelling objection like fucking Phoenix Wright for fucking hours now. And, yeah, the music is still, in fact, there. It's just low, okay? Say it again. No, I'm saving them for when it comes up in the fucking logs, man. For which messages? For your Discord messages, do you use an application called Redact? For all of my Discord messages? No. Do you use an application called Redact to delete and archive any of your Discord messages? Yes. Objection! To the extent that it's compound, delete and archive. I have used it to create archives and remove messages from my Discord. Yes. Okay. Which messages would it be that you use Redact for? And we're talking again after November 29th, 2024. There's no possible way I could remember every message. I communicate with hundreds of people, thousands of people on Discord. But you did use Redact. I have used it, yes. Then, did you try to merge the Redact archives with messages exported from your active Discord account at some point? Objection! Vague and ambiguous, but if you understand, you can answer. I reduced messages for this case in accordance to my responsibility to. Some of those archives have been created by Redact. Other archives have been created by Discord, like you can request an export from Discord. And other archives have been screenshots of messages. I can speak with specificity to a particular message if you show me one. Okay, we'll get into that. So Abby's declaration that she submitted to the court stated that sometime in February 2025, she reviewed her Discord messages and discovered you had deleted her messages to her, including the message in which you sent her the video of Pixie. Is that correct? Objection! To the extent that it calls for speculation, or if you remember. It's correct insofar that's what she put in her declaration, yes. Is that correct that that is what you did? You deleted the messages? I deleted my messages with Abby sometime after our last communication before the May of 2025. So sometimes maybe at the end of 2024 based on what I saw earlier. You deleted your messages with Abby sometime. I used Redact to archive my messages with Abby at the end of 24, I believe. And you still have those archives? Yeah, I produced them for this case. How do you know Hana? I don't really know Hana. But you have communicated with her, correct? I have communicated with a Discord account that I think went by the name Hana. I didn't know that the name was Hana until they submitted an affidavit to the court. This was on Discord that you communicated. Yes. Did you produce those communications with Hana in this litigation? If I had it, I produced it. Well, I'm going to represent to you today that you did not produce them, and they were requested. So where would they be? Objection! Calls for speculation. Hana or no, shut the fuck up, right wing. That's evil. Don't do that shit. That's 570 shit. Northeastern Pennsylvania shit. Don't do that. If I have them, I produce them. If I didn't produce them, then I don't have them, so I didn't produce them. That means you deleted them. Objection! Assumes facts, not evidence. It could be. I'm not sure. It would have been archived. Well, you just testified that you did communicate with her. We requested those communications. You did not produce them. So I'm asking you, what happened to those communications? You asked me if I communicated with Hannah. I've communicated with her in the past, and then you asked me if I produced or if I had conversation with her with relation to this case. Anything that was requested in relation to this case, I have produced. Anything that I possess, I have produced. Yeah. But you didn't produce any of your communications that you just testified you had with Hannah Brooks. Objection! That misstates the witness's testimony. I had to go through my date stamps. I think I produced thousands of documents in this case. I don't remember, but if I had conversations with Hannah, I certainly produced them. Well, I'm going to represent to you today that you did not because you did not receive them. We did not receive them. Is there a possibility you archived them? Objection! To this extent that it calls for speculation. Anything is possible, but you can answer. Anything's possible, man. Fucking anything is possible, all right? Believe in the light and anything is possible, okay? Wow, Rezi, first snarker to read the deposition. Yeah, I'm just reading the entire thing, okay? I was already doing Destiny court shit today, so yeah. Anything is possible. I mean, if they are gone, I would imagine I could have. Yeah, it's possible. Who's Liquid Laugh? I'm not sure. One of Plain's requests for admissions had asked if you deleted your DMs with Liquid Laugh, and you said no, you had not. Is that a question? Is that correct? If you remember, you can answer. I don't recall. If you have answers to interrogatories, I can review them, but I don't recall a specific answer to that. We'll pull it up. That was request for admission number 12. Okay. Who is Dan Saltman? A friend of mine. Is he also a professional partner of yours in any way? I would say so, sure. In what way? He's appeared on stream with me a number of times. He kind of streams with a friend of mine sometimes now. We had a podcast together for maybe about a year. When was that? Maybe throughout 2024. Maybe, yeah. And Play have requested that you produce all your communications between you and Dan Saltman pertaining to plaintiff and or the allegations of the amended complaint that you did not produce any communications from Dan Saltman, did you? I reduced all communications I had with him that were relevant to the complaint. So you never discussed the plaintiff with Dan Saltman. Objection! It misstates the witness's prior testimony, but you can answer. I very explicitly, with a lot of people in my life, said that once the plaintiff had kind of assumed a more, I'll say, aggressive posture, when she started threatening Slide, I ceased communications with people about anything related to the plaintiff because I was uncomfortable carrying on those communications. But you received from Dan Saltman a screenshot of a message that plaintiff sent to Dan, didn't you? I don't remember that. Well, you live streamed about it. On the live stream, did I say that I'm sorry, what was the question? There was none. I said you received a message from Dan Saltman, a screenshot of a message that plaintiff had sent to Dan. Still not a question. Is that right? I don't remember if I received a screenshot from Dan or Dan posted it publicly somewhere. He could have posted it on Twitter. I don't recall 100%. Who is Kyla Turner? A friend of mine, another streamer person. She was also friends with the plaintiff, right? I believe so. Who is Darius? Darius is an online screen name to another kind of friend, kind of streamer friend that I have. He has also been in a relationship with Abby, correct? Objection! Calls for speculation. I couldn't speak to the details of their interactions. You don't know that he had a relationship with Abby? I don't know if I would characterize it as a relationship. Did she tell you that she was in a relationship with Darius? I don't remember. And you communicated with him about the allegations of the complaint, didn't you? I believe so, yeah. Did you produce those communications? Objection! It assumes facts, not evidence, that there is any communications to produce. If I had communications with him related to this, I would have produced them, yes. Yeah, he choked Abby. Well, you referred to those communications, I'll refresh your recollection, in your pleadings, but never produced any of those communications. So I'll represent that to you. Where are those communications? Objection! Calls for speculation. It also misstates testimony in the record. It could have been a phone call. I'm not sure. I would have to see specifically what I said. Now, in your initial disclosures at the beginning of this litigation, you identified various individuals as having knowledge of the allegations of the complaint. One of them is Cherry. Who is Cherry? I believe the request is for people who could potentially have knowledge of the complaint. I don't think it was necessarily... That's my recollection. People that you identify as having knowledge of the allegations of the complaint. Okay. I don't specifically remember what the sentence asked for, but I think Cherry is a person who could have potentially... So I think I produced her name, yes. And who is she? An old friend of mine. And did you have a sexual relationship with Cherry? Yes. And Clay's first request for production requested all your communication with Cherry, but none were produced. I don't know if I actually have communication with Cherry. Cherry was somebody who liked to keep everything deleted and wiped. But you would still have your side of the communications even if she wiped her side, correct? She would have requested me to wipe my side as well. So you listed her as a person of interest in the case. When would you have deleted the messages with her? Objection! It misrepresents prior testimony. He's never said she was a person of interest. And secondly, it calls for speculation. It would have been prior to the start of this litigation, prior to the publishing of the Substack, probably prior to the leaks from Solo. So again, you deleted your message with Cherry, but you never deleted your message with Rose. Objection! Misstates prior testimony. This isn't a judge isn't like looking at this. The judge said they weren't going to read the 400 pages of the fucking deposition. So that, like, Cherry's team had to pick out the specific parts in their amended complaints and shit like that. That's why we have this now to begin with, right? Correct? I did delete my messages with Rose. You produced them? Yeah. You didn't produce any of your messages with Cherry. Objection! It misstates prior testimony. I would have to revisit specifically what was asked to be produced. If it was related to the litigation, then I would have produced those messages. Well, I'll represent that's possible. I deleted messages with Cherry before I deleted messages with Rose, though. Now, you were asked to produce communication with Kyla Turner, goes by Erudite, is that right? Not so Erudite. And you produced SB 2498 through SB 2556. Your messages with Kyla starting on November 1st, between November 1st and December 31st. And what you produce is only messages from her side of the conversation. Why would that be? Objection! Calls for speculation. I'd have to go through my bait stamps. It could have been that I produced my side of them in a separate production. Well, I'm going to represent to you that you did not because I have your whole production. So where are they? Because starting in January 2020 or December 2024, all of a sudden, bro, this is like the months different shit they were talking before, right? All of a sudden, you appear responding to the messages, and it's a two-way conversation through May 2025. There's no question pending. So why is the first year of messages just a one-sided conversation? Objection! Calls for speculation. If you know, you can answer. I'm not sure. I'd have to revisit all of them and see, but if it was relevant to this case, I produced it. Well, you produced her side of the communications, and the request is to produce communications between the two of you. So why is only one side of the communication produced? Same objection! Same instruction. I'm not sure. I'd have to revisit it and check. What would you have to check? Well, I don't know without checking. What would you check, though? Do you have these original messages between you and Kyla Turner? I'm not sure. I would have to check. Well, I'm going to resent that I want you to check. I'm going to ask you to do that. I'm going to ask you to produce the two-way conversation. That's your duty to preserve evidence. And don't argue with the witness. Don't answer that. Don't answer the question. You do understand that, right, Mr. Bonnell? I understand I have a duty to preserve evidence that is relevant to this case, yes. So, relevant to this case would be something the plaintiff requested, correct? Objection! First of all, you don't need to accept that as true. Don't argue with her. What about Lav? You identified Lav as an individual with knowledge of the allegations of the complaint. Who is Lav? Online person, old friend of mine. Maybe. And you didn't produce any communications with him? I don't think I've communicated with her in a while. Definitely not over anything related to the case. So why'd you identify Lav as someone with knowledge of allegations of the complaint? Well, if the complaint had been publicly filed, or if Pixie had made a public Substack, that would give her information related to allegations of the complaint. That would be true for everybody who's seen the Substack, though, right? I would have to revisit the specific request for interrogatories. My understanding, it was a quite broad request for anyone who might know or have information related to the complaint. So I produced her name as somebody who might know something about it. I don't know what her relationship is with Pixie. The request was for all communications between you and the individuals identified in your initial disclosures as being individuals with knowledge of the allegations of the complaint. and you identified Lav, but you didn't produce any documents. But I didn't produce any documents with her. It's because there were no documents that were relevant to this complaint between me and her. The request was for all communications between you and Lav. It wasn't up to you to decide whether it was relevant or not. There is no question pending. Don't argue with her. So do you have those communications between you and Lav? I don't believe I have any communication with Lav for over a year. And prior to over a year, I don't know. I haven't been friends with her in quite a while. And Lauren De Laguna, a friend of yours, you had a sexual relationship with her, correct? Yes. And you actually identified her as an individual with knowledge of the allegations in the complaint, correct? Yes. And yet, you didn't produce any of your communication with Lauren. Objection! This states the record. I'm not aware if I haven't produced anything, and I don't have every bait stamp in front of me. But if it was relevant to this case, then I produced that evidence. And if I represent to you that you did not produce your communications with Lauren, where would they be? Objection! Calls for speculation. It also assumes facts not in evidence. I'd have to check my computer. You also identified Matt as an individual with knowledge of the allegations of the complaint. Did you ever have any communications with him? No. How about Lycan? Not related to this complaint. You identified as him as an individual with knowledge of the allegations of the complaint. There is no question. So wouldn't you have communications with him that would be relevant to the allegations of the complaint? Objection! Calls for speculation and assumes facts not in the evidence. No, not necessarily. Do you have your communications with Lycan still? I don't remember when our last communications were. I would have to check. What platforms do you communicate with him on? Discord. What knowledge does he have of the allegation in the complaint? I'm not sure. He's friends with me and he's friends with the plaintiff. So you weren't sure of what knowledge he had, but you identified him. Yes. How about Brianna Wu? You also identified her as an individual with knowledge. So, Destiny responds with yes. This is very clearly a fucking lie. I think we got him. Okay, I think we got this fucking. I think we got this fucking guy. I'm playing it again, buddy. I'm playing it again. We got him. All right, Brianna Wu, dumb as fuck, no knowledge. Okay. Not objecting to identify Brianna Wu as an individual with knowledge. Guilty. Straight to jail. Joan keeps saying random shit like, it's not you who decides what's relevant. It's super unprofessional. Asking follow-ups like, were the communications you decided were not relevant, such that you did not produce them? Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know how much more time, like, there's only like another 100 pages of this, so I don't know how much time they have at this point. Because they get like, what, 7 or 8 hours of deposition time and shit. And like, the last that like we were told, they had like 3 hours something left. And if they have like a lot of, you know, they do have to work through and get to the things that they want. So it's like kind of difficult, right? But I don't know, maybe. We have seen Joan re-bring up stuff that had been passed over previously after like breaks and shit. So both Joan and Andrew are being unprofessional. I'm just like, I don't know, honestly, how unprofessional or professional it is. I feel like, yes, Andrew probably is interrupting too much, but again, I don't know how. I'm not a fucking lawyer, man, okay? I know enough that allows me to make this a really funny, like, multiple hours long segment and shit, but I do not know enough to, like, tell you how the law, like, meaningfully, properly works. Okay? And I'm not trying to represent it as such. I'm mostly just trying to make this, like, kind of funny and read through it. That said, you should consider finishing up the bar so we get another hour. Right? I think objections can sometimes be used as a tactic to break lawyers' flow and distract them. Yeah. Yeah, I think, like, the thing is, they don't even need to do that. Like, they actually, like, that UTC question earlier really, really fucked up for Joan. And it's really weird, like, looking at it, like, it's very clear that's not. You know. Yeah. Anyways. And who is she? An online figure, ex-colleague of mine. My understanding, somewhat a friend of the plaintiff. And why did you think she had knowledge of the allegations of the complaint? I heard it said the plaintiff went to Brianna, seeking, I guess, legal help related to this matter and was unsuccessful at that. Is Brianna an attorney? No. Why do you think she was seeking legal help from her? I said that was what was represented to me. And why is why you listed her as an individual with knowledge of the allegations in the complaint. Yes. And you didn't produce any communications between you and Brianna Wu, even though they were requested, correct? Correct. Why didn't you? I don't think I have communications between me and Brianna. You never contacted with her? If I did, it would have been years ago. How about Adam Ali? Who is he? I'm not sure. You listed him as an individual with knowledge of the allegations in the complaint. It might have been an old mutual friend from a long time ago. So what would he know about the allegations in the complaint? Objection! Calls for speculation. I don't know. But you listed him. I didn't. Sure. My understanding is the people listed are people that could potentially have information related to the complaint. Not that I know for certain that each of these people have information related to the complaint. So why do you think he potentially had information related to the allegations in the complaint? Because I believe that he was a close mutual friend to Pixie and the ex-boyfriend. How many other women besides plaintiff have publicly stated that you shared or recorded sexually explicit content of them without their consent? Objection! Calls for speculation. I have no idea. Is there that many? Don't answer. There's nothing. There's no question pending. I'm asking you. Asking you what? How many other women, besides plaintiff, have publicly stated that you shared or recorded sexually explicit content of them without their consent? I'm sure you must be aware of them. Now it's argumentative, but I'm also going to reinstate my objection that it calls for speculation. It's been asked and answered. I'm going to object to your speaking objections again. Keep objecting, bitch. Keep objecting. Keep objecting. That's so cool, man. That's awesome. That's so fucking dumb, dude. He's such an asshole. I thought he actually said, he didn't say the bitch part. Okay, he just said keep objecting. What's the matter, objection boy? Afraid your client will have to make a statement? We gotta call Brettler objection boy going forward. That's like such a solid fucking name for him, man. Benji, I don't know why you just sent me that in my DMs. I will not be looking at that. I will not be looking at that on stream. That's weird. It's okay. You may answer. I'm not aware of... I don't know the number. I'm not sure. You think it's more than 3? Objection! Calls for speculation. People write so much stuff online. I have no idea. So, you know your ex-wife Melina has claimed you shared her content without her consent, correct? Objection! Misstates the record and it calls for speculation. I'm not aware of her exact statements related to past sexual experiences or recordings we've had. So your understanding is that Melina has not said that you did not non-consensually share her intimate details. Objection! Vague and ambiguous. Calls for speculation, and it's been asked and answered. Can you restate that? Melina, I didn't know if you saw the video she published. I'm asking you if you're aware she has publicly stated that you shared her content without her consent. I'm not aware of the specifics of what she said publicly. No. I'm not asking you about the specifics. I'm asking if you are aware that she shared your content, her content, without her consent. Objection! Objection. Wait, sorry. Excuse me. Destiny says, objection! Brettler then follows up with, objection! It's been asked and answered 3 times. Are you aware of that? It's been asked and answered 3 times! You can answer it one more time, and then we're moving on. You can answer as many times as I ask you. I don't think so! That to me sounds like a very specific claim. I'm not aware of the specific claims that she's made publicly about me. You're not aware that your ex-wife claims that. Correct. It's been asked and answered. Move on. Is that right? What is the question? What is the answer to your question? What was the question again? Can we read the question back, please? Whereupon the requested portion of the record was read by the reporter. That your ex-wife, Melina, has stated that you have publicly, that you shared her explicit content without her consent, that you have no awareness of that. Objection! It's been asked and answered. It's vague and ambiguous. I want to know the answer, Mr. Brunel. It's been asked and answered. You can answer it one more last time. That's it. I'm not aware of the specific claims she's made publicly with regards to me, no. That's a very evasive answer, Mr. Brunel. Don't engage with her. She's just trying to rile you up, buddy. You're gonna be okay, Destiny. Destiny, it's gonna be okay. Alright, just keep doing, you're doing a good job, buddy. She's just trying to get under your nose, Destiny. This is awesome, man. Brettler, DGGL, buddy on the field. Andrew Brettler, buddy of the year, 2026 for Destiny. Oh, man. All right. Just hang in there, buddy. It's going to be okay. What about Cherry? Are you aware that, going back to Melina for a second, so if we played for the jury a video where you admit, where you actually state Melina said that, you shared her explicit content without her consent, would that surprise you? Objection! It's an incomplete hypothetical, and it calls for speculation. We have no idea what video you're referring to or if it exists. I'm asking Mr. Bonnell. I mean, I'm not trying to even engage with that question. Well, you stated publicly that she had said it. Are you not aware of that? You don't remember stating that? It's a compound, ambiguous question. I don't recall stating anything or looking into the specifics of anything that Melina has stated about me or our relationship. What about Cherry? Are you aware that she's publicly stated that you shared her explicit content without her consent, right? I'm not aware of the specific statements that Cherry has made regarding that. I didn't ask you about her specific statements. I'm asking, are you aware she claims that you shared her content without her consent? It's been asked and answered. Are you aware of those claims by Cherry? When you say claims, what do you mean? Claims where publicly stated that you shared her claims, her content, without her consent. That sounds like a specific message or statement to me. I'm not aware of the specific. I'm not asking for the specifics of the message. It's a broad question. You continue to interrupt my client, Miss Peters. Let him finish his answer, and then you can ask your repeated questions over and over and over again. So there's a huge amount of stuff that gets said online by many different people in many different communities. I don't have specific knowledge, and I haven't seen myself a particular claim being made, that I wouldn't say I have specific knowledge of any particular claim being made. My understanding is Cherry has said many things online, deleted many things online. I'm not aware of the specifics of the claim that she has made against me. As far as I'm aware, she hasn't joined the lawsuit or any others, so I'm not aware of those specific claims. Would you say this guy is worth burying $1 million based on this? I mean, for me, man, yeah, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Worth every penny. This shit's been awesome, man. This shit's been so fucking cool. Yeah. Do you share her explicit content without her consent? No. What about Stasia? What is the question? Do you share her explicit content without her consent? No. Are you aware she claims that you shared her content without her consent? Assumes facts not on the record, misstates the record. Are you aware of that, Mr. Bonnell? I believe that there is an affidavit that she's filled out with regard to this case. I disagree with her characterization of it, but I'm aware of the declaration that she signed. Although I think I would clarify, I think you misstated it. I think she said I had permission to share it with my wife, I think was her statement in the declaration. Her declaration states that you shared her content without her consent, doesn't it? If you remember, you can answer it. I would consult the declaration. After November 29, 2024, you told plaintiff you were going to get the videos removed. The video removed from Kiwi Farms, correct? Yes. In your declaration, submitted in opposition to the plaintiff's motion for preliminary injunction, you stated that in or about the first week of December 2024, I retained specialized legal counsel with expertise in revenge pornography matters to assist me in having my sexually explicit content, including the video I made with plaintiff, removed from the internet. Do you recollect something like that? Yeah. And you wanted the court to think that you were trying to reduce the harm to plaintiff, right? Objection! It's argumentative. Were you? That was your intent in saying that. My intent in saying that was to state that I had a law firm that was trying to remove explicit material of mine and the plaintiffs from the internet. So what exactly did you do to try to remove the content from the internet? Objection! It's been asked and answered. It's also the subject of his declaration that you're reading from, so you can see it, but if she's asking you to give your best recollection. I think there might be more than I can remember. I can't remember. But I know I had my manager person at the time email the owner of Kiwi Farms to try to get the video removed from there. I believe I filed, a couple of reports or DMCAs from various websites on the internet. That's what I can remember at the time, yeah. Can we take a 5-minute break? Sure. We're going off the record at time is 4:08. This is awesome. This has been so much fucking fun. If not for anything other than me just yelling objection over and over and over and over and over again. This has just been so fucking cool, man. Shit, I just woke up. Did I make it in time for the wheel? No, man. We're 275 pages in to the Destiny deposition reading. Man, it's been fucking 7 hours, man. And only 12 more minutes left. And then we'll have to, finish up the rest tomorrow. Yeah. There you go, Mollusk. Thank you, Mollusk. Close enough. There we go. The grift is great. I'm probably just going to finish it at this point, okay? I'm probably just finishing at this point because we're only going to have 30 pages left. So, there you go. Mollusk, thank you for the 16 getting us that additional fucking hour on the stream. Thank you, Mollusk. Thank you. Remember to like and subscribe, do all those things, support the YouTube. Yeah, a lot of objections and depositions aren't actually said verbally, they're filed later. Well, I'm just assuming they're being said verbally, and I'm going to keep yelling objection over and over. Like it's some Phoenix Wright bullshit video game, okay? I didn't say to stop. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. They are also referring to him objecting a lot. They are verbal because they are telling him to shut the hell up. And I hate to say it, it's kind of cool. Objection! Yelling objection is fun. Yeah, I'm gonna start. If I ever have to fucking talk to this motherfucker on a call, okay, I am going to start yelling objection randomly in the middle of things when I think that they're vague and ambiguous. I think vague and ambiguous is literally how you describe his entire rhetorical style online when arguing with people, but who am I to say? Who am I to say? This has been so much fun. Let's go. Mr. Bonnell, before the break, we were talking about your efforts that you'd made to remove the pornography from the internet. You hired Carrie Goldberg's firm to do that. Is that correct? That's part of why I did it. Yeah. Do you know Carrie personally? No. What about Mark Randazza? No. Did you know him? No. So what did you do? You told me about some emails that you sent before we went on the break. What else? Anything else? Objection! It's been asked and answered. You weren't paying attention, Miss Peters. While he was giving his answer, you were reading a note that was passed to you. I'm going to object to your speaking. You can object, but he's already answered this question. It's your job to pay attention and then ask him questions. Please don't tell you what my job is, Mr. Brettler. Okay, well, he's already answered it. Your job is to follow the rules. He's already answered your question and not do speaking objections. You should pay attention to the testimony. Mr. Riddell, I can ask you the question again as many times as I want. That's my right. So just so we're clear on the record here, and I can object as much as I'd like. You think you can? Okay, Joan, don't fight with me about everything like you have since January 25. Enough! Enough! At some point, it becomes ridiculous. You're still going. You're still going. You're the one that's asked to stop fighting. Please stop. And yet you're still fighting. I'm not even speaking to you. You were. Stop under your breath. So please request for production. He's crashing out. He's crashing out, man. Mr. Freller needs to get put on Valium. Holy shit. It's so fucking cool whenever they have a fight, man. It's crazy because they're like 4 hours in this point and still going hard. Yeah, and it's like, it's also crazy that I'm like 6 hours in at this point and we're still doing it. It's great. Let's go. This is awesome. So plaintiff's request for production asks for all evidence supporting your claim that you made efforts to have the video removed. I'm going to show you only documents that we received that were responsive to that request, and we're going to have this marked as the next exhibit. And these are bait stamped SB4 and SB5. Can you tell me what these two documents are? The first document for Exhibit 17 appears to be an email from my manager to the legal team at Kiwi Farms requesting a removal of all the videos posted by Solo of me, which includes the video that is subject matter of the complaint. And then the second image appears to be a DMCA takedown email, which I sent to a website that was hosting revenge porn that contained me in the video. And I believe that at least one of these is the video that is subject to the matter of the complaint. In the list here on SB5, is it? I think it is. Correct. So were these emails successful? Objection! Calls for speculation. Also vague and ambiguous by the term successful. My understanding is that the email videos remain hosted. On the email that I sent, I don't know if it's a US-based company or not. The videos were eventually removed from Kiwi Farms, so I think that they were at plaintiff's request, not mine. Correct. So beside these two emails, was there anything else done on your part to try to remove the video plaintiff or any other porn that was published on November 29, 2024? I believe in one of the documents that I produced between my conversation with me and with the plaintiff. I believe that there was a Reddit thread where we reported the material, and then just phone calls I made to law firms, but I don't have those memorialized in any way. Did those law firms take any actions on your behalf? Mr. Brettler. Objection! Don't answer any questions about what law firms may or may not have done on your behalf. Next question. Well, at the preliminary hearing injunction, you testified you had another litigation firm in New York. You said I had another litigation firm in New York that I was hoping to get an injunction to potentially explore going after Kiwi Farms. But you didn't. You didn't pursue that, did you? I did pursue that. You pursued in getting an injunction. I pursued contacting a law firm with the goal of eventually getting an injunction, yes. Were there any efforts made to get the injunction? Objection! Asked and answered. There are efforts made by me to engage with a law firm to ideally secure an injunction, yes. My understanding is that usually comes at the end of a court case, so we didn't get that far. In fact, as you just testified, it was actually plaintiff, not you, that managed to have the video removed from Kiwi Farms, correct? That's my understanding. I don't know 100%. And then you actually blocked your efforts to have the video removed, didn't you? That is absolutely and categorically not true. Are you aware the plaintiff filed a motion with the court seeking an order requiring Kiwi Farms to remove the videos? No, I don't believe you're saying the record correctly. Yes, we filed. I'll represent to you that we filed a motion seeking an order from the court to have the videos, to have Kiwi Farms ordered to remove the videos. I'm representing to you that is absolutely not in the record. Well, it's in the record anyway. Mr. Brunel, that your attorneys oppose that motion. Objection! Vague and ambiguous to respect to that motion. You misstated what that motion is. My understanding is our goal was to remove videos from Kiwi Farms, all the videos. You guys are seeking to remove a single video, only the one that containing the plaintiff, while leaving all of mine and the other victims on Kiwi Farms, which is why we oppose that particular motion. So you do know what I'm talking about, right? Objection! No. Objection! Argumentative. Don't engage with her. So you opposed it because plaintiff didn't also try to get Kiwi Farms to remove all your videos. Is that correct? Objection! I'm going to instruct you not to answer to the extent that it requires you to disclose attorney-client communication on legal advice or legal advice strategy that you discussed with your lawyers. I wanted all the videos removed. My understanding is plaintiff did not want all the videos removed. But plaintiff is the one who incurred the expense of subpoenaing Kiwi Farms, not you, correct? Objection! It calls for speculation. I don't have access to the plaintiff's legal fees, so I'm not sure, and I don't know. I didn't ask you how much money she spent. You did. No, she didn't. I said she incurred the expense of subpoenaing Kiwi Farms. You did not subpoena Kiwi Farms, did you? Same objection! But it's misstating the record as well. We did send subpoenas to Kiwi Farms. What happened with those subpoenas? I don't believe they turned up anything relevant to the case. I have not seen those subpoenas. That's no question. Do you know whether they were produced? If it was relevant to the case, it was produced. Mr. Bretler, you are aware that you have an obligation to provide notice of any subpoena that's served, correct? Mr. Bretler, are you inquiring of me today? Yes, I'm asking you that. I'm not answering your questions today. Well, I want a copy of that subpoena. I'm requesting it. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. Put it in writing. I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, your client just testified that you served a subpoena on Kiwi Farms. No, he didn't. He didn't testify to that. Peters, did you testify to that, Mr. Brunel, just now that you served, that a subpoena was served on Kiwi Farms on your behalf? It may have been a request instead of a subpoena. Okay, you did say subpoena, though, right? I may have misspoken. I'm not an actual lawyer. I'm sorry. That's okay. No worries. So the fact is, though, you opposed plaintiff's request to have her video removed from Kiwi Farms in the court filings, correct? Objection! It's been asked and answered. How did you go about finding your current counsel? You can answer that to the extent that it does not require you to disclose privileged information with either me or your New York lawyers. I talked to Jeffrey Epstein's ghost on a Ouija board, and he said that this guy was the best. No, he actually said, I don't believe I can answer that question. This is so fucking cool. Did you do a Google search or somebody experienced? I don't think I can answer that question. In handling sexual misconduct cases, I believe that would implicate attorney-client privilege to discuss that. How much have you paid Mr. Bretler's firm to date to defend you in this action? Don't answer that. You can answer that, Mr. Brunel. I instruct you not to answer it. That is not privilege. The payment to my law firm isn't privilege? No, of course it is. Don't answer it. Don't answer it. Crazy. This is so dumb. Do you recall that same question being asked by your counsel, the plaintiff? How much he had paid her, and legal fees to date? Possibly. And she responded, didn't she? She might have, yeah. Because it's a valid question. I don't know that necessarily follows. Have you paid more than $500,000? Don't answer. I instruct you not to answer. That is not privileged communication, Mr. Bretler. Tell me on what basis you're objecting to that question. Attorney-client privilege. The amount of legal fees is attorney-client privilege? I'm not going to argue with you, Joan. Ask your next question. You should check the law a little better. Again, I don't appreciate your snide remarks. You're completely unprofessional, and you really need to tone it down, Joan. This is so stupid. It's so fucking funny to just act like they're actually freaking out at one another, man. It's so cool. I went to sleep, came back, and he's still reading. I know. So you received a formal preservation demand letter from plaintiff's counsel on or around January 22nd, 2025, telling everything you did after that to preserve evidence. Objection to the extent it calls for a narrative, but you can answer. Whatever requests were made of me or anything I felt was relevant or could be relevant to the plaintiff's request for information. And how were you preserving evidence? It would depend on the type of evidence we're talking about. Okay, let's talk about Discord. It could have been through an export of the chat. So something that just exports both sides of the chat if it's there. Could have been an archive that I had on my computer made by Redact. Could have been a request from Discord itself for information. Well, which one was it? It depends on which bait stamp you're talking about. It depends on the log. So you used all these three methods that you just discussed. You used all three of them, misstates the evidence. In preserving evidence in this case, misstates this testimony. There's more than three. I've used a variety of methods to archive and preserve evidence. Did you include your preserving your YouTube live stream archives? If it was relevant to anything related to this litigation, then they would have been. But I'm not aware of anything that was relevant that wasn't preserved or produced. Well, one of plaintiff's claims in this case is a violation of privacy, right? And part of that claim is that you published a lot of her private sexual messages. It's in the amended complaint. Do you recall that? Is that one of the torts she's suing me under? Yeah, it's a Florida tort. Which one? Invasion of privacy. Okay. Okay, so that would include comments and posts she made on YouTube, including plaintiff's personal messages, correct? Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion. If you have a layman's understanding of it, you can answer the question. I'm not aware of to what extent that would go through, but if I received a specific request to preserve anything, I would have preserved it. You've recently deleted a lot of your YouTube archives, didn't you? Objection! Vague and ambiguous to the time. Yeah, I privated a lot of them, yes. You privated them? Yes. But you still have them. Probably still backed up, yes. So they're removed from public access, correct? Yes. Were some of the videos, YouTube videos that you removed from public access, did they reference the plaintiff? I have no idea. Did you, after you received the preservation letter, did you place a litigation hold on your DGG chat logs? Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion, but you can answer. I'm not sure what a litigation hold means. Do you instruct anyone with access to the DG chat logs to preserve them? The logs. Objection! Vague and ambiguous. That might be relevant to this case. I'm not sure. It's a chat room. I don't think so, but I imagine there are ways to screenshot stuff or find it. Well, I don't think anything in that chat room would be relevant to this case. If it was produced, or there would be a screenshot of it. So the amended complaint describes, all I want is Joan to be like, Mr. Bonnell, I just have to know, are you currently plugged up? I really want that to happen. Right? Yeah. I want that. All right. I want that. So the amended complaint describes specific posts that you made in your DG chat about the plaintiff in January or February 2025. Are those posts still retrievable from your server logs? I'm not sure. I would have to check. Why wouldn't they still be retrievable? Would there be a reason for that? There could be a million reasons for that. Like what? There could have been a flood that destroyed the server center and all the backups that were destroyed. Was there a flood? He's just using fucking like debate tactics now. Yeah, but this isn't responsive to the situation at hand. No way he said that. I don't keep track of the status of every server that I've rented for backups of chat logs for my website. They just move on from the flood. Was there a flood? Yes or no? This is so awesome, man. This is so fucking cool, man. Okay. What is your DGG chat retention policy? I don't think I technically retain any of it. I think there's a separate site called Over Russell Archives that retains it. It's just like you to note for the record that you have accused me, Miss Peters, of not producing subpoenas to you. You should read your own emails. On October 8th, copies of all subpoenas were provided. Mr. Bretler, you can address me after the deposition. You addressed me during the deposition, and I'm responding, so you should read your fucking emails.
Little baby man, 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 little baby man.
Thank you for the 260, Andy. Thank you. Thank you, Andy. Thank you for the 260. This is so cool. If I was this judge, I might retire before the end of the case just to make them have to go through all this again. Could you fucking imagine? Could you fucking imagine? Like, I'm not advocating, all right, in any way, shape, or form that, like, something happened, right? But, like, imagine, like, there's just one psycho DGGer who's like, if I kill the judge, then Destiny will be free, right? Like, that's, like, what I imagine is, like, a thought process here that could happen. And that just completely ruining his fucking life again, man. I'm just saying. I think those people are fucking weird. Okay. You deleted your Google Drive that you referred to in the court during the preliminary injunction hearing somewhere in January 2025, didn't you? Objection! That misstates his prior testimony and misstates the record. No. You didn't delete the Google Drive sometime in January 25? No. Okay, plaintiff has asked for Google Drive in her document production request, and you did not produce it. I'm not sure what that means. The contents of the Google Drive. The contents of the entire Google Drive? The link. Well, that's a different question. The link to the videos. Those would have been deleted 5 years ago. Do you use a forensic collection tool such as a Discord-specific scraper or forensic imaging capturing software to capture the ESI from the Discord messages that were relevant to this case? Not that I'm aware of, no. So did you rely on manual methods like copy-pasting screenshots? Every method to retrieve data from Discord would be a manual method. One of the methods that I used was requesting from Discord a backup of my messages. If I received those were produced for my side of the messages here. But every method is to retrieve text messages from Discord is going to be some kind of manual retrieval method. What about on Kiwi Farms? Do you preserve any of your posts or things on Kiwi Farms that were requested in this case? I haven't posted on Kiwi Farms in 5, 6 years. I don't know. And do you use Russell Search at all to search for any documents relevant to produce it in this case? I don't think so. Russell Search, I think, is another chat archive of my DG chat. Have you used any alternative handles on Destiny GG that would appear under different search terms than Russell Search? Objection! Vague and ambiguous. If you understand, you can answer. Not really, no. So in one of your first declaration to this court, you say that you use a program called Discord Log Exporter to export all relevant messages into an HTML file. You say that in your declaration? I believe I remember it, yeah. And Discord Log Exporter is a third-party tool, not affiliated with Discord. Objection! Calls for speculation. If you know, you can answer. It's a lie. He posts on Kiwi on alts all the time. I don't know his fucking alts if he has any or anything like that, so. Did you generate or receive cryptographic hash values or metadata from Discord Log Explorer at the time of the export? No, I don't think there would be a meaningful way to do that. Are you aware that Discord itself provides an official avenue to request a copy of all your messages, a Discord data package? Yes, that was one of the things I referenced earlier. However, that data package only contains your side of the messages and not the other side's. Do you use Relativity or any other recognized e-discovery platform to preserve evidence from your laptop, computer, or phone? No. Do you prefer any acquisition log describing the method, tool, collection date, ESI source, digital fingerprint of your Discord exports? Objection! It's compound, vague, and ambiguous. You can answer. No, I don't think it would be meaningful. So when you collected the materials in your production that you produce from Discord, you did not generate cryptographic hash values at the time of collection, correct? Objection! It's been asked and answered. No, but it would be meaningless to do so. Why would it be meaningless? Well, since the chain of custody starts with me, if I were to delete something initially, then whether I create cryptographic hash or not doesn't ensure the integrity of those messages. For instance, plaintiff deleted messages and admitted doing so in deposition. But she's also given me cryptographic hashes, so they are also not very valuable. Her testimony is she deleted one message, isn't that right? If you know, you were there. I know personally she's deleted one and edited at least one other. But it's hard to speak to me, knowing what she's deleted, given the nature of the deleted message, is unseeable by the person it was deleted for. Now tell me about a streamer who used the handle Food Shops. I'm trying to see if I can have the clip. Do I have the good clip? Wait, where'd the good clip go? Wait, where's the O'Hara Food Shops? I'm trying to show you one sec. Gulps loudly. Probably just a colleague. I have the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire song. I can make this smaller. What the fuck is happening here? Holy shit. Holy shit. What's his name? Dude. Fucking... Dude. Alright, I'm gonna bring this up real quick. Straight up, Denal has posted 100 Aiden clips and Hassan clips under one of my messages. This is insanity. That's crazy, dude. They're just clips about fucking Aiden. Dude, what the fuck, man? The Denal bots are doing too much. It's kind of fucking crazy. This tweet was fucking dead. What is Denal doing? Is Denal actually, on our side? Because this dude is just massively boosting fucking engagement for, everybody. I'm sorry, I just, looked over. I saw I had, 4 notifications on Twitter. I'm like, I haven't tweeted in the last day. This doesn't make sense. I found this, fucking... What is going on? Did Denal just, buy a bunch of old porn accounts? Because this one that responded to me has a shitload of fucking porn on it. Of this, what appears to be a blonde stoner woman. Also, does not look healthy. The fuck? Denal's just he's even buying the accounts. That's so weird. I've hijacked Starface Denal's bot work to run amok and boost snarker engagement. Shut the fuck up. Stop saying shit like that. Okay? If you act too cool, they will think that you're capable. All right? And we all know that, you know, yeah, kinda. All right? Like a bit, you know, but like, you know, also chill. Okay? Okay? All right? Also chill. Just chill. Okay. All right. All right, we're back. Okay. Now, tell me about the streamer who uses the handle food shops. They're just another streamer that covers content.
Oh, hello, food shops. Oh, hello, food shops. Oh, hello.
O'Hara food shops. O'Hara. The buyer hack, the accounts, I don't know. Thank you for the 525, Andy. Too slow? Yeah. I need to, like, again, I updated the new Windows. I still need to fix some shit, okay? It is what it is. Get off my back, all right? Is she a friend of yours? I would say colleague. Colleague. And how long have you known her? Maybe 2 years? How often you've appeared as guests on her live stream in the past 2 years?
Yeah, what's up? Why are you a pedophile?
Yeah, that one needs to get boosted. I literally just closed the fucking Firefox tab that had, like, the fucking audio boosting. Right? No, I didn't. What one was that? 275. Okay. That one needs to be way louder. Hit save. I'm hearing almost also none of these. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. I'm doing, like, manual boosting because, like, shit got fucked up, man.
I just had a question. Yeah, what's up? Why are you a pedophile?
I just need to do this. I just need to do this for, like, all of them, I think. A little bit.
I just had a question. Yeah, what's up? Why are you a pedophile?
I wonder if she'll be happy to be mentioned in the deposition. I don't know, man. We'll find out. Let me try one more time. It should be louder now, though.
I just had a question. Yeah, what's up? Why are you a pedophile?
Yeah, these are, like, super low. Why is that so low? Is it this? Here, let me add this. Alright, one last time.
I just had a question.
Why is the audio not getting louder? I've added a bunch of gain shit. And it's just, like, driving me insane. I have a limiter. Oh.
I just had a question.
No, that wasn't it.
Yeah, what's up? Why are you a pedophile?
That's so weird. Why is it still fucking up?
I just had a question.
Have you, like, applied it? No, I'm just doing it, like, directly. I was working on the wrong one, okay? Whatever. This might blow you fucking out right now. I'm really sorry.
I just had a question.
Nope.
Yeah, what's up? Why are you a pedophile?
Why is that not going up?
I just had a question. Yeah, what's up? Why Why are you a pedophile?
Yeah, I don't know why this isn't, like, getting louder. I'm actually, like, fucking really confused right now. Try something here.
I just had a question.
Nope.
Yeah, what's up? Why are you a pedophile?
More time.
I just had a question. Yeah, what's up?
You have to change setting and then refresh the source in OBS. Can I do that? How can I do that? Because I'm changing it, like, on... That's weird. It's an upward compressor. Does it do anything?
I just had a question.
Right click on the source and refresh after adjust clip volume. It's not. It's just using a stream elements like key thing, right? Fuck dude GSM. Why are you doing that? I don't even know how you refresh it. I don't know why. I'm gonna be honest, I actually just generally don't know why this isn't like super loud right now. Cause like I fucking have this like jacked on fucking OBS. No, I don't.
I just had a question. Yeah, what's up? Why are you a pedophile?
That's a little louder. Yeah, but it's just like, it's just not scaling properly. It's like really fucked up. Like, I don't know why it's not scaling. Just weird. Alright, one last time.
I just had a question. Yeah, what's up? Why are you a pedophile?
It needs to match your octave. Well, yeah, it needs to match, like, where I'm speaking at. That makes sense, you know? No? Yeah, I know. Oh, wait. Let's try this.
I just had a question.
No. It's louder now, but not loud. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm aware. To be clear, that is Catful is asking food shops why she's a pedophile. For anybody that was like not in the know, that's from like several years ago. Yeah. It's like whisper level. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't really know why fucking... Do you have control audio of OBS in the browser objects? No, I don't. I could. I hate doing that, though. Because then it plays it twice.
I just had a question.
Like, it's gonna play the audio.
Yeah, what's up? Why are you a pedophile?
Like, the thing that's fucked up is I can't hear it. Okay, when I do the control audio via OBS. That's why I don't control the audio via OBS. Okay? I can't even hear the alerts now. If I do control audio via OBS. I'm so sorry. Alright. Welcome. I'm so sorry, everybody, but you know. Yeah, no, I don't have it with control audio via OBS. Okay. I am so sorry to anybody. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. Like, why? It's not like, it's just not working. Like, otherwise, like, I can't hear it when I do it like that, right?
I just had a question. Yeah, what's up? Why are you a pedophile?
It fixed the issue and that my ears have been saved. Yeah, you're fucking lucky, man. I left the room. It was obnoxiously loud, ultra dank, deep fried. What do you want, man? Okay, get fucked, man. Get snarked, neighbor. All right, get snarked, neighbors. Okay. Like an Denal just shows up. The next Denal post. This Resi guy's a fucking idiot. Can't get his audio right. And now I'm bleeding out my ears. I'm gonna die. That's so fucking evil. Okay, I'm gonna play this. All right. On the verge of my 30s, Resi killed it. I don't know why. I just don't know why this is like the way it is. Right? I just don't get it. I don't know why I cannot get the fucking audio to not be like that. I can get it so that I can hear it on the stream and right. That's just like really fucking me up on this. You're not wrong though. I mean, I could turn my voice down and that'll probably like make it better. Right? Like, if I turn my voice down a little bit, I mean, no, because I'm still gonna get, like, red peaks when I start talking. Probably. But then, like, the difference between this and this would be less.
I just had a question. Yeah, what's up?
But it's still, like, significantly quieter, yeah. I wonder what I did to earn his ire. Oh, they're just trying to, like, follow whatever the fuck Alice says, because Alice is, like, skitzing out, and this allows her to continue to constantly push the message and shit while feeding into her delusions, because it is still just manipulations of, you know, people who are extremely too mentally unwell to be online. Right? So anyways. Alright, well, you know, hey, you had a choice. It was, yeah, the deafening thing, I'm going to blame that on all of you. All right? I'm just going to blame that on all of you. I'll probably play with it later. We'll see. Anyways. Do you recall appearing on her live stream on September 8th, around September 8, 2025? No, not on the exact date. Alice, this is another DGG BPD girl, not DGG, Food Shops. Food Shops has a separate BPD group, right, that she's, like, engaged with, and we're not gonna characterize that group for myself, personally, me. Anyways, I wasn't finished discussing document production issues with her. Do you recall that? Vaguely, I recall, yeah. And on that live stream with Food Shops, did you ask about using AI to format a file? To format a file to make it readable, yes. And you recall saying you had a CSV and a JSON file you wanted to upload into ChatGPT to create an Excel spreadsheet. Kind of. That's a bit simplistic, but yeah. Okay. Audio recording begins playing. And this is Steven asking. If I ask an AI to do something for me, if I give it a file and say, can you format this? It will never like spit that file out onto the internet and do some random crazy shit with it, right? For safety's sake, you probably shouldn't do that. I think you should probably have some professional do that. Audio recording stopped. Brettler. We can't hear because of all the noise in the hallway. Mr. Corius. Let me go ask them to be quiet real quick. We'll restart it and raise the volume. That should take care of that. If I ask an AI to do all right, whatever. Well, I can't hand it over to anyone else because it's child porn. I'm just kidding. Okay, don't feed ChatGPT child porn. I have like a CSV with like 30K lines, and then I have like a sister like JSON file. But the problem is that it doesn't actually like, I can't copy paste this into a spreadsheet because all the data rows are just separated by commas. But I imagine if I upload the file in ChatGPT and say, hey, can you create a neat Excel spreadsheet where you treat the commas as like a new cell, that it could just give me a finished file of something? 100%. Someone could quickly program a Python script for you to do you that can do that in your own local environment. Oh my fucking god. Just run a fucking Python script. Like, it's simple. It's a simple CSV processing Python script that someone who can just run and then quick process it all like really quickly, right? Like, you don't need to risk like fucking public exposure. It's a safety risk. Like, dude, just ask the fucking DGG server CS programmer. Actually, they don't even care about coding anymore. Just like, I don't know, ask someone to, it probably already exists. It already exists on the internet. Learn to code. Audio recording ends. Do you recognize your voice, Mr. Bennell? Yes. Okay. That audio file was submitted to the court in support of plaintiff's opposition to the motion to dismiss, and you said that on Food Shop's live stream. Yes. Is there anything in that recording that does not reflect what you actually said? Objection! Vague and ambiguous. I don't even know what you mean by that. What do you mean by reflect? I didn't actually submit. Does it seem like what you said? I spoke the words on that. Some of that was clearly a joke. I did not send child porn to ChatGPT, just to be clear. Fuck off, Saddam, alright? Shit happens, man. Alright? We have like, whatever. You know. I just wanted you to authenticate that it was your voice and what you said. Yes. On the Food Shop's live stream, okay. And now, which Excel spreadsheet were you referring to in that discussion with on Food Shop's live stream? Objection! To the extent that's a hypothetical, but you can answer if you know. I don't remember which one exactly, or if it was one I even ended up submitting. But it was specifically about an Excel spreadsheet, right? It was about creating a hypothetical Excel spreadsheet. But I don't know if I ended up using that or even submitting that as part of the discovery, or if I used it. There are several methods I use to export data. So what method do you use to create the Excel spreadsheet that we looked at earlier today, ECF 132-6, on page 2? Yes. Is that the Excel spreadsheet? Yes. It looks to me like I've stored all the sent messages to AbbyMC's Discord account, and I deleted every message that didn't contain a media file, and then I put into a spreadsheet the timestamps for which I sent any media files to the AbbyMC Discord account. And did you use an AI tool to help you do that? Probably not for this. I don't think I needed to. No. So what Excel spreadsheet do you think you were referring to in the Food Shop's live stream? Objection! Calls for a hypothetical. It was a long time ago. I don't remember exactly if I was even successful in that. The AI was just me trying to merge my side of a conversation, another conversation, but both of them had different timestamps. So to make it line up, I think one was written in like Unix code, the other was written in Universal Time Code. So I need to merge both files so that the conversation would be readable. Okay. And that Food Shop's live stream audio that we just listened to was September 2025. And your motion to dismiss came out shortly after that with the Excel spreadsheet. Well, I don't know if that was... Wait. When you say that Excel spreadsheet, the one you're looking at, okay, so there would be no reason to use AI to generate this particular spreadsheet. It looks like it did a simple search of the conversation history and deleted every non-media file message and then put those Mia messages in the spreadsheet. I don't know why I would have used AI for that. Okay. I just want to play a video now. I'm just going to skip this because this is like the same thing that they read, all right, before. So, okay, that was you talking on that video, correct? Yes. Is it the same voice that you just identified in the audio file that we played? Yes. From what you saw in that video, do you believe anything was altered, edited, or modified from what you said? Objection! Calls for speculation. I mean, I have no reason to believe it was altered or edited in any way. Okay, we're going to submit the audio file and the video to you. And so the audio file will be one exhibit that we just saw, and the video will be the next exhibit. And then you appeared on Food Shop's live stream the following day, September 9th, 2025. And this is an audio that we submitted to the court of what you said in that stream. We're going to play it now. Challenge Kamala Harris, but are you okay? Jesus Christ, what's going on? No, I'm not okay. Why? I'm not okay. It's not working. I don't know why. What is not fucking working? I don't know, dude. These files I'm trying to combine into a singular file. CSV, you can't. No. I don't know how it's getting the time for any of it, though. I don't know with respect to what. Because it should all just do it in Unix timecode, but it does not. Sometimes it does it with respect to when you export. Sometimes it does it with respect to when the program exported it 12 years ago, and then it converts it to some other fucking timestamp, and the Unix timecode is lost in the data time sign. You can drag and drop and convert to Unix like it's not that hard. No, you don't understand. You don't understand. No, that's not true. You don't understand. Information is lost. Information is lost. I can tell. Okay. I have the original files. You just recombine it. Like it's not that hard. There is no original file. I'm trying to reconstruct the file. I'm artificially creating a file by recreating a log of stuff. That's what I'm trying to do. And it's not working. Okay, but you can just like, dude, oh my God. Okay, I'm pretty sure you can program. I just need to stare at it and eventually it'll click. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Don't worry. You have, oh my God, just pay someone to program it for you. Hold on. Radiant wants to help. Who's Radiant? Who's this guy? Listen, dude, it's not that hard. Just give somebody $20 to do it. Oh my God, create a program that can do it. Okay. Anyways. Do you recognize your voice on that audio? Yes. And do you recognize Food Shop's voice? Yes. And he said what was played on that audio in Food Shop's live stream, correct? Yes. Okay, at one point you said information was lost. What information were you referring to that was lost? For timestamps for computers in the perfect world, there's a Unix timestamp that's printed, which is counted in microseconds since, I think, January 1st, 1969. In a perfect world, the computer will read that long number and print a date. In an imperfect world, the date for a message might be read by a computer and just reads the date, and then it creates backwards the Unix timestamp. So the issue I had in recreating a file that showed both sides of the conversation is that Discord, when you request the official data package from them, it only has messages on your side, but does not have messages from the other person. When I export the messages using Discord Chat Exporter, it has the other person's messages and mine, but it will use a different timestamp. So the frustration in this video, it's very technical, I'm sorry, is trying to get the real timestamps where it was actually the real timestamp for when a message is being sent and received. For instance, I might have an issue where in one log I'm speaking, the other person appears not to reply for 6 hours if it's a time zone issue, 24 hours if it's a day issue, or 1 hour if it's a daylight savings time issue. And sometimes in the log explorers, they don't actually have the correct original info about whether it was daylight savings time or not. So it's just a matter of getting all the timestamps to line up, but the content of all the messages is unchanged. It's only referring to the timestamps for the messages themselves. And you were able to accomplish that. I would say so, yeah. And then you also said there's no original file. What file would you have been referring to? None. There is no original file. Several times Plaintiff and you have referred to the concept of an original Discord log, an original Discord file, but there's no original file. It's not a meaningful term. Okay. Why not? Can you explain that? In a very, very, very technical sense, the original file would be whatever Discord on their servers that encode for messages that are then displayed using some front-end algorithm to decode stuff and show it to the user, but that file is never accessible to the user. If you're looking for that kind of file, you would need like a criminal subpoena, or I don't even know if Discord has those files available. So, for instance, when you ask Discord for their export, that's also not an original file. It's just a CSV that's filled with a whole bunch of timestamps and messages, but there are no images or anything else contained within those Discord export files that they send you. Okay. So, when you were saying there's no original file, you were saying that because the original file doesn't exist, the complete file? Correct. And then you said I'm artificially creating a file by reconstructing a log. Objection! That misstates what he said. No, I'm quoting from the transcript of the audio file. I'm artificially creating a file by reconstructing a log of stuff. Is that because you can only get one side of the messages, or no? It would imply I'm creating messages on the other side. Okay. The artificial file I'm creating is I have an export from either Discord or Redact, and then I have Discord log exporter. And that's giving me the other messages. It's just a matter of combining both of these so they're readable to a user. Otherwise, if I were to produce, for instance, the file that Discord gives you, it would just be a huge spreadsheet, a ton of numbers, and things that would be meaningless. You won't be able to read them as a human. Okay, that's probably beyond my comprehension level, but thank you for the response. Sure, but I will say for everything I've spoken about with regards to the last two videos, the only error issue I'm having is getting the time code to match up between the messages. The content of all the messages is unchanged between every formation and trying to get things to line up. Okay, we're going to play a video now, if you have that. Are we marking that last audio? Yes. We're going to mark the last audio, and then we're going to mark this video. Last audio was submitted to the court as an exhibit in support of plaintiff's opposition to the motion to dismiss. Now we're going to play a video that's going to be the next exhibit. The audio was exhibit 20. So now we're playing exhibit 21. Correct. Challenge Kamala Harris. So this is just the video of that audio, right? Asking about food shops. I'm skipping these. Okay, and then after this, sometime in early October, food shops privatized those two videos. Are you aware of that? You're representing that to me. I am not sure. I don't know. You don't know that from your own knowledge. No. So you didn't speak to food shops about privating the streams. No. I believe the only message I have ever said publicly is I'm not telling anybody what to do with any of their stuff, because I explicitly don't want to be instructing anyone to do anything that would be outside of the boundaries of what my requirements are for this case. Now, you communicated. You talked earlier that you received a message from Solo, correct? Anyway, I love the transcript reading, Resi W. What is fucking going on? You've also been threatening moon logs for a while. Even like saying the same shit too. Also, Starbase, don't bring Big Jerry into this shit. Okay, man, that's so fucked up. Okay, that's so fucked up. Okay. You should, like, definitely, like, leave Big Jerry out of this, man. You know? Like, just to be fucking real, like, that's just uncalled for. That guy's been going, like, fucking crazy. Because people keep accusing him, like, he's not that. Alright, Jerry's chill. Jerry is literally in everybody's chat. He's just enjoying himself. Okay? Leave Jerry alone, okay? Can I get a hashtag leave Jerry alone in the chat? Leave Jerry alone, alright? Fuck yeah, Jerry. We love Jerry, man. Now you communicated, you talked earlier, you received a message from Solo, correct? Objection! Vague and ambiguous as to what message. What message and when? November 29th, we discussed this earlier. Yes. Okay. And you were requested but did not produce those communications between you and Solo. Objection! Misstates the record. Yeah, but you're feeding into the delusion, Star. Okay? You're feeding into the fucking... Oh my god, dude. Like, you're so fucking psycho. I hate you all. You're all dumb. You're all so dumb! My understanding is I did produce those communications. Well, we don't have them. You do. In the preliminary injunction hearing, you testified that you had a backup of all your messages with Rose. What did you mean by a backup? Objection! To the extent it misstates your prior testimony, and if you need to review your transcript, you can. But if you remember, you can answer. I would have to check, but my guess is it's going to be feet into the discovery I produced for this case. That would be a backup of your messages. Sure, you can refer to it as such, a backup, an archive, a history. So your income comes from multiple sources, right? You have YouTube ad revenue? Yes. Not at the moment. No. Why not? Because my channel is not monetized on YouTube right now. YouTube, why isn't it? YouTube has never stated a reason, but I think it had something to do with political speech after Charlie Kirk's assassination. So you're demonetized shortly after Charlie Kirk's assassination. Yes. It still hasn't been reinstated. Not yet. But prior to that, you did have YouTube ad rev, correct? Yes. And then you have Kick subscriptions? Yes. And a Kick contract? No. No Kick contract? No. Did you have one at one point? At one point. What happened to that? I think it expired. And it was not renewed. I think they just stopped renewing them. You also receive revenue from Super Chats, right? No, no longer, because that was part of YouTube. That is part of where you get demonetized is the Super Chats from YouTube, yes. What about the sponsorships, merch? Prior to the lawsuits, sponsorships, yes. After, no. Merchandise, yes. And you receive subscription revenue from your Destiny DG subscribers, yes. Is there any other source of income that I haven't mentioned? Not that I can think of, no. What is your total income from all those sources combined in 2025, just an approximate? I would have to consult my taxes. Do you have a ballpark? More than 1 million, less than 10. That's a pretty big range. How about was it more than 5 million, do you think? I can't specify. You don't know. How about in 24? Was it approximately the same? I wouldn't know, I'm not sure. So you don't know if your income was less in 2025 than it was in 2024. I imagine it was less due to demonetization on YouTube. Now you've been streaming about this case pretty regularly for more than a year, right? It depends on how you define regularly. How would you define it? Not with respect to this, I would say not regularly. I stream for 8 hours a day, every single day of the week, ideally. So I've mentioned this case once every 3 weeks. That wouldn't be regularly to me. So it depends on... So you think you mentioned this case once every 3 weeks? I'm sure when there are lots of motions coming, I probably cover more. When there's not as much activity happening, I probably cover less. So you can probably follow the docket and see pretty closely how much I cover. And when you stream about this case, does your viewership go up? Objection! Vague and ambiguous. If you know, you can answer. It's hard to say. Probably not. Hard to say, but at the preliminary injunction hearing, you did tell the court that you monetized this lawsuit through your streaming, correct? Objection! Misstates his prior testimony. If you understand, you can answer. That's a very vague statement. Technically, anything I talk about on stream is monetized, so I don't know if it's a very meaningful statement. And you also testified at the hearing that you lost more than you gained from streaming about this case as a result of this case. Do you recall that? Okay. And you yes. Okay. And you testified that your revenue dropped from 50 to 60 over 2 to 3 months. That sounds about right. And you said you lost tens of thousands of subscribers. Yes. So much percentage of your revenue dropped from 50 to 60K over 2 to 3 months. What percentage of that would have been your overall income? I have an external money management team, and then I have my business with the CFO. In terms of like trying to estimate a percentage of year-to-year change in revenue, I have to have my tax documents in front of me to give you any kind of approximate answer then. And your subscriber and your revenue decline that you testified about when did that begin? I probably would have been right after the lawsuit. Well, right after Substack was posted. But I would clarify, revenue loss is not revenue decline. You can lose revenue while still gaining more revenue. You just could have lost out on a potential larger gain. Okay. Did you start losing revenue or see a decline after November 29th, 2024? I believe so. I believe we submitted that as evidence as part of discovery. So, for instance, there was at least one sponsor, Ground News, that I believe I had. I think it was a $20K deal over 3 months that dropped me as a result of the litigation. The litigation or the leaks. It would have been the allegations Pixie Substack. So in plaintiff's request for production, we asked you to produce all documents supporting your claim of financial harm. And you submitted the email you just referenced about the sponsorship from Ground News. That would be paused by Ground News. Yes. Okay. And that email is dated January 22nd, 2025. So that was prior to the filing of this lawsuit, correct? It sounds like it, yeah. But after publishing the Substack. And that's actually the same date that you made your public statement, isn't it? Which was after plaintiff Substack, yes. And the invoice that you presented for these 2 streaming productions totaled $7,050. Does that sound right? It sounds about right. So you didn't produce any other evidence other than what we just talked about, which was SB1 and SB2 to support your claim of financial harm. Is that right? Just to make it clear for the record, Benel doesn't have any claims. He is a defendant in the lawsuit that your client filed, so I'm not sure what the basis is for your question. But if you understand it, you can answer. I think I submitted more as well with regards to potential lost YouTube revenue. I don't have a claim at the moment relating to damages or anything like that. So I don't believe I've been updating the court or you guys with ongoing revenue or harm or business loss or anything. To be clear for the record, we did not receive any YouTube loss revenue in your production, only those email about your sponsorships. And when I reference that was a claim, I'm referring to the fact that you claimed to the court that you lost money. Same objection. There's no question pending. Establishing losses as a result of the leaks and not the lawsuit, smart? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, that's like a way to put it. I mean, it could be also just all the other behaviors, which again, it's like at the bottom of everything, right? Think about it, you know? Like, it's very similar with Ethan Klein. The continued behavior certainly is going to drive people away from your product, especially when you're not producing the product that they were paying for. Destiny hasn't been able to do content as he did previous to the lawsuit. I mean, he can, he just chooses not to. Let's be clear, right? And yeah, it's going to turn a lot of people off. A lot of people get bored with, like, that shit. If you're not following, like, a thread that makes sense, like, yeah, makes sense. Anyways, now you see this as direct messages between you and your friend Stray Raid on November 29th, 2024. Yes. And so, if you could just review it, and then if you look at the bottom of the first page of that exhibit at 11:06 p.m., you say, you're referring to the prior message about the video of the plaintiff. Do you see that? Yes. So then go to the second page, and you say, regardless of it, meaning the video, right? Uh-huh. Being hot or not is super ultra horrendously shitty. What Pixie might go through now, even if it's never spread. It's still such an insanely shitty, horrible, stupid thing. You wrote that straight rate, right? Yeah. And so you're acknowledging just how horrible this was for plaintiff to be going through, correct? Objection! It misstates the document. You answer in your own words what you meant by that. Can you clarify what you mean when... Can you clarify when you say this? The video being posted, the leak of the video being posted publicly on Kiwi Farms, yes. And you understood by December, early December, the plaintiff was experiencing slightal thoughts about the video being published, correct? Objection! Calls for speculation as to what the plaintiff may have been experiencing. I saw conflicting statements on that. I'm not entirely sure. I would have to see the messages you're referring to. It's going to be in the binder, the second one. What is the bait stamp? 1448. Now, Mr. Bennell, do you see the message you received from Pixie at 2:09 p.m.? Hi, Stephen. As my life on this earth comes to a close, I want to ask you to please be more careful with the people who place their trust in you in the future. Life is unfair, but you should do their best in preventing that, not contributing to that. Do you see that? Yes. And then at 2:47 p.m., she tells you, I'm just tired of living anymore. It's a matter of time until my family discovers what happened. I feel there's no way to obtain justice. And then she goes on talking about her suicidal thoughts and the impact this has had on her, right? Oh, James, I wouldn't do the fucking video. You're not, like, really that relevant. And there's, like, nothing to gain going after you. You might be able to get Aiden to do it. But I wouldn't be able to make it funny. It's only funny if, like, I link you to fucking Perry, but I just don't want to cover Perry content. So. There's not enough meat on that boat? No, there's plenty, right? But you would have to, and like we've gone over all of it on stream. I could definitely find all of it. You have to go through the original JSOC Paragon tapes. Then you have to go through the Paragon doxing Mr. Girl. Then you would go through Starbase acting on Marcus. Then it would be the flip around of Starbase talking to the 16-year-old and being like, I'll protect you from the scary rapist. Then after that, you have like you would have the Queeman stream, which links Starbase and Paragon. And then you would have the Aiden stream linking Denal and James, and then Starbase, right? So yeah, that would be how that is, right? You've always been irrelevant? Yeah, I know. You should stop the botting though. It's like fucking weird, man. Here's laying out why you should make a video. No, I'm just saying like that's what the video would be. But the problem is, who's the audience for that? It would be you guys. Like we all know these stories. People that are outside of this area aren't going to care. People that do know Denal on the other end of it aren't going to give a shit because it's not like who was it the other day that's like, yeah, I think it's bad if you're like doxing people and making like death threats. Like literally the other day that happened. Like there's no self-reflection. So it's like, who is the audience? There's no audience at all, right? There's just literally zero fucking audience there. And that's just kind of whatever it is, you know? It's kind of like, honestly, I know this is fucked up, right? You can kind of say the same about like Stardust and anything. There is zero audience there. You don't even like making fun of Stardust anymore. It's the same shit, you know? It's just sad. You know, you have nothing to link me to Starbase. You know that I'm not him. No, we had that Aiden stream where you were like co-signing about the shit that Starbase was putting out, right? You have that, and then there's like the other shit, but you know. Anyways, I've seen her message for that, yes. And you did not read the entire message. No, I did not. And you acknowledge the plaintiff that your actions in sharing the video caused her serious harm. Correct. Objection! It states the document in the witness's prior testimony. I'm sorry, what part are you referring to with this? Let's look at 1444. So at 4:10 p.m. on December 12th, 2024, but on the document Bates stamp SB 1444, you state, if you have any discrete requests or specific things you need from me, let me know. You got severely fucked over in this through absolutely no fault of your own, okay? Do you see that? That is a partial read of the message. Yes. And if you had not shared the video, plaintiff would not have been harmed, right? Objection! That's an incomplete hypothetical and calls for speculation. Yeah, that's a counterfactual. I have no way of knowing. Well, that's how it got leaked, right? Because you share it with Rose. Objection! Calls for speculation. It's an incomplete hypothetical. It's a fact, right, Mr. Bennell? It's not a fact, and you don't need to accept it as a fact, but you can answer. We've already discussed this. I agree. Move on. So you acknowledge that she got, quote unquote, severely fucked over through no fault of her own. Then, please turn to 1449 on December 12th at 2:05 p.m. You're offering to help her out financially. Does that sound, is that what you're doing here? Take time to read the message. At the request of her friend Erin, I think she originally suggested it, that I sent her a message. Yes. Let me clarify it. Who requested it? Erin. Erin, I think, initially suggested it. Yes. That you offer money to plaintiff. Yes. Okay, so that's the reason you made an offer on December 12th. Yeah. And how much money were you thinking you were going to give her? I have no idea. But you made the offer. Who would know? Objection! That is vague and ambiguous. If you know you can answer, you've already answered. By the way, again, coaching the witness, Mr. Bretler, speaking objections. There has been no coaching, Joan. Yes. You've got to stop. We've been going for almost 7 hours. Almost. Not quite. You've got to chill. No specific dollar amount was ever talked about. Plaintiff never offered a dollar amount. No specific dollar amount would ever be spoken about. Were you thinking $500 would make her pain go away? Objection! Calls for speculation. I have no idea. You didn't have any number in your head? No. And then after plaintiff posted her Substack, do you cease being willing to make any monetary compensation? Is that right? Objection! Vague and ambiguous. Calls for speculation. Ceased? Ceased. Stop being willing to make any monetary compensation to the plaintiff. We never really got to that point in the conversation. I think this conversation on the December 12th, I think, was the last time we communicated. And then she removed me, I believe, from Discord as a friend, and we didn't speak after that. No, you did not speak after that, but through counsel, you spoke, right, in terms of trying to resolve this matter amicably without filing suit. Objection! Vague and ambiguous, but if you understand, you can answer. Just to be clear, is a $1 million demand letter considered amicably trying to resolve? 15. 15, I think, was the lawsuit, but the initial demand letter. I wasn't asking what plaintiff was asking. I'm asking what you were offering at that point. There was no specific dollar amount that I discussed. And you've maintained ever since plaintiff served the demand letter on you that you wouldn't resolve this case unless she apologized to you, right? Is that right? For the Substack that she posted, correct. Not apologizing to me, but clarified a lot of the misleading or libellous statements in the Substack, yes. Okay. You didn't say that you wanted her to apologize to you. I don't recall saying that. If I did, it was part of a longer statement, but that is meaningless without context. So after you disclosed the video without her consent, and it was published, and you acknowledged that she was severely fucked over and suffering from suicidal ideation, you then went on a campaign to harass and smear her, didn't you? I object to the question. It misstates the record. It falsely suggests that Mr. Bennell translated the video and leaked the video, which is contrary to his testimony today. So obviously, I have a big disagreement with the plaintiff over whether or not I had the consent to share that video with anybody. And then I would disagree with the characterization that I went on a harassment campaign. Unfortunately, with this type of... Oh, James, I'm going to time you out. Don't make calls for doxes in my chat. That's weird, man. Wait. Time user out. In 10 minutes. Don't call for doxes. That's weird. Anyways. Unfortunately, with this type of back and forth, it's the only way to defend yourself seems to be cast the other person in a negative light by byproduct of defending your own actions. So I wouldn't characterize my statement of my side of things as harassment campaign against her. So when you went online and posted that plaintiff is just trying to extort you, that's not harassment? My understanding was that was a fair statement of what had actually occurred up to that point. I wouldn't consider that harassment any more than her public statements towards me. And we've talked about J-Stock. Who is Queeman? I'm not actually sure. He's kind of a weird guy that lives online. Might be British, might not be. I'm not sure. Does he stream? I don't know. He does YouTube videos. This is a lie. This is a fucking lie. This is a fucking lie. J-Stock does. Is the streamer correct? Yes. And both of them have spoken publicly about the case, right? Among other things, yeah. So your Queeman actually spoke to Solo about the leaks. I'm not aware of that. He said it, though. You are aware Queeman said that. You're making me aware of that now, so if what you're saying is true, yes, but I'm not aware of that personally, no. And sometime in April of 2025, you recall what you did in an interview with content creator Willie Mack. Yes. And he asked you about doxing Queeman and J-Stock. Among other things, yes. And do you recall responding for J-Stock and Queeman, I would kill them if I could. I would show up to their fucking house and do it! Do you recall that? That sounds like a statement I made, yeah. And then you also said, oh my god. Oh, I said Sade. Kill me. I do not want someone to kill J-Stock. Well, I do want someone to kill J-Stock or Lab or Mr. Girl or Queeman. All those people can go die. Does that, when you read it like that, it sounds kind of psychotic, but yeah, those are statements I made, yeah. Okay. And those are people, J-Stock and Queeman, and you identified Lav as somebody. Those are all people with knowledge of the allegations of the complaint. Objection! Calls for speculation as
to hit me? Are you going to shoot me? Maybe rape me?
Thank you for the 385 moon. Thank you. Guy comes off as a little psychotic. Yeah, well, you know. Thank you for the 385 moon. As I do math in my head poorly. There we go. That's it. I think I listed them, but all these people have been involved in long-term harassment campaigns against me that are preceding this complaint. You realize that they were, because they have knowledge of the allegation of the complaint, they are potential witnesses in the case, right? Sure. To my understanding, is anybody... Are you testifying on his behalf, Mr. Bretler? That's not a question. Does he realize they are potential witnesses? Anyone's a potential witness. No. No. That wouldn't be the case. And I would appreciate it if you don't testify on behalf of... Why don't we just take our last break? We have an hour and 9 minutes left on the record. Let's take 5 minutes. Off the record. Going off the record. Time is 5:33 p.m. Alright, I'm gonna close the bar. You guys can still, like, give me money and shit, obviously, but I'm just gonna close the bar for this last part. We're close enough. It only goes to, like, 374, right? I think. We said there was 75 pages of extra shit. We only have, like, 25 pages left, right? We're back on the record. The time is 5:43 p.m. Mr. Burnell, you're aware there's a protective order in this case protecting plaintiff's legal name and also her legal identity and also the identity of her family members. Are you aware of that? I know there are protective orders filed for this case. Aaron, thank you for the $1. Thank you. Well, I'm going to represent to you that the protective order docket 7 protects plaintiff's legal name, and that's why she's proceeding under a pseudonym. I'm going to mark this deposition transcript confidential, as I believe at one point you did mention her legal name, and there are other confidential things, but for the time being, I want this deposition to be marked confidential. Now, on October 29, 2025, you posted on X a photo of plaintiff and her spouse, and you identified the spouse by her legal name correct. I don't recall the exact post. I'm going to mark this as the X exhibit. Do you see it now? Yes. And what is the date of that post on X? October 29, 2025. And you say Pixie's spouse's full legal name, correct? I think that's the one she had listed on her social media, so if that's correct, then yes, but I don't know that for sure. On her social media. Yeah, that's where I got the name from. And you say that you realize that Pixie committed green card marriage fraud with her in order to get her citizenship in the US. Do you see that? I see that, yeah. I tweeted that, yeah. Do you have any basis to say that? I believe so, yeah. You know you're accusing plaintiff of committing a crime. I don't know if it would be her or... I can't speak to the legal conclusion, I mean. Well, you said... This is what you said. I just connected the dots and realized that Pixie, the plaintiff, committed a green card marriage fraud with her, referring to V, right? That's a crime, isn't it? Objection! To the extent it calls for legal conclusion. If you know, you can answer. I don't know if green card marriage fraud is a statute or crime in the United States. I'm sure there are underlying statutes that maybe implicate some of this, but I don't think green card marriage fraud is a crime I'm aware of. And do you know, did you have any basis to make that public allegation against the plaintiff? Objection! It's been asked and answered. He said yes. I believe so, yes. What would be that basis? It seemed to me like it was a fraudulent relationship. She asked me about stuff that was about green cards in the past. I figured out through social media posts that I saw of her wife that they were married. I don't think she's ever mentioned being married to this person ever. It seemed to be probably a fraudulent marriage. Now, your wife Melina was not a U.S. citizen either, was she? Correct. Was that also green card marriage fraud? Absolutely not. Do you have any idea how long Pixie and Virginia have been married? No, but I think it speaks to the lack of public information about somebody who's supposedly a public person having a relationship with another supposedly public person. So because she did not publicize her marriage, that means it's fraudulent. Objection! Misstates the witness's testimony. Is that what you're saying? Not necessarily. So tell me what is your basis for saying that was green card marriage fraud. Asked and answered, but you can repeat all the reasons. Yeah, it seemed weird that she secretly married a girl that I didn't even know she was bi. I have never seen any of this stuff publicly. It felt like there were pictures buried on social media, probably for a green card interview. That was just my assumption at the time, but see, secretly married, does that photo look like a secret marriage? Objection! Vague and ambiguous, to the extent that you can even answer the question. I mean, I don't even see any other people besides the dog in the picture, so it could be pretty secretive to me. So you're just speculating it was a green card marriage fraud, and you published that on X to all your followers. And how many views are on there? Objection! I object to the question to the extent it misstates testimony he's speculating. He gave you a reason why he suspected her to have committed fraud. How many views did this post get? If you know, you can answer. At the bottom, I see 546,200 views. And then a few hours after that rather malicious post, you posted again on X. A repost of someone else's post that included a link to ICE. Do you recall that? I probably did, I think, for the retweet. I would have to see the post. We'll mark this as the next exhibit. Is this the post that you made? The one I retweeted, I think. Yes. From Myron Gaines?
I am a fucking unhinged maniac! That's right, motherfucker! I'm a fucking unhinged maniac! You've got me exactly right. That is what I am!
Stop! Thank you for the 355. I am too slow. What do you want from me? Okay. What do you want from me, buddy? What does it say there on the retweet? It's a picture of two video game characters in a Warhawk, a video game art vehicle. And what does it say? Are you asking what Myron Gaines, the tweet beneath, says? Yeah, that you were posted, yes. Did someone say marriage fraud? It would be a shame for someone to click this link, and it's a ice.gov link, or dial this number, and there's a number afterwards. What was your purpose in reposting that tweet? I thought it was funny. You thought it was funny. I thought it was funny. What part of this is humorous? The eye emojis that Myron Gaines put in his message. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Oh! That part is funny. Do you think it's funny to tell all your viewers that they should be contacting ICE to go after a V? Objection! That completely misstates the document, and it's not what the witness has testified to, but you can answer. I think the tweet was funny. I think my picture was funny. To the extent that I'm saying anything is funny, those are the two things I'm saying are funny. Do you think plaintiff and V found this to be funny? Objection! Calls for speculation. I didn't see their reaction to the tweet, so I can't say. What would you think their reaction would be, Mr. Bonnell? Objection! Calls for speculation. Don't guess what their reaction might have been. She can ask her own client. I'm asking him what he thinks. Don't guess. And you may answer. Don't guess. I can't know. I have no idea. You don't think this would be upsetting? Don't guess. Did you do this to harass the plaintiff? That you can answer. Is that why you posted this, to harass her? No. Both of us have been making public commentary related to our case. I think this was after she publicly accused me of being a pedophile, so I'm making public tweets as well. I think we're just having a row back and forth at each other. So, do you think it's been a mutual back and forth? Absolutely, yeah. And then, more recently, this is back in October, sometime in April, I believe you told food shops when this case is over, you'll be filing a complaint to begin to get the process of getting the plaintiff's spouse deported. Do you remember that? I don't remember specifically making that sentence, but I generally, yes, generally remember it. So why would you wait for the case to be over before doing that? I don't think I can say insofar as it implicates conversations I've had with attorneys. I see. Is it because you didn't want to look bad in front of the jury? No, that's not entering my mind at all. Now, not only have you harnessed plaintiff online as well as her witnesses, you've even harassed and insulted her counsel, haven't you, including myself? I would say harass is one way maybe you could phrase it, but I definitely share my opinions about the ongoing litigation, yes. Yeah, that's what you call sharing your opinion? Calling somebody a dumb fuck? That is an opinion, yes. Sounds like an opinionated statement, and I did share it, so yeah. So on December, let's mark this as Exhibit 25. Do you see this? This is a post that you made on December 6, 2025, is that right? Correct. Okay, what did you say here? What did you post here about the plaintiff? Would you like me to read the tweet? Yes, I would. I said, hello, Pixie, aka Stupid Cunt. Just curious, why are you so excited happy to have Lauren De Laguna write up that his horrendously dishonest Substack post, where you're too stupid to recall your age when we met? But now so scared to have literally anything released publicly now that we're actually in court, and you have been caught lying repeatedly about almost everything. And I believe that the underlying image is her request to seal the transcript of a deposition that we had done earlier, or it might have been preliminary injunction hearing. So you recognize this as your post. Yes. And you are aware that the plaintiff's counsel requested that the post be removed. It might have shown up. I don't remember specifically. Don't reveal any communications you may have learned through us. I don't remember specifically. You don't remember that. And then after the leaks in November, the publication of the plaintiff's video November 29th, you also published on your streams plaintiff's messages that she had written to you about feeling suicidal, correct? That sounds correct. Objection! Vague and ambiguous, but if you know. I think I published publicly about our communications back and forth, yes. Those were private communications between you and plaintiff, weren't they? Objection! Vague and ambiguous, calls for legal conclusion. Apparently not, since messages between us have shown up in other videos on the internet from President Sunday. And even after the leaks on November 29th, on January 9th, you messaged Hannah. You said, I guess now that some shit is leaked, LMAO. If you want videos of me eating out, got them, right? You said that to Hannah. Objection! Vague and ambiguous. That sounds like a snippet of a message of between a conversation, yeah. Okay, she submitted a declaration to the court attesting to this. Do you recall? Yes, I recall her declaration. I would note, though, that from the sentence, it doesn't sound like the video referenced in the complaint. No, that's fine. I didn't ask that and didn't say that either. You're still offering to send pornography to someone you barely knew, right? Objection! Misstates the record. Misstates his prior testimony. I don't believe I offered that. I don't believe I said anything to that person. It says, if you want videos of me eating, I got them. I would have to see the full context of the messages, rather than a single sentence that's being read to me. But you deleted your messages to Hannah, right? Objection! Misstates testimony, misstates record, and the evidence. My understanding is I did submit, did produce communications between me and Hannah. But regardless, if she submitted something to the court, I would need to reread our messages. I did not offer to send her anything. I did not send her anything. Especially not anything related to this complaint. Good night, Shane. Be good, buddy. So, it's your understanding that you did produce messages between you and Hannah. To my recollection, yes. If they are relevant to this case, I produced them, yes. Well, I'm going to represent that we did not receive them. Plaintiff's exhibit number 26 is marked. This is our next exhibit. You see that, Mr. Bonnell? Can you look at the next page also? I see this. And this is a subpoena requesting the identity of a Vulture account holder for a certain IP address on July 14, 2025 and January 18, 2025, correct? That's what it says there, yeah. What were you looking for with this subpoena? Objection! To the extent it requires you to disclose attorney-client communications, if you can answer independently, please do. I would have to review my documents. I would have to review my documents to know what I was requesting for information for this account for. these two dates mean anything to you? July 14th and January 18th? Not really, no. What is Vulture? I have no idea. You don't know what a Vulture account is? Not off the top of my head. I would have to consult my records. We're about done here. Can we have 2 minutes just to consult? Sure. We're going off the record, 6:02. Mr. Burnell, we talked about your message to Hannah, offering to send her a video of you eating. I'm not quite sure what you meant there, but you recall this, right? I recall you characterizing it that way. I remember the message being that way. In her declaration, you remember she put that in there, right? Again, I reject the characterization that I was offering to send her something. But I understand that's that. I know what you're referring to, the declaration, yes. Okay, and then on your DGG chat group, in January 30th, 2025, after plaintiff had posted her Substack, they asked you to be clear if she said, yes, Hannah Brooks, what would you have sent? And your response was, I'd probably just tell her to go to KF, Kiwi Farms, lol. Do you recall that? I don't recall sending that specific message. So you're saying that you would direct Hannah to Kiwi Farms. Is that the intent of that message? I don't recall the specific message you're referencing. Maybe not the specifics, but do you recall any messaging about that objection incident? Objection! Asked and answered. There's so many people messaging me about this particular thing, and everybody knew the leaks were located on Kiwi Farms. But I don't recall any specific messages, no. Peters, and do you remember that talking on a video stream where you said if you share something with one person, soon everyone will know? Objection! Vague and ambiguous as to time. Do you remember that? Or anything to that effect? This is a single statement. I could have referred to a lot of things. But it sounds like I'm talking more about gossip, rumors, and secrets. Okay. Do you recall in that context then? I don't recall. I don't recall that exact statement, no. Alright, I have no further questions. Brettler, very briefly. Oh, man. Okay. Alright, so Brettler, cross-examination for like 8 pages. Mr. Bonnell, since receiving the document preservation demand from Play's counsel prior to them filing the lawsuit, have you permanently deleted, or permanently destroyed any documents related to plaintiff's claims? No. And have you reduced all documents in your custody, possession, or control that are responsive to plaintiff's document requests served on you and your lawyers in this litigation? Multiple times, yes. Have you fabricated any evidence or documents in connection with this case? Absolutely not. Since April of 2022, have you transmitted the video, the one that is at issue in this case, to anyone? Absolutely not. I have no further questions. Peters, do you just respond to Mr. Brettler that you've not permanently deleted any documents? Is that right? I believe his question was whether had I not deleted anything that would have been relevant to the request for evidence of preservation for this case. I have not deleted anything that would have fallen within those boundaries. Leilana. And so there are documents that you've not produced in this case that we have requested in our discovery request. You would still have those. Objection! To the extent that any such document exists, you can answer the question. If such documents exist and nothing happened to them prior to receiving the request for preservation of evidence, I would be able to produce those, yes. So if you have not produced them, it's not because you don't have them, right? Objection! Misstates his testimony entirely. Correct. It would be, if I hadn't produced them, then it was because either they weren't responsive or I don't have them if... I'm sorry, could you restate the question? So if I asked for a document that wasn't produced, documents that are relevant to this case, and they were not produced, you would still have them, right? Objection to the question. This misstates prior testimony. It's vague and ambiguous, but you can answer. Insofar as those documents exist, and I have them in my possession, yes, I would be able to produce those. And we talked repeatedly today about communications you've had with various individuals, right? Objection! Misstates prior testimony. Abby's documents. Excuse me. Misstates witnesses prior testimony. Misstates the record and the production in this case. I produced every conversation I've ever had with Abby. I don't believe anything has been deleted with the Abby stuff, even though I'm pretty sure the request for the preservation of evidence wouldn't have even initially covered Abby. I produced every single thing related to my communications with her. I've archived stuff with Redact. I don't believe I have permanently deleted any messages with Abby at all. So you have all your evidence archived on Redact. Objection! Yes, objection! The states the witness's prior testimony. You have all the documents that are responsive to your discovery requests. We haven't received all the documents that we requested. That's your position. That's why I'm asking. So they would be archived on Redact. Is that right, Mr. Bonnell? Insofar as it's responsive to any requests that were covered under the preservation of evidence, yes. I have no further questions. Mr. Bretler, we can go off the record. Thank you, Mr. Bonnell. I appreciate your time here today. We're going off the record. This concludes the deposition. Six fucking hours, man. That was amazing. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Hope you guys fucking enjoyed that shit. Now the Leia, what's her stuff now? No, it's end of the stream, buddy. Was it worth it? I mean, can we get a summary? Nah, no, man. No, Queen Bee. No, you're not gonna get a summary. You're gonna have me cutting out like the fucking audio issue, like that one audio issue we had, and just uploading it, right? At some point soon. That was awesome. That was awesome, man. That was sick. Can you do it one more time just so I understand? Oh yeah. Let's start over. Yeah, no, Nate. I'm gonna fucking ban your ass, bitch. Fine starts taking me near to spur out in panic. He just comes through. Alright. Just so long as he's not allowed to join the Discord for the fucking Mr. Girl doxing shit, but I don't really care about him in chat. You guys need to stop feeding the fucking trolls, man. And if you do, only Alish, alright? And, Black Cat. Right? Black Cat's not allowed to join the Discord. They're like 15, right? But, like, they're fun. Fucking A. Alish likes being fed, though. Yeah, but, you know. Oh, man. So anyways. That's it for today. Is Alish allowed to join the Discord? I'm not sure. No, you can't go back to posting old Alish shit. You see Connor did a massive Destiny mind map stream today? No. Oh, she is confirmed a minor. Wait, no way. Black Cat is a confirmed minor, or are we talking about the food shops messages? I'm not sure. I don't think the food shop's Discord messages are super compelling evidence of that. If I'm gonna be honest, like, it does seem like kind of tongue-in-cheek. I was asking, I'm tired. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, question mark. No, but I do want to say this, and this is, like, I think crazy and very funny. This was in the Snarchive. Let me go find this real quick. This shit. Okay. I hate to say this. Did I not, like, make this entire fucking graph about how, like, various people provide cover for Destiny, right? And, like, there's so much that's like a problem with it, which is like Colonel Erudite. Erudite's barely fucking there. Okay. You know, like barely there. I don't know what they're talking about, right? Because Erudite has not been good to Steven even compared to like everybody else. And then like, who is this Reason Riffs? Who the fuck is that? We gotta look into this guy. 11-hour stream on this guy tomorrow, okay? 11 hours. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, man. So yeah, how do you guys like the, reading the entire fucking on it? Stop. No, I'm joking. Don't fucking bother. It's a stupid name. Okay. I'll find out myself. It's fine. The fact that Hutch is a general? Yeah, well, Hutch is openly fighting with Destiny right now. In like a back and forth that they've been fighting in for like a week or so. The Destiny just wins. You're never going to convince DGGers to leave. They're just picking up all the people that commentary as like bullied out of their community over the last couple of years to try to, I don't know, get some level of like, I don't know, just like a group that hates and like wants to attack in a certain direction. And it's fine, you know. I mean, that's like right where yeah. Wait. Is Food Shops also doing this? Duck mentioned? How so? What do you mean? How so? Like, do you mean like by just the virtue of like me like side referring there? Yeah, I've made a few like side references. But I do think that most of it, a lot of like the commentary people that have gone over, yeah, I mean like at some point this shit does end, right? At some point this shit does end, right? And realistically, I hope that like the commentary people realize like they will not last in DGG. But in 2 weeks, yeah. Food Shop's also read at least part of the deposition. Yeah, did she read 375 pages of it? Fuck no. That's me, man. That's me. We win the end. Yeah. Yeah, like, I'm sorry, but like, yeah, dude, this shit's been fucking awesome. This has been funny as fuck. This was a funny as fuck thing. You know? But yeah. They said that about Jerry, but he kept it going. So there is hope. Oh, I mean, no, he's gonna get through this. What do you mean? Here's the thing. Destiny could, like, rape a girl on camera who's, like, under the age of, like, fucking 10. Okay? And DGGers will find a way to justify it. And the way they'll justify it, and this is like the DGers that are left. The ones that are left are too afraid to face the world as it is, right? To face the world that, yeah, there's like this whole MAGA thing happening and, you know, yeah, people don't want to go back to just doing basic fucking liberalism shit. All right, yeah, guess what? People hate your fucking family. They hate you. They're sick of like the fucking way that you people act, right? And the thing is, stop saying Jerry been real quiet since Danelle left. I gave him a 5-minute timeout. Shut up about Jerry already, asshole. Okay. But yeah, the ones that are left are just people I think that are terrified, but they don't like leftists. All right, for whatever fucking reason. Some of it's because Hassan Piker says mean shit about Ukraine. All right, or like whatever. It's just complicated. I think for a lot of them, it's like, I think for a lot of people, I do think there is like this general fear of like the Trump stuff, which is like, I hate to say it, I feel like more, I would say like the new female like orbiters, I suppose. You know? Yeah. Destiny blowing 1 million on the case, bring down his career is at least some measure of justice. Is it really? Like, the thing is, he's gonna get away. I think what's gonna end up happening, he's gonna get away with it, and then he's just gonna do it all over again. You know what I mean? He's just gonna do it all over again, so who cares? Like, yeah. 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 No Justin until there's no more Destiny. No, that's not it. Thing is, it's just like for me, my existence, I'm following this till the end. Alright. I'm following this to the end for me. And what that means is I want to see the case to the end. I want to see the Pixie stuff till the end. And then after that, I'm going to be real. Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed, we've been covering some of the politics debates. Hopefully, there is a Wick alternative because Wick's platform is kind of just turned to shit most days, I feel. But yeah, like, I mean, we got Hutch, we got Pisco, we got all that. I mean, I've got a bunch of, like, dramas here and there. Like, there's a bunch of shit happening with, like, some of the lefties and stuff. Like, around Mike from PA. And, like, I'm just gonna be honest, like, I don't have, like, a lot of love for, like, Rhizome or Gremlo, but, you know, I have a lot of love for Rhizome or Gremlo, but, you know, if I'm gonna, I do think they were done wrong, so. Resi is a no leg day kind of guy. Nope. We do a leg day every fucking week. Alright. I squatted like 325 on Monday. You know? So, no, I do need to build that up. I definitely could have gone higher. But, you know, I got reps in on it, so. I don't really like fucking maxing out. I like being able to at least do, like, 2 reps. That's it. Any opportunity shit on Mike from PA is appreciated. I guess. I just think he's better off being ignored, man. I think he's just kind of like a little bit better off being ignored. You know? 2? Yeah. Yeah, because, like, if I do 1 rep, then that's max. If I do 2, okay. If I do 2, then I'm, like, kind of safe. We've long since learned that ignoring doesn't really work. I mean, yeah. But it also does, right? Like, for us, it does in a small way work. Right? Where it's like, yeah, eventually we ignore, and the way that it works when we ignore is we just do whatever the fuck we want. Right? We just do whatever the fuck we want. And I'm gonna be honest, yeah, I want to play fucking Kingdom Hearts at some point. I haven't done that shit since I was like a kid. Seems like a lot of fun. You know, and I got the game, so it's like, why not, man? But yeah. Are you 12? No, but I'm remembering what it was like when I was. Owler said they asked me if she's going to do TikTok debate streams. Yeah, which means that they're going to keep trying to dox her on TikTok. Yeah, man. Cool. Not a grown man's Fallout 3? Yeah. Okay. So for tomorrow, on this, yes, we have more already, obviously. There were additional filings today aside. Okay. Which is all of the actual, like, okay, so the first thing's the deposition transcript. All the rest of them are like reports and shit. I'm probably gonna scan through these. I'm probably gonna scan through these to figure out like what value is here, but apparently this is the next spoliation trials like main shit, I feel. Right? I do feel like we've got that. Can I get some moth guns before the end of the stream? Yeah, bro. There you go. How's that feel? Good? Kingdom Hearts is a fun game, but holy shit, do those games go nowhere? Yeah, they're just fun to play. You know? They're just fun to fucking play, man. They're just fun to play. Who cares? Alright. I don't know why... Okay. But yeah, we're gonna do that tomorrow. Alright, so we're gonna have more court documents to go through. You know, we'll see where we're at. I think that overall, like, yeah, I think there's like weaknesses on both sides. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, right? So yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. So yeah. Banger soundtracks in Kingdom Hearts? Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I just think it'll be fun. I haven't played it in fucking years upon years, you know? Like, I was, like, 12 or something, you know? Yeah, I'm kind of, like, into that. But alright. Okay. Alright, remember to like and subscribe, follow the Twitch, follow the Twitter, join the Discord, YouTube, Okay, I'm going. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye!